Well, hello, my spookies. Welcome to our Valentine's Day marathon, where the roses are plastic, the chocolates taste like regret, and Cupid's arrows come tipped with something sharp. Tonight, love doesn't flutter. It stalks. It waits. It leaves little notes that feel sweet until you realize they're warnings. You'll meet Debbie, a name that echoes like it's being whispered down a hallway you don't want to walk. You'll hear someone say, "Be mine," like it's a cute Valentine, until the words start sounding like a lock clicking shut. You'll cruise out to Lover's Lane where the fog hangs low, the windows steam up, and the night proves some makeout spots are really just hunting grounds. And then our slasher trilogy kicks down the door. With no second chances, a screaming spotlight where romance meets showbiz, and a final story soaked in scorn, where the only thing sharper than jealousy is the blade that follows. So, light those candles, put on something cute, and prepare your heart for not so much a breaking as a gouging, a stabbing, maybe even a chewing. Because in this marathon, love gets twisted, and Cupid has a body count of his own. Make sure you're subscribed to Weekly Spooky to never miss a special tale of terror all year long. Now kick back and relax. The Love Fest starts now.
Debbie, Deborah by Shane Migliavacca.
The cat thinks I'm fucking nuts. She may be right. I'm wearing my nicest dress, Dean Martin is on the stereo, and I have a gun to my head. I'm dancing with my dead husband on Valentine's Day. Angel, our cat, died 3 days ago. Her ashes sit on the mantel in an urn next to my husband's. I see her on her favorite spot on the couch, watching me. She really is an angel now. I pull the hammer of the revolver back. I'm ready to join them. Click. Son of a bitch. Empty. Good job, Deborah. I forgot the fucking bullets. I drop the snub nose on the coffee table. I haven't found where Johnny hid the bullets. He bought the gun for me, worried about us being all alone out here in the boondocks. What good is a gun if the bullets are hidden? Excuse me, Mr. Rapist, while I find the bullets to shoot you. Maybe Johnny never got around to buying any. Ain't that a kick in the head, Dean? I drop to the couch, defeated. My mind isn't what it used to be. Grief and despair have pushed everything out to the point that I have trouble dealing with the day-to-day shit. It's for the best, I suppose. I'm not a religious woman, but I'd like to think there was something waiting, you know? After that, I could be with them in some kind of way. If there is a God and suicide is a sin, I better not risk it. Being sent to hell, I'd never see them again. If you ask me, this is hell. This world. Johnny, my Johnny, I miss that lopsided grin of yours. The way your stubble felt when you kissed me. How your hair fell across your eyes when you woke up. The touch of your coarse hands on my shoulders. Gone. All gone. 5.5 years ago, a drunk driver named Dave Robbins. Johnny had been on his way home from work when the bastard ran a red light and struck Johnny's car. I still remember the trooper showing up at work. He stood there in his uniform, looking so out of place, His words were unintelligible as my heart pounded in my ears. They gave that man 10 years in prison. 10 fucking years! He took away our future, and they gave him 10 years. He got out in 4 for good behavior. Good fucking behavior. I dreamed about killing him for so long. How I'd do it, how I'd drag it out, make him suffer. I'd even toyed with the idea of killing his family in front of him. But no, there was Angel to think of. The cat, a housewarming present from Johnny, got me through that first grim year. She was there for me when I got home from another dreary day at work, happy to see me, purring her feline heart out. She was such a tiny little thing when he surprised me with her. She hid under the couch for the first couple of days until one night I sat on the couch watching the evening news, waiting for Johnny to come home from work. I felt something small and warm curl up next to me. Now she's gone too. I'm left all alone in this house that used to represent our future together. A house that's become a tomb. The house was so empty and vast when I'd come home from the vet carrying little Angel's ashes in a small container. Nobody there to greet me at the door. I dread the thought of coming home after a day at work to this empty, godforsaken place. But I'll have to. I took a couple sick days, told Emily I had a bug. They don't need to know the real reason. Most of them look at me with some sort of pity, walking on eggshells around me. The others treat me as if this sickness in my heart can simply be sent away, that I should get over it and move on. There is no moving on. I could take some medication, I guess, something to help me, at the cost of this hornet's nest of pain in my stomach, the pain that helps me remember them, that keeps them in my thoughts. Would I lose their memory in a haze of medication? The record ends. I stare at the snub nose. I should really find those bullets. There's other ways I could do it. Pills, sure, or that old razor blade in the bathtub bit. Those are easy enough, I suppose. Hanging myself is off the table. I can't tie knots for shit. Besides, some idiot might think I was trying to get off and died by accident. Shit. Fuck it. The phone rings. I pick it up, looking at the number. It's Catherine Wade from work, probably checking up on me. Hello, Cat. How are you feeling, trooper? She answers in her unbearably cheery voice. I lie. Oh, okay, just a bit of a bug. You need anything? No, I'm fine, thanks. I want to hate her for caring. But damn it, I just can't. The phone crackles with static. Aren't you forgetting something, Deb? Another voice asks. Cat? You there? I can hear something metallic on the other end. Have you checked the basement? Who is this? I ask, my voice trembling, but no answer. God damn it, who is this? Are you okay, Deb? Cat asks, sounding a bit shaken. Yeah, just this bug. I think I need a nap. Before she can finish saying goodbye, I hang up. What just happened? I'm not even sure. I take a deep breath. I get off the couch. Maybe I should just go buy some fucking bullets. Looking out the window, I see I'm not going out anywhere today. The snow is coming down in a heavy white blanket. Frustrated, I turn the TV on. They're calling it the Valentine's Day Blizzard, the weatherman proclaimed, as if he was a proud father praising his golden child. These cocksuckers really piss me off in how much they get off on bad weather. I think they get hard over delivering bad news. Expect record snowfalls. Expect me not to give a fuck, I say, wishing about now the gun was loaded so I could shoot the TV. I never hated anybody till Johnny died. Now I can't stand anyone, most of all myself. The smiling weatherman is replaced by a nicely dressed Chinese woman. The day's other big story, all but one of the escaped convicts have been captured. Police gather round an overturned prison bus in a ditch as the anchorwoman goes over the details. Police are still searching for Charles Lee Andrew, convicted serial killer and rapist. He's considered highly dangerous should you spot him. Why do these assholes always have 3 names? Is it a serial killer thing? They linger on his face. He's handsome enough except for the scar over his left eye. Crazy burns hot in those eyes. Even in a photograph you can feel his stare just penetrating your soul. Bored, I walk out to the kitchen. A drink maybe, and a sandwich. Dirty dishes clog one of the 2 sinks. I've let the house go to shit. Haven't felt like cleaning since the cat died. I pour myself a glass of brandy and make a roast beef sandwich. I hold a stainless steel knife in my hands, catching my reflection on the blade. The house isn't the only thing that's gone to shit. I look terrible. My hair's a mess. There's bags under my eyes. Fuck it all. Why should I care how I look? It's all a sick joke. The blade quivers in my hand. So sharp. One of those, as seen on TV, jobs you get at a Save Mart. Why, I bet if I just took the knife and sliced... Debbie... A sweet sing-song voice echoes out from the living room. The TV? Has to be. A coincidence. Deb. The voice giggles. Who's there? I call out, feeling a bit embarrassed because it's most likely the TV. I grip the knife, stepping into the short hallway. I walk towards the living room. I can hear a soap opera on the TV. I stop and listen. Under the din of dialogue from the TV, I hear the wind outside, the tick-tick sound of snow and freezing rain against the windows. And then, floorboards creaking with the unmistakable sound of someone walking over them. Debbie, the voice giggles again. Come and find me. I storm into the living room, ready to confront the weirdo intruder. You picked the wrong fucking time. Empty. I switch the TV off and I listen again. Maybe my mind finally has hitched a ride to Crazy Town. The house is still, silent, save for the wind and snow outside. The furnace in the basement rumbles on, making me flinch. I laugh like a maniac. Tears sting my eyes as laughter gives way to crying. I really have fucking flipped out. Wiping them away, I see them there, reflected in the black of the TV screen. Watching me from the hall, darting away before I can turn. Scrambling to my feet, I grab the empty gun and give chase. I can hear them upstairs. Yesterday upon the stair I met a man who wasn't there. He wasn't there again today. Oh, how I wish he'd go away. The voice sang out from somewhere upstairs. I know that poem. From a long time ago, when I was a little girl. I creep up the stairs. No easy feat since they're creaky as hell. A door slams shut somewhere upstairs. How the hell did they get in? I didn't hear anything. Everything is locked. I didn't forget something, right? With a knife in one hand and an empty gun in the other, maybe I can scare the living crap out of them. Yeah, right. Why am I scared? I was thinking about ending my life moments ago. No, it's not death that frightens me. It's what could happen in place of that. Rape, being maimed, being paralyzed, a coma. Those things frighten me. A living hell I can't escape. I search the upstairs trying to look as badass as possible with an empty gun. That's when it hits me. I am fucking nuts. There's not a living soul up here. I search every room, every nook, every cranny, under the beds, in the closets. Not a sign of anybody being here other than me. Nothing out of place, nothing touched. Feeling tired, I walk into the bathroom connected to the bedroom. I run cold water over my face and stare at my haggard reflection in the mirror. Through the open door, I see the bed. Sitting there, legs hanging over the side, a dark figure, watching me. I spin around, nearly slipping on the tiled floor. Who the fuck? I blurt out. The dark, featureless figure, almost an outline of a young woman, its long hair and pigtails hang down on black shoulders. It tilts its head and waves. Hey, Debbie, long time no see. I gawk at it for a few minutes, speechless. There's something about this thing, this girl, that seems familiar. Something's been buzzing around the back of my head all day, wanting to get out. Is this it? I should feel scared, yet I don't. I feel oddly reassured. What's wrong, sunshine? No hello for good old Maddie? Maddie? I stammer, my mouth suddenly dry. Was that you running around the house? None other. Don't you remember, Deb? How we used to? I rub my head. There's a stabbing pain. Something wants out. Poor old Deb went and grew up. It's a delusion, that's all. I walk out of the bathroom waving my arms about. Go away, you're a figment of my deteriorating mental state. You're not real. Good old Maddie slides off the bed, sauntering towards me. Not real, she pokes me with an ebony finger. That real enough for you? I flinch as I involuntarily back up. You made me. Poor little Deb. Her parents always fighting. Nobody at school likes her. She reads too much. She's too much of a tomboy. Boo-hoo. Maddie mocks me, making a tearful face. Somebody needed a friend, and Maddie got the call. Her voice suddenly changes, becoming cold. Until somebody tossed me aside. Maddie backs away from me, her gaze locked on me. But I didn't go away. Couldn't. That figure in the corner of your eye, that shadow in the dark room, that was me. She does a little jig. You can't kill yourself, Deb. I won't let you. If I made you, I can unmake you. I grab a small ceramic statue on the dresser and throw it at this Maddie. It bounces off her head when I expected it to pass right through. Ow! She hollers, the manic joyfulness gone from her voice. Bitch! She runs out of the bedroom holding her head. I can hear her feet on the stairs as she goes down. Looking down at the plush royal blue carpet, I see a trail of crimson. Blood. I follow Maddie's blood downstairs to the kitchen. Bloody handprints on the door frame welcome me as I enter. Maddie is bent over the sink, washing the blood off of her forehead with a wet towel. Fuck you, Deb. You always did have a temper. She turned to glare at me, a gash of bright crimson and her black forehead. She holds the wet towel to it as she finishes off my glass of brandy, leaving behind bloody fingerprints on the glass. I'm sorry, I think. You can feel pain? Well, no, duh. Of course I can feel pain. She pours herself more brandy, gulping it down in one go. This is some good shit, by the way. Got any bandages? I go to the downstairs bathroom, grabbing some bandages from the medicine cabinet. When I come back, Maddie and her bloodstains are gone. Suddenly, I feel lightheaded. My head is buzzing. I take more aspirin than the recommended dosage. Lying down on the couch, I feel as if I'm melting into it, becoming one with the upholstery. I wake up sometime later. The sun is low in the sky. Snow still falling, but not as heavy as before. My head feels better now. Maybe that was all a dream. The snub nose sits on the coffee table next to the knife. I'd left those upstairs. Yes, it was all a dream. I'd just fallen asleep on the couch and dreamed the whole damn thing. A fever dream. The floorboards upstairs creak, and my heart skips a beat. This is an old house, it's just settling, that's all. I pick up the gun. Still no bullets. That hasn't changed. What also hasn't changed is it's still fucking Valentine's Day. Why couldn't I have just slept through the rest of it, instead of the day that won't end? Dragging on, not letting me forget what I've lost. I remember one Valentine's Day. Johnny made his specialty for dinner. Spaghetti and salad. We watched an old Western on the TV, something starring the guy that played Superman's dad. It had been an exhausting week for both of us, and we fell asleep on the couch halfway through the film, my head on his shoulder. The holiday didn't end up in a moment of passion. It ended in a moment of mundane tenderness. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. A knock at the front door startles me out of my fond memory. I wait, holding my breath. Perhaps it was just a noise and not somebody at the door. Some snow falling off the roof or the like. Then another knock comes, ruining my fabrication, followed rapidly by a third. "Hello?" a man asks from the other side of the door. "Is anybody there?" "Don't answer it," Maddie says, dropping into the recliner in the corner, the chair's old springs straining from the sudden weight. "Fuck me," I blurted out in surprise. "Where did you come from?" I notice her features have become more defined now, the darkness lessening somewhat. Her head no longer has a bandage, nor a bloody gash. "I've been hovering about, sleepyhead." She tilts the recliner back. "You know you talk in your sleep?" Maddie looks up at the ceiling. "Who's Rex?" Johnny used to kid me about talking in my sleep. Rex, why does that name seem familiar? "Hello?" The knocking at the door becomes more aggressive. "I can hear you in there. Please come to the door." The man pauses. His voice sounds strained. "I need help." I pick up the empty gun, holding it like a magical charm capable of warding off evil as I approach the front door. I look through the peephole at the man outside. He stands on the porch, a desperate look etched on his face. His hair looks recently shaved off, and he's wearing snow-covered clothes and a Band-Aid on his forehead over his left eye. The man looked over his shoulder anxiously before turning back to the door. "Please, you have to hurry," the man pleads as he knocks again. I reach for the deadbolt. "I wouldn't do it," Maddie warns me. "Shush." I turn the lock on the door, only partly convinced there's really someone out there and it's not another delusion. I pull open the door a little, peeking through the crack at this unwelcome stranger. His clothes look ill-fitting, a size or two too big for his frame. Behind him I notice his tracks through the ankle-deep snow. "Yes?" "You took long enough," the man grumbles. "Excuse me?" The man shivers, looking around. I'm freezing out here. Can I come in?" Can I trust him? Should I? "What are you doing way out here in a storm?" Suddenly, violently, he pushes the door open, knocking me to the floor. I land hard on my back. The air pushes out of my lungs, the empty gun sliding across the floor. "I don't have time for your shit," he angrily screams as he slams the door shut. Gasping for air, I try to get to my feet, get a weapon. It's no use. The man pushes me to the floor with a snow-covered boot. "Is there anyone here? Are you alone?" His head darts back and forth as he takes in the room. He gives me another love tap from his booted foot. Before retrieving the gun from the floor, he checks the cylinder, laughing. "What were you gonna do, wave this around and use harsh language to scare me?" Maddie slides up behind him. "Told you not to let him in." "I didn't let him in," I managed, able to breathe again. The man looks around, perplexed. "The fuck you talking about, lady?" "What do you want?" I ask. "I don't have any money." "Oh, we'll see about that." He pulls me up, dragging me to the couch. Both our eyes go to the knife on the coffee table before meeting again. He hurls me into the couch. When I manage to sit up, he hits me in the face. Hard. Hard enough that the world goes black. When my eyes open again, the man stands over me, the knife in his hand. "Just what the hell were you up to here?" He leans forward, giving me a good view of the knife. "I'll ask you again. Is there anybody else here?" I shake my head, noticing I've been tied to a dining room chair in the living room. I can taste blood on my lips. "If you're lying, I can make it very unpleasant for you." I glare at him, more angry at myself than him. For once I should have listened to the delusion prancing around my house. As he looks down at me, I recognize who's invaded my home. Charles Lee Andrew, serial killer and rapist. With this revelation, a stark fear creeps into my belly. Yes, I want to die, but not like this, and not by his hand. "I'm gonna go poke around. You sit tight." He goes to leave and stops. "Last chance. There's nobody here, right? Because if there is, they're fucked." I shake my head again. Satisfied, he leaves me alone as he searches the house. Our house. Johnny and me and little Angel. He has no right to be here. Fear begins to give way to anger, this time directed towards this interloper. I can hear him in the kitchen, opening and closing the fridge. He walks back into the room eating a leftover chicken leg. "Good chicken. You make it?" He smirks a greasy chicken smile. I stare holes through him, imagining his body being riddled with bullets, jerking around in a death dance as flesh and bone are shredded in a hail of lead. Of course, that would leave a hell of a mess, one I really wouldn't want to clean up. You know, you look like shit, he remarks, setting a plate with the half-finished chicken leg down at the coffee table. I mean, other than where I socked you in the kisser. I watched as he looks out the window. This is perfect. With the storm and this place being in the middle of nowhere in East Jesus, the cops won't be around. I can definitely lie low and catch a breath. He bends down close to me and locks me in his gaze. And I definitely plan on having some fun before I go. He tries kissing me on the lips. I manage to pull away and he kisses my cheek. I turn my head in disgust, seeing Johnny's urn on the mantel. I start to cry. I don't want him to see this. Not my Johnny. The bastard notices my tears, sees the urn and the picture of Johnny next to it. Aw, what are you crying about, sweet cheeks? He picks up the picture, gawking at it with those soulless eyes before turning his attention to the urn. This your dead hubby? Fuck you, I spit out between sobs. You will. Don't worry. You will. He drops the picture to the floor, shattering the glass. First, I think I'll look around and then freshen up. Maybe take a nice shit and see if you still have some of your old man's duds. Seeing your little shrine here, I'm willing to bet that's a yes. And then I'm left alone. Left alone to think about this mess I'm in. Mess. It's a fucking nightmare. I can hear him moving about the first floor, ransacking the place and making comments, stoking the boiling anger inside me. I struggle against the ropes holding me to this chair. I flex my muscles, imagining myself bursting through the ropes with sheer force of will. When this fails, I slump in the chair, tired and defeated. Maybe I will die this day, just not how I envisioned. Come on, you can do it, kiddo! Maddie sits down on the floor in front of me. Easy for you to fucking say, I grumble. Why don't you help me? She lies down on her side, propped up on one elbow. It don't work like that. Gotta do it yourself. That fucking figures. Cheese it, Maddie warns me. I could hear him coming back down the hall. After a tense couple of minutes waiting, he appears in the doorway. Not much down here. Got a question, though. What's with the lock on the basement door? I shrug. I don't know. Doesn't everybody have that? Sure, I'll deal with that later. For now, I'm headed upstairs. Hope this shithole gets better on the second floor. Maddie sticks her tongue out as he walks away. What a dick! She turns back to me. Come on, now's your chance while he's screwing around upstairs. I'm thinking, I say before letting out a loud fart. Maddie backs away, waving at the air. Oh, fuck, really? Sorry, just the stress. I think something died, Maddie coughs. You could kill him with that reek. Sure, you can smell that, yet you can't help me. Hey, I don't make the rules. She stands, holding her nose. I'm gonna sit this one out. Maddie leaves. Finally, a chance to think. I can hear him upstairs doing God knows what. Maddie's right. I have to get free. Unable to do anything but look around the room and think, I start to form a desperate plan. By the time he comes back downstairs dressed in some of Johnny's clothes, night had fallen outside, and I had a plan. He now has a piece of paper in his hand. He holds it out, showing me a newspaper clipping about a missing man. Who's this? You got all these clippings about the search for this guy. He picks up Johnny's picture from the floor, shattered glass falling off. Don't look like your husband, he grins. Did you have something on the side? My heart races. Somewhere deep in my mind, a loud banging starts. A door that desperately wants to open begins to crack. I know who you are. Charles Lee Andrew. You're on the run. He grins, a devil's grin. My reputation precedes me. Then you know how dangerous I am. I know you're just a sad, sick shit who gets off hurting women. Then you should be nice to me. I ignore his words, watching how my words hit him. What's wrong? Daddy beat you? Mommy didn't love you enough? Boo fucking who, Charlie? I fake cry. This was too much for him. He storms over to the mantel, grabbing Johnny's urn. Shut your fucking mouth, whore! He opens the urn, forcing my husband's remains into my mouth. I choke on the ashes, my eyes burning. Finished, he throws the urn down across the room. That's one way to suck your husband, the son of a bitch laughs. I stain for air, coughing out clouds of black. That's all you got, pussy boy? I say, hoping to push him further. I bet Mommy used to touch you and call you her special little boy, and you liked it. Give you a nice hard one, did it? I smile with ash-covered lips. No, maybe it was Daddy who did the touching. Cunt, he screams, every letter filled with venom. Lifting me and the chair off the ground, he slams me down on the floor. I scream out in pain as my arms are pinned to the floor by my own weight. Not wasting any time, my now numb hand gropes around on the carpet. Come on. They have to be here somewhere. Those shards of glass from Johnny's picture. If I can just grab one and get enough time to use it. But this enraged asshole isn't giving me much of a chance. He looms over me, kicking at my downed body. I need to get a look at the floor. Thankfully, this douchebag didn't see fit to tie my legs to the chair. I kick out. After a couple of tries, I score a direct hit, hitting him in the balls, doubling the bastard over and buying me some time. I roll over onto my knees, my eyes searching the carpet. There. A couple of big shards of glass. I roll over onto my back, trying to keep the gap of the chair's back even with the glass. I keep my eyes glued to the bastard as my fingers run over the floor, feeling for more. Charlie glares at me as he clutches himself in pain. The jagged glass cuts into my fingers when I find it. I poke my arms a couple of times as I line the glass up with my bonds, the glass slicing into my hands as easy as it does the rope restraining me. I feel my hands come free as Charlie limps toward me. Anger so intense I can feel its heat, boils out of his very being. Freed of the chair, I push away from it, kicking it into his path. Pained, he barely dodges it. His face red with rage, Charlie lunges at me, his hands at my throat. I strike out with a shard of glass. Thank you, officer. I appreciate it. I smile at the trooper on my porch. Just doing our job, ma'am. The storm really hindered our search. Well, as you can see, I really got snowed in here. Not that it matters. You're the first visitor I've had in ages. After a little small talk, the trooper leaves. I watch him leave, locking the door as he drives off. I lucked out. I was shoveling off the porch when the trooper showed up. My cut hands were covered up by black and purple gloves. If he'd seen them, would he have known? Would he have probed further? I don't know. I pick up a set of keys from the stand by the front door, my hands still sensitive as they begin to heal. I walk to the basement door, unlocking the silver padlock and stepping down into the darkness. The nauseating smell of feces and piss burn my eyes and nose. I need to buy a couple dozen air fresheners for down here. My hand runs over the wall, stopping at the light switch. The basement lights hiss to life below me. I feel as if a great milestone has been taken off my shoulders. During that fight with Charles Lee Andrew, the door, buried deep in the back of my mind, finally flew open. Just in time, too. I step onto the cold cement floor and I'm greeted by a pitiful, sobbing grunt. Music to my ears. How are we doing today, Charlie? Chained to a wall in a pair of stained briefs, my new pet groans into his cloth gag, his bare chest and back a map of scars and bruises. I wheel out my tray of toys, selecting a nasty-looking box cutter. Are we ready for playtime? Charles Lee Andrew, once a feared killer, tries to plead through his cloth gag, no doubt begging me to let him go. Don't worry, love. The cops don't even think you're in this county anymore. From the other side of the basement, chains rattled as he stirred. A thin, filthy man emerged from the shadows, crawling on all fours. His knees bore the scars of 2 bullet wounds. Don't worry, Rex. Mommy won't forget you again, I coo. I turn back to Charlie. I think Rex is a little jealous of you. Don't worry, you two will have plenty of time to get to know each other. Perched on the stairs, Maddie watches with delight as I begin to slice. Be Mine by Shane Migliavacca. She'd just sat down on the bed with the cat snuggling up next to her when the knock came at the door. Blake looked over at her roommate, Cassie, buried in her phone and closer to the door. Door? Cassie didn't answer. Nope, guess not. Blake looked down at her cat, Dean. Sorry, buddy. She stood as the cat looked up at her, completely disappointed. Blake crossed the small, messy dorm room as another knock came. "I got it." "Huh?" Cassie mumbled. Opening the door, Blake was greeted by Maggie from down the hall. The girl beamed at her from behind a pair of thick glasses. "Here," she thrust a pink heart-shaped box at Blake. Thanks, I guess," Blake said, taking the box. Maggie frowned. "It's not from me. It was sitting on the table in the lobby with your name on it." "Oh, thanks." A box of candy? For her? There was nobody she could think of who'd do something like that. "Going to the Valentine's dance tonight?" Maggie asked before Blake could shut the door. "Nope, got a paper to finish." "That sucks." Blake shut the door. It really did suck, but not for the reason Maggie thought. She was struggling with the assignment, dragging her feet on it since day one. Now the deadline was looming. There was a pink envelope taped to the box's front with Blake's name written in glitter. Inside was a Valentine's card with a cute cat on the front which read, "You're perfect." Underneath the card's message was another written in red ink. It read, "Roses are red, violets are blue. I choose you. Meet me under the east bleachers at 8 p.m. "What's that?" Cassie asked. "She lives," Blake answered. "Huh?" Blake rattled the box. "Someone left me a Valentine's gift." "You got a secret admirer?" "Guess so. They want me to meet them tonight, under the bleachers. Probably some towny rapist looking to assault a rich college girl." "I'm not rich." "They don't know that. Pop that fucker open," Cassie said, sliding forward on her bed. "Bet there's a human heart inside." "Nope. Candies," Blake answered, popping a chocolate into her mouth. "Damn," Cassie groaned. "Gonna meet this mystery admirer?" "No time for love, Dr. Jones. I've got a paper to finish." Blake pet the cat, still lounging on her bed, before picking up her coat and book bag. "I'm off to the library. Billy's letting me in." "Oh, kinky," Cassie laughed. "There's your secret heart sender." "Billy?" "I'm pretty sure he's gay." "Well, so are you," Casey stated. "It doesn't work that way. He doesn't have the kind of parts I like." Blake slipped on her coat and rested the strap of the book bag on her shoulder. "What about you? Meeting Steve at the dance?" Cassie's gaze drifted over to her phone lying on the bed next to her. "Nah, he's busy tonight. Just gonna chill here with the cat and some TV." "Oh, sorry. I knew you were looking forward to it." A smile crept across Cassie's face. "Hey, we could go together." Blake could see the hopeful look in her friend's eyes, which made what she had to say painful. I'm sorry. I wish I could," she said. "If I don't hunker down and finish this paper, I can't screw up. My parents sacrificed a lot to get me here." She could feel her heart start to beat a bit faster as she imagined going back home after flunking out, the disappointment etched into her parents' faces. Blake felt sweat trickle down her cheek as she started to breathe more rapidly. "Control," she told herself, taking in a deep, slow breath. "Don't worry about it. I wasn't totally serious," Cassie said, perhaps sensing her friend's stress. "I'm better off staying in tonight anyway." "Everything okay?" "Yeah, just a little bummed. Nothing big." "You sure?" "I could stay." "I'm sure. Go. Get that paper done." "Okay. I'm sorry." "Don't be. I never am." Blake stepped out into the hallway, making her way past a group of girls all dressed up for the dance, before stepping outside into the bitter February air. The cold cut through her as she started across campus. Taking a pair of earbuds from her coat, she hit play on her phone. She'd put together a mix for tonight, something to get her motivated and keep her going. Walking along a lit path, snow and ice crunched under Blake's boots. Taking in a deep breath of cold air, she felt her heartbeat going back to normal. Since middle school, Blake had suffered from panic attacks. She had trouble keeping her grades up, trouble fitting in. She'd found ways to cope with it over the years with the help of the school counselor, Ms. Cheryl. Getting this paper finished would relieve a lot of stress. Most of the campus buildings were dark, only lit by a few lights left on and some spotlights on the outside. So many shadows. Perfect for a townie to be lurking. Blake wanted to laugh off Cassie's comment, but here, alone in the night, she wasn't so sure it was something to laugh at. Stopping to adjust her heavy book bag, Blake became aware of something as the song she was listening to faded out. Footfalls on the snow. She turned, picturing a salivating pack of townie boys, ready to pounce. Ready to swing her book bag like a mace, Blake wouldn't go down without a fight. She turned and found herself face to face with a campus security guard. Hey, miss, the man nodded. Where are you headed tonight? Not wanting to get Billy in trouble, she fibbed. Meeting a friend to study, she smiled. She noticed his name tag read Stu. He looked like a stew, Blake thought. I see, nose to the grindstone and all that. Commendable. Thanks. Blake could feel his eyes on her as she continued on. She felt a little better knowing there was somebody out keeping watch while most of the campus was at the dance. The library, designed in the mid-60s, stood out against the rest of the campus, which had been renovated over the last few years. She knocked on the staff door around the building's back. After a few minutes of standing around waiting and thinking Billy wasn't even there, the lock clicked and the metal door opened. A young man, a thin shadow of stubble covering his lower face, peeked his head out. His eyes darted back and forth before stopping on Blake. Is it secret? Is it safe? Billy, Blake said wearily. He smiled broadly. Sorry, couldn't resist. All this clandestine shit. It was your idea for me to use the staff entrance. Didn't want somebody seeing you come in the front after hours. Old man Styles would have my ass for breakfast. Blake shivered as the wind gusted. Gonna let me in already? My non-existent lady balls are freezing off. Billy stepped aside and Blake entered what appeared to be the library's office area. A cluttered mess of desks and cabinets. From somewhere in the library, Elvis crooned away as they stepped into the main room. Only half lit, the library was a maze of bookshelves and shadows. Feel free to set up shop anywhere. I'll be down here doing inventory a while, so don't worry about getting the boot. Blake smiled. Thank you for this. There's just too much chaos back at the dorm to focus. Besides, Cassie didn't go out tonight. Oh, she didn't go to the dance? Nah. Got stood up. Kinda the same for me. All my help bailed so they could go to the dance. Well, at least you got the king. Music isn't going to be a problem, is it? Nope. Brought my own. Blake pointed to her earbuds. Where's it coming from anyway? Old man Styles has a record player hooked up to the PA. He's got a shit ton of vinyl in his office. Billy pointed over his shoulder at the head librarian's office. Helps the night go by quicker. Blake headed upstairs and plopped down at a desk off in a corner. With her paper and reference material laid out on the desk, Blake popped open an energy drink and took a sip. Sweet, sweet caffeine. She unpaused her music and got to work. Cassie's finger hung over the send button. How long ago had it been since she'd sent it? She wasn't sure. She read the message again. I know about the two of you. The message remained unseen by Steve. A part of her regretted sending it, the part that still loved him, even though she'd seen them together. Fuck it. Fuck him, the shit. More cheaters coming up after this, the TV promised. Cassie pet the cat lying next to her. Here I am on Valentine's Day petting my gay roommate's pussy, watching cheaters all alone. Cassie groaned, tapping the back of her head against the wall. Sorry, kitty, but I gotta bounce. Cassie put on some lipstick, looking at herself in the mirror. Fuck you, Steve. Putting on her jacket, Cassie looked at the cat curled up on her bed. I'll leave the TV on for you. Learn from cheaters, pal. Don't fall in love. Snow had begun to fall, whipped along by the wind. Cassie was in the mood to do something bad. She could head to the dance, maybe find some action there. No. All those couples, dancing, kissing, she'd feel more alone than back in the dorm room. Instead, Cassie headed towards the library. She hugged herself as the wind blew across the path, swirling snow in its wake. Cassie approached the sliding glass door and peered inside. She knocked on the glass. Hello? Anybody around? She shivered and knocked on the window again. There seemed to be music coming from inside. Someone had to be in there. Hey, anybody alive in there? Keep it down, a voice barked at her from inside. Billy glared at her from over a stack of books. Cassie frowned. Sorry, geez. Is Blake in there? Why? I'm her roommate. I gotta tell her something. Cassie shivered. Please. Billy shook his head. Go around back. Thanks. Going around the back of the building, she saw the door open and the young man motioned for her to hurry up. He slammed the door shut behind them as Cassie silently gave thanks for the heat. When I invited Blake to study here tonight, I didn't think it was an open invitation. Billy, Cassie asked, Blake didn't tell me you were such a grump. He laughed. I just don't want to get my ass in trouble. This job helps pay the bills. Cassie looked him over. I don't see any trouble with your ass. This visibly threw him off. So Blake is upstairs studying. I can show you the way. No need to show me. I've been here before. I know her hangout spot. I've noticed you around. Really? A loud knock from the front of the library startled the both of them. What the fuck? Billy complained. Are you expecting somebody? No. Unless the cat followed me. Bill Murdoch? A man hollered from outside. Shit, Billy said. Stay here. Stay hidden. Billy left the office. Cassie could hear him talking to the other man, music from the speakers obscuring some of their conversation. Billy assured him everything was okay. The man laughed, then wished Billy a good night. He came back looking harried. Everything cool? Cassie asked. Yeah, just the security guy making his rounds. You better head up before someone else shows up. Stu almost made it back to the security hut, as he called it, when his phone rang. The psycho theme ringtone told him all he needed to know. He didn't want to answer it, but ignoring it would be worse. Hi, honey, Stu tried to sound happy as he answered. What are you doing? Walking my rounds. How about you, honey? Sitting here alone, what do you think? Shit. Wrong choice of words. I'm sorry, baby. If I could get out of this, I would, but there's nobody else. Tell me the truth. You're not banging one of those young college floozies, are you? No! He tried to reassure her. I never would. I love you. Somebody giggled. Are you laughing at me? He asked. The hell are you talking about? The childlike giggle came again. This time, he was sure it wasn't his wife. Okay, who's out here? Another giggle came from somewhere in the dark, just off the footpath. Stu took out his flashlight and shined it into the darkness. He expected to see a couple of students pranking him, but instead, there was nothing. Stu, what the hell is going on? His wife asked. Sorry, honey, work. Gotta go. He hung up. Stepping off the path, he shined his light over the snow-covered ground. There was nothing out of the ordinary, but a quick flash of movement among the trees caught his eye. More giggling rung out. Look, knock it off, kid. Go back to the dance or the dorm. Unholstering his pistol, Stu approached the trees. If I catch you and you're high on something, your butt will be expelled. His gut instinct was to walk away. Don't give the little punk the satisfaction of playing their game. Sadly, when it came to his job, Stu was a stubborn man, so he went forward. Listen, show yourself. I'll take you in. You can sleep it off on the couch and go in the morning. Sound good? Stu was answered with the sound of glass shattering. Shit. Had to do this the hard way. Ahead, through the trees, Stu could see the side of the visual arts building. The glass of one of the ground floor windows had been broken. Shining the flashlight inside, he could see traces of snow on the dark linoleum floor. So much for a quiet night, he muttered, entering the side door. Rounding the corner, he stopped. Something was laid out on the floor in a straight line leading further down the hallway. Stu bent down, getting a good look at what was sitting on the floor. A little pink candy heart. For the first time he could remember, Stu was scared shitless. As much as he wanted to head back to the hut and forget this crap, he couldn't. He stood gun at the ready and followed the trail of candy. The trail ended in front of a pair of large auditorium doors. Stu nudged the doors open slowly. The large room was completely dark. He advanced slowly down the main aisle, swinging his flashlight side to side. The light danced over the seats, pausing on each one long enough to see nobody. There was only one place left someone could be hiding. The stage. The stage was made up to look like a girl's bedroom. There was a large bed, a desk, and nightstand. As he walked up the wooden steps to the stage, there was an obvious shape under the blankets on the bed. A human shape. "All right," Stu said, gun trained on the bed. "Game's up." He yanked back the blankets in one swift motion, ready to grab the little shit hiding there. A grinning plastic face stared up at him from the human-sized doll that laid there. Suddenly, pain erupted from his left Achilles tendon. He fell hard, sending his gun and flashlight from his hands and across the stage floor. Stu watched as the figure slid out from under the bed and stood brandishing a bloody knife in their gloved hand. The short figure wore a beat-up old army jacket, with a gray hoodie underneath. The hood was pulled up, hiding their face in shadows. They playfully waved at him. "Oh, God," Stu stammered. Turning over, he crawled towards the gun. "Leave me alone," he screamed. Those words would be Stu's last as the figure jumped on his back, driving their knees in and knocking the wind out of him. Stu felt the cold steel of the blade against his throat as that childish laugh filled his ears. Cassie found Blake sound asleep at her desk. She didn't have the heart to wake her sleeping friend. Instead, she went downstairs where Billy was still hard at work as Bobby Darin sang about the sea. "Don't you ever take a break?" "Sooner I get this done, sooner I get to go home and sleep," Billy said, scanning a book. "Sleep is overrated. Come on, take a break." She walked over to Billy and leaned on one of the bookshelves, trying to look as seductive as possible. "How's Blake doing?" Billy asked, sounding a little uncomfortable with her close proximity. "Unfortunately, she's sleeping. Now, here's my thing. I'm having a bad night. I need something, anything, to take my mind off the shit." She leaned in close to Billy's ear. "So, how about taking a break? You're very attractive. Don't think I haven't noticed, but, I have a lot of work here and shit." She kissed him on the cheek. "I can help. I'm very good with the Dewey Decimal System." "Well..." "Oh," Cassie exclaimed. "So not gay." "Huh?" Billy looked up at her. "Nothing," she said, breathing heavy. They were in the back corner of the library, behind a shelf of rarely used books. Cassie laid her head on Billy's bare shoulder. "I don't do this. It's just tonight," she said. "I don't want you to think I'm easy." I wouldn't," Billy said. "I know this is just a fluke, a one-time thing." "I wouldn't say that," she laughed. "We'll see, okay?" "Yeah." Cassie laid there, feeling her heartbeat go back to normal. It was the first time she noticed the silence. "The record stopped," she said. "Guess so. How much trouble would you be in if Old Man Styles caught us?" "Are you crazy? He'd have my ass thrown out of school." "From what I've heard, this isn't the first time someone got some in the library." "Miss Walton?" Cassie nodded. "And Coach Greer. It's a rumor, anyway." Billy laughed. "It's more than that. I almost walked in on them one night in the projection room." "She might have asked you to join in." The pair giggled. "Well, I gotta get back to work," Billy said. "I wish..." Cassie cut him off, kissing him. "I know. Duty calls." She sat up. "I'll go see if Blake is up." The PA crackled with static as another record started to play. "How?" Cassie asked, looking at Billy. "Only one way," he replied. "Somebody else." "Who?" "Blake wouldn't, I don't think." "I'll go look. I'll go with you. Stay here. If it's the old man or Stu or somebody, I'm toast." He surprised Cassie by giving her a quick kiss on the cheek. She watched him hurry off, feeling a sudden nervousness. She waited. listening. With the music, it was hard to make anything out. Cassie could hear Billy say something. Then he yelled one word that sent a chill through her whole body. "Run!" Blake woke with a start. She dreamed of a dark figure standing behind her, stroking her hair. A great mechanical roar erupted from within it, making her jump. Above her, the overhead heater rumbled to life. How long had she been asleep? How much time had she lost? She'd only meant to grab a quick nap. Groggy, Blake fumbled for her phone, knocking over an empty energy drink. "Caffeine, you betray me." The earbuds dangled from her ears, but her phone was gone. Blake checked the rest of the desk and floor. What the hell? It couldn't just be gone. From downstairs, music drifted up. Billy was still here. The music was something classical, though Blake wasn't sure of the composer. Blake went downstairs. Despite the music, there was an odd stillness to everything. "Billy?" The song reached its climax before going to static. Outside, wind rattled the library's large glass windows. The snow was starting to fall heavier now. The clock over the front desk read 1:30. She'd slept for hours. "Billy," she called out again, worry straining her voice. From somewhere in the library, a childlike giggle answered her. "Come on, this isn't funny. Stop screwing around." Fear climbed up her ribcage and threatened to take hold of her. A flicker of light caught Blake's eye. Something moved in the library's rear, accompanied by the sound of voices. The light was coming from the conference room. The wall-mounted TV had been turned on, and a presentation on the college's renovations played to a darkened room. A lone figure sat, back to Blake, watching the screen. Blake walked around the side of the seated figure. Before she saw their face, she knew. Billy sat there, unmoving, staring straight ahead. A large, bloody wound covered his chest. His arms laid outstretched in front of him, his hands cupped together, holding something. An offering. A heart sat in his hands. A note was pinned to it. "I heart you," written in blood. She ran from the room and charged the front door, only to find it locked. Frustrated and scared, she pounded on the glass, but it was unwavering. There had to be another way out. The office, where Billy had let her in. Entering the office, Blake scanned the room. There could be somebody hiding behind one of the desks. The door on the other side of the room might as well have been miles away. Blake grabbed a silver letter opener from the nearest desk. She held it out like a crucifix to ward off some unseen evil. Blake got to the door without incident and found it locked. Shit. She headed back out to the main area. There must be another way out, a fire exit or something. She headed through the center of the library. Something slowly moved down one of the aisles, making Blake stop. Crouching, she slid the letter opener in her jeans pocket. She crawled on her hands and knees, trying to get a better view. Slowly, she pulled a book from the shelf and peered through the gap, coming face to face with Stu, the security guard. His body lay on the ground, lifeless, his head tilted to the side, looking straight at her. Her breathing became louder, more ragged, threatening to give her away. Control. A gloved hand gripped her shoulder. Boo! Grabbing a book from the shelf, Blake lashed out, hitting somebody. She didn't stay to see who. She ran, throwing books over her shoulder at an unseen pursuer. Blake ran back to the entrance, pounding on the glass. "Let me out!" she screamed. Enthusiastic clapping made her turn to see a figure sitting at the checkout counter, a hood obscuring their face. Wow, that was great. They pulled the hood down, revealing a young woman with short black hair. "I was surprised," the girl said, holding up a cell phone. "You have an eclectic taste in music." The girl started swiping through the tracks on the phone as Blake stood watching, in shock. "Some of it is good, but there's a lot of crap." She continued going through the songs. "Crap, crap, crap." "Ooh," she laughed. "Barracuda," tossing the phone over her shoulder. What the fuck is going on? Blake asked. Why didn't you meet me? The girl sounded hurt. I sent you chocolates. Would it have been so hard? I thought you were different than those others. Blake had seen this girl somewhere before. In the dorm or a class. Maybe they'd passed in the hallway. The girl looked at her genuinely hurt. You don't remember? First day orientation? You sat down next to me and smiled. We talked about how nervous we were. Or that time I tripped? You stopped when nobody else did, helped me pick up my books, asked me if I was okay. The girl sighed. I've loved you since I first saw you. That's why I got transferred to Mr. Sigmund's class, so I could be near you. You killed Billy? Because of me? Blake felt her head spin. Like the song says, the problem with me is you. The girl jumped down from the counter. Billy wasn't the only one. As you saw, I killed that doofus security guard. Can't have him interrupting. She reached into her jacket and pulled out a keychain. Besides, I needed this. This was madness. Blake needed to get away. Get help. She felt her heartbeat faster. Felt it harder to breathe. You think I'll just fall in love with you? Why not? You're the only one who ever noticed me. No one else has. They ignore me. Oh God, you insane bitch. I'm in love. Maybe you are, Blake smiled. You did this all for me? She walked towards the girl. I don't even know your name. Terry. My name is Terry. That's a nice name. Blake reached her hand out towards the girl. Her hand slid into her pocket, touching the hilt of the letter opener. Terry grabbed Blake's outstretched arm, pulling her along. Come on, I have one last gift for you. They stopped at the door to Old Man Styles' office. What's behind door number 1? Terry asked. Any guesses? Blake held the letter opener, now concealed under her shirt sleeve. What could this maniac be planning? No? All right, Terry sighed, a little disappointed. She opened the door to reveal a beaten Cassie lashed to Mr. Styles' chair. Terry wheeled her out of the office. Oh shit, Blake took a step back. What have you done? Nothing. But you're going to. See, she had to come snooping around, screw up everything. She gave Billy a pretty good screw before I killed him. Cassie glared at the girl. A muffled fuck you could be heard through her gag. If you really, really love me, then you'll kill her, like I killed for you. Terry pulled Stu's gun from her jacket and pushed the barrel against Cassie's temple. With her other hand, she pulled a large knife out and tossed it onto the floor in front of Blake. 2 things can happen, Terry stated. Pick up that knife and kill her, or I kill the both of you. Blake shook her head in disbelief. How would we get away with it? Your fingerprints, my fingerprints, all over everything. Simple. She did it. We'd be each other's alibi. She went nuts, killed Stu, fucked Billy, and then came after us. We killed her in self-defense. And we live happily ever after? More or less. Blake looked down at her best friend, then up at Terry, bending down as she picked up the knife and stood in front of her terrified friend. Terry trained the gun on Blake. Don't try anything. Blake and Cassie locked eyes. Would you just kill the bitch already? Terry ordered. It's been a long night. Blake took a deep breath. Finally in control. She pushed the chair into Terry with all her strength, knocking the girl down. The gun erupted as Terry fired. Blake fell on the girl. They struggled and the gun flew from Terry's hand. The two fought for the knife until finally the knife found its way into Terry. Terry looked into Blake's eyes and smiled, blood staining her lips. She loves me. She loves me not, Terry lamented, touching Blake's face before letting out a groan and going limp. Blake used her last bit of strength to cut her friend free. You okay? She asked Cassie. Not really. Cassie laughed, choking back tears. Fuck, Blake said, looking down at her side. An expanding red stain darkened her shirt. I've been shot. Hang on, I'll get help. Cassie ran into Styles' office. Blake could hear her talking to 911. Blake leaned against a bookshelf, looking at Terry. Happy fucking Valentine's Day. Lover's Lane by Morgan Moore. The headlights of a sedan cut through the dark and illuminated the scenery of the nearby area. Its engine faded into a sleep with the lights flickering off. Two people, a boy and a girl, get out of the car. They meet up at the front and embrace, kissing each other passionately. After a minute, the duo pull their faces apart and smile at each other. "I love you, baby," the girl says. "I know. That's why we're here." The boy turned on a flashlight and shone it on a walkway that led up a hill. "Cherry Hill?" she said sensually. "AKA Lover's Lane," he responded. "I love you, Frankie." "I love you too, Annie." The couple kiss again romantically before grabbing a pair of blankets from the trunk of the car. Frankie extends his arm out and Annie wraps hers around it. With that, they walked away from the car and through the arch, where the walkway started. As the couple walked along, the light from the flashlight bobbed up and down. Annie nuzzled her head against Frankie's shoulder and watched the beam of light move around. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees something that catches her attention. "What's that?" Annie asked. Frankie and Annie stop walking forward and move back a bit. Frankie shines the light around the area. When the beam hits what caught her attention, Annie tugs at his arm. "That!" She points to the object. The light stops where Annie points. What caught her attention was a flat and small tombstone that laid flush with the ground. Inscribed on it was, "Marshall Presser, 1913 to 1962. "Who's Marshall Presser?" Annie wondered. "You've never heard of Old Man Presser, the lyncher of Lover's Lane?" Frankie asked in slight disbelief. "Frankie, you know I only moved here a little while ago. I haven't had time to learn all the cavalry spooky lore," Annie told him. She wasn't wrong. Annie had only moved to cavalry a few months ago. Annie took to the town well, and the local boys had taken to her very well. Frankie caught her eye more than anybody else, though. He was cute. Not too smart, but cute. One of the star football players of the local college, and made her feel things that curled her toes to no end. Why else would she have come up to Lover's Lane multiple times with him? "Want to hear about it?" Frankie asked with a smirk. He held the beam of light under his chin to look scary as he looked down at his girl. Annie rolled her eyes. "You really want to spend our time here telling ghost stories? I thought you wanted to do a little hanky-panky. I want to do that too, but getting scared makes your heart beat faster, gets your adrenaline going, might even get you in the mood more. Besides, when your heart beats faster, you breathe harder, and your boobs bounce when that happens," Frankie explained, his smirk turning devilish as he mentioned her breasts, his eyes drifting down to her bosom. She gasped in fake outrage and pulled her arm away with a small laugh. "All right, enlighten me," she said, and started walking away. Frankie caught up quickly with Annie and took her hand. He planted a kiss on her forehead. Frankie started walking slowly, and Annie followed suit. Marshall Presser owned this whole area. He was actually the local executioner. Cavalry was a hanging town, and Presser was their hangman. His house was at the top of the hill, and the gallows weren't too far away. In fact, he used part of the hill as a cemetery for those he hung.
Anyways, Presser was by most accounts a decent guy, save for it seemed to most folks as if he enjoyed executing people a little too much. That, and he had a bit of a temper. In particular, he didn't like the fact that kids would come up the hill and use the seclusion all these trees provided for, as you said, hanky-panky. To try and stop them, he started prowling the area at night with a noose made out of chicken wire. Scared the shit out of them, too. Well, one night, the old man was out prowling the area. He finds a car that's really rockin' and rollin'. Presser decides that's the perfect target and goes up to it. The windows are all fogged up, so he decides to really give them a scare and breaks a window. As you might guess, the couple start screaming their heads off, the girl especially. Presser peers in and finds that the girl is his daughter. His precious girl under some guy, exposed for all the world to see. Something snapped in the old man. He ripped open the door and garroted the boy, his throat slit from the wire and blood flowing from it like a stream. Then he pulled his daughter out and killed her too. After he finished, Presser had to dispose of the bodies, and that's where he had a stroke of pure genius. He buried the two in the makeshift cemetery he used for his executions. I mean, it was perfect. Nobody would ever expect anything was wrong if they saw him digging a new grave or two. So that's what he did. It didn't stop there, though. Like I said, something snapped when Presser saw his daughter as she was, and in the area where so many other kids went to fool around. Combined with the enjoyment he got from hanging people, the whole thing transformed Presser into a killer. After that night, people, teenagers and young adults especially, started vanishing into thin air. Nobody knew what was going on. Obviously, it was Presser killing off anybody and everybody who dared to go up to his property. Eventually, though, people caught on, and Presser was arrested before being hanged on his own hill. His wife ended up selling off the house, and it got torn down along with the cemetery a while later. Since then, the city's owned all of this. You can probably guess from the name, but people still use it as a place to get together and spend some quality time. Some say that isn't the only thing that hasn't changed. Supposedly, Presser cursed the hill right before he was hanged. You'll hear people say that he still stalks the area, a malevolent spirit still out to keep lovers off his land, slaughtering all who dare to do so. But that's a bunch of bullshit, a hokey little ghost story we like to tell to scare ourselves. Now, you know though. Frankie finished his story as the couple reached the top of the hill. Annie laid the blanket on the ground and the two settled in on it. "Wow, you certainly know how to get a girl ready to fool around," Annie told him sarcastically. "What can I say? I have a way with words," Frankie replied, slyly. "Words aren't the only thing you have a way with," she tells him as the couple embrace each other. "You ain't wrong." Frankie and Annie heavily kiss each other, keeping it up while slowly working in their hands and the rest of their bodies. The wind picked up and blanketed the two in a cool breeze. A clock tower rings off in the distance 12 times. Annie pulls her face away from her lover. "It's midnight," she tells him. "Happy Valentine's Day," Frankie tells Annie, sweetly. A car alarm blares out. "That's my car!" Frankie shouts. He gets up and starts running down the hill. Annie rushes after him, nearly tumbling down the hill doing so. When she reaches the bottom, her feet slide her around, bumping into Frankie's back. She pulls herself together and gets to his side. "What happened to the car?" she asks him. I don't know. The lights were flashing and the alarm went off, but it stopped once I got down here," Frankie explains. Did you turn off the alarm with your keys? She asks. No, I think I left them with the rest of our stuff. Besides, we didn't lock it or set the alarm. The two walk towards the car and, using the flashlight, look it over. I don't see any scratches, Annie says. Nothing looks broken either. Who knows what happened? Cars are finicky, Frankie adds on. So, back to our business then? Annie asks in as unsubtle of a hint as possible. Frankie laughs and brings her into his arms. You know it. They kiss and hold each other tightly. The wind picks back up and is followed by the ground shaking violently. Annie and Frankie stop kissing and hold each other's hands tightly. A cracking sound shoots through the area, louder than any thunder either have ever heard. As suddenly as everything started, it stopped, sending the night into an eerie silence. It's broken by the sound of shuffling footsteps. Annie points the flashlight in their direction and screams in terror. Before her and Frankie are a horde of the undead. All of the resurrected are in their teens up to their mid-20s. The stench of must and decay permeated through the area, while the sounds of bones rattling and flesh, or what remained, peeling, rang in the ears of Annie and Frankie. What are they? Annie cried out. This can't. Frankie tried to piece the words together, but couldn't. The scene was too fantastical, too nightmarish. The undead march towards the two, unwavering in their path as the wind picks up to near cyclonian strength. Frankie and Annie look at each other in desperation, unsure of what to do. Inside of them, a switch is flipped, and they nod in agreement. The couple turn around and start running back up the hill. Annie looks behind her as she runs. Frankie! She screams. Frankie looks back and sees the undead chasing after them. They return their attention to the hill, running against the ever-strengthening wind to get to the top. Once there, the pair ran farther and farther along it, closer and closer to where Presser's house once stood. Annie, watch out! Frankie calls suddenly. Annie stops to look at him briefly. When she returns her gaze forward, she sees why he had called for her. She stops and slides against the grass. Before her and Frankie is emptiness. The end of the hill. The only thing visible in the moonlight is the drop Annie nearly took. Frankie and Annie turned around to find the horde surrounding them. Their stench and the sound their bodies made drilled themselves into the two lovebirds, pushing them over the metaphorical edge. What do you want? What even are you? Annie screamed at them. To her and Frankie's surprise, they answered.
We are those that Marshal Presser killed. Those who had their lives, their loves, cruelly taken away. Now, we are back.
But why? Frankie asked in fear.
Daddy didn't want us to have fun, to love. Not on his precious land, but he is no more. So now we return on the anniversary of his death. If we can't embrace love here, nobody can.
One horde member told them.
You shall both die,
another said. The horde continued to march towards the couple, circling them to keep them trapped. Frankie and Annie look around to find an opening of any kind, anything that would let them escape. Only the drop from the hill down below offered a guarantee from the horror in front of them. Annie looks over at Frankie. Love, she says. Frankie grabs Annie by the wrist and throws her to the undead. Her screams intensify as they rush towards her and begin to devour her. In their frenzy to feed, Frankie sprints past them and back down the hill to his car. He scrambles inside and digs in his pockets for the key, but doesn't find it. Frankie tries the other side, then the back pockets, then the ones in his jacket. Each one comes up without his keys. Only his phone and wallet are with him. Shit, he shouts to himself. Frankie sits and thinks where they could have gone. The image of Annie being devoured by the horde flashes in his head. Then it hits him. The blanket. They're with the blanket. He sits in the car, thinking it over. If he went back, he would have to face those things. If he didn't, then it would be a very long walk home. Frankie had an idea. A smirk formed on his face as he grabbed his phone. Thank you, God, for AAA. Frankie unlocked his phone and pulled up the number for AAA. A sudden smack on the passenger side window startled him. The phone dropped from his grasp. It was Annie. Oh my God, Frankie exclaims. He unlocks the door and she slides inside. How? What? I'm sorry, babe, he says. It's all right, love. You did what you had to do to live, Annie says. Oh, Annie, I love you, Frankie cries and embraces her in a giant hug. Annie strokes the back of Frankie's head. As they continue to hug, Frankie begins to smell something rotten on her. He notices that her body is cold. Ice cold. Frankie pulls away some and looks on in horror at Annie. Her face was half eaten away, and chunks of her clothes and skin were torn off, her eyes a dark and blood red. He had been too excited to see her that he hadn't noticed what she'd looked like, but now he couldn't escape it. She was no longer Annie, the girl he loved. She was this undead hellspawn. Frankie whipped around to flee from the car, but it was stopped almost instantly as Annie dug her nails into his shoulders and pulled him down. She let out a shriek and threw her head down, sinking her teeth into his throat. Annie shook her head back and forth as her teeth sank deeper and deeper into Frankie's flesh, blood gurgling out of his throat and out of her mouth. She then ripped her mouth away, tearing off the majority of his flesh and causing blood to spray up onto the ceiling, ending Frankie's life. Annie looked down at his corpse and smiled with what was left of her face. Happy Valentine's Day, love.
Slasher 2, Valentine's Day, by Rob Fields. Picture this. I'm sitting in front of a classroom at Strickfield University, looking all hot and sexy. I have ruby red hair, dyed, and blue eyes, my girl next door face, and huge tits ready to pop out of my top, a short denim miniskirt, and high heels. Sitting right beside me is a hunky guy with an angelic face. As the professor keeps lecturing on and on, my guy keeps stealing peeks at me. I give him my sweetest smile and slowly lick my lips. Now the professor looks right at me. Is there something you'd like to say, young lady? I moan softly. Well, when I stand up, everybody checks out my hot body. Then I suddenly pull 2 machetes out of my backpack. I laughed softly when I swing one and open the professor's throat. Lots of blood sprays all over me before he falls. And then my guy watches me, seemingly dance with such grace as I move around and turn this classroom into a massacre people will be talking about for years. Blood is just squirting and splattering all over me until I'm soaked and sticky from head to toe, and it's just dripping off my body. When I've finished killing everybody, I make my way back to my yummy guy. I can even hear the blood dripping off me to the floor now. It's still dripping when I stop and look down at my guy. He looks up at me with such admiration and whispers, "I love you." I slam my machetes down on the table and sit on his lap. "I love you too, baby. Happy Valentine's Day." As we kiss hungrily and lustfully, I'm getting blood all over him and making him a mess fast. "Cut!" Jenny Corgan calls out. "And that's a wrap," her twin sister adds. "Great as always, Vicky." That's right. This is a horror movie we just finished filming called Psychos in Love. This was yet another scene where I'm dripping from head to toe with blood. Yes, we're familiar with the 1987 film. Our movie is just the name only, not a remake of the original. I head to the girls' locker room and strip down so I can take a shower and wash all that fake blood off I got soaked with. My name's Vicky Valentine, by the way. That's the name I used when I was a high-demand porn star. That all changed when I was asked to play the starring role in a horror movie called The Murder Club, which was filmed by the North Ridgeway University Film Club. The movie became an instant cult favorite. Then I was approached by the Corgan twins, who represented the Strickfield University Film Society, about appearing in their movie, Slasher. That movie really took off too. Since then, I've been getting offers to star in more and more horror films. Psychos in Love is the 8th horror movie I've done for the Corgan twins. I swear, I fucking love the scripts they give me. These independent horror movie sensations made me a household name to the point where I left porn and went mainstream. I had 5 great years being the queen of porn, but now I'm known as the Scream Supreme by many horror fans. Just last month, I made the cover of Fangoria. I think it's safe to say I'm never making fuck flicks again. After finishing my long shower and getting dressed, I come out to talk to the Corgan twins. "Here you are, babe," Jenny says, handing me a new script. "No fucking way!" I gasp. "We're really making a sequel to Slasher?" "People are demanding it, Vicky," Jessie replies. "After all, you were the unlikely final girl, so you're going to continue the legacy as the new Scream Queen Killer. In fact, we'll promote it and you at our panel at the Ridgeway Heights HorrorCon this weekend," Jenny cheers. "And we'll be shooting the sequel there," Jessie adds. We talk for a little bit longer before I take off. The title page says, Slasher 2, Valentine's Day. Man, I can't wait to read this script. It's almost dark when I reach my apartment at Strickfield Cove. When I walk in, my roommate smiles. It's been 2 years since Bethany Mirren and I made Slasher together. She had a boyfriend in Cody King, whom she met filming the movie. I mean, these two were really fucking hot and heavy when they were dating. Ultimately, however, things didn't work out. After they broke up, Bethany finally took that step and got into porn herself. We used to be bitter towards each other, but we've since become close friends, and now we're living together. Bethany and I exchange pleasantries and talk about how our days went. Bethany's parents actually confronted and blamed me for her getting into adult movies, but I had nothing to do with it. My former agent got with her and got her in, and I can tell you, she really loves doing it. Then I see Bethany's also got a copy of Slasher 2's script, and I give her a weird look. Wait a minute. Didn't you die in the original? Bethany laughs. I asked the Corgan twins that too. No, I'm an assistant director. You excited about the movie? I haven't read the script yet, I reply. I better get packing for the con. Bethany smiles. I already got you packed, hon. Sorry, but I'm really hungry. I could sympathize with Bethany, remembering the times I felt really hungry during porn shoots since we weren't really allowed to eat until we were done. Die-hard porn fans know the reasons why. Bethany and I hop in her car and we take off. We stop off at Denoyer's Grill and eat good before we head off to Ridgeway Heights. 2 hours later, we're walking into the Hilton where the Ridgeway Heights HorrorCon is going to be. It's Thursday night and the dealers are here early to set up in the vendor and guest room. We never once have to go to the front desk, thanks to us being able to check in on our apps. Our phones also become our room keys. You gotta love technology. After we unpack, I'm lying on my bed and reading the script. I can't believe we're really filming Slasher 2. Here. Sure are, Bethany replies. Slasher 2 takes place at a horror con. The Corgan twins got permission to shoot at this one, so we're golden. I nod. Loving the story, even though I walked off into the sunset a rich woman at the end of the first movie, I developed a bloodlust and wanted to keep on killing. So I'm taking things up a notch and crashing a horror convention. Lots more kills too, and the ending! I can see why it's called Valentine's Day. Vicky Valentine's the Scream Queen killer now, not Jenny Corgan, Bethany adds. The Corgan twins also cast some new people. And the actresses are all still busty, right? I inquire. Of course, Bethany replies. The Corgan twins love Russ Meyer, so that's their homage to him. Also, have you seen all the comic books those two read? Every female superhero and villain has big tits. Like the Corgan twins say, sex sells. I laugh. Now I know why you love doing porn so much. I just love to fuck and get paid good money for it, Bethany says. Then she sits down with me and takes my hand. Seriously, hotness, what will it take for you to do porn again? I shake my head. Oh, no way. I am done with porn. I'm a high-demand scream queen now. She sighs. You can't blame a girl for trying. I sit up and face her. Why do you want me to come back to porn so badly? She answers me by leaning in and kissing me. I just go with it and kiss her back with the same hunger. There is that part of me that truly wanted her for a while now, but I never knew she felt the same way. When we stop, I smile for her and caress the side of her face. You know, honey, I don't have to return to porn for this. Bethany gives me an affectionate smile before we kiss hungrily again and start undressing each other. I kind of wanted to mingle with some of the convention people, but Bethany and I are really craving each other right now. It's Friday afternoon and I'm putting on my costume and makeup. This is the second time I've done the Ridgeway Heights Horror Con. Overall, this is my 12th convention appearance. Today I'm appearing as Veranda, Queen of the Night. In addition to being a growing horror starlet, I'm also a horror host. I made Veranda Queen of the Night for the Erie City University players. She got to be so popular around Ohio and a few surrounding states that I was contacted by Channel 61 in North Ridgeway to portray her as a horror host. I do TV tapings to film skits for their Friday night horror show, Up All Night with Veranda, which I've been doing for a year now. In fact, I just shot footage last week for the Valentine's Day episode, airing tonight, where I'll be hosting the original 1981 classic, My Bloody Valentine. I was at this con last year as Veranda, and I had a crowd. I signed lots of autographs and posed for selfies with fans. And you know what's both funny and ironic? Nobody even brings any porn for me to sign, and people don't ask me about it. Bethany and I arrive at our designated block. The only people here from the original slasher are me, Bethany, and the Corgan twins. Both the con promoters and the Corgan twins tried getting a hold of everybody else that was in the movie, but none of them were interested. Lizzie Jones, who was snatched up by Hollywood, wouldn't even return their calls. So much for remembering your roots. The con's off and running now. It's not long before people approach me wanting to meet and get stuff signed. I have to laugh inside at the pervy guys trying to look down my top. Can't blame them since I'm wearing Veranda's form-fitting black ball gown with no shoulder straps. I'm still laughing inside after Bethany told me I look like an evil version of Jessica Rabbit. Google her if you don't know. At one point, Bethany and I pose for a picture together with fans. boy, do they ever get a pic when Bethany turns and kisses me. She kisses me again when we're posing with the Corgan twins. While I'm outside taking a quick cigarette break, Bethany approaches me. I smile and let her sit. I close my eyes when Bethany holds my hand. When I open them again, our eyes meet, and we kiss again. I give in and surrender to a very long kiss. "I love you," Bethany whispers when we finally come apart. Then she surprises me with a red rose. "Happy Valentine's Day, Bethany, And now I'm squeezing her hand back, and I feel myself blushing. Then I smile and cry just a little. I've never, I sigh hard. I've never been in a real relationship. "We'll take it slow," Bethany murmurs. I laugh a little. "The fuck we will." I yank Bethany to me and kiss her this time. Then we both have the living shit scared out of us. This fucking giant of a man is right there, looking down at us. Next to him is a chick about our age with a hot body and a great rack. I love her red hair, which is definitely natural. The big man has bib overalls on over a white t-shirt. He's just smiling at me in a peculiar way. I gulp. Can we help you, sir?" "Love, veranda," the man says. Fuck, this guy actually sounds like Lurch from the vintage Addams Family TV show. As I'm looking over these two, I'm admiring their makeup. They're both very pale and have red eyes. The woman talks to me. "This is my son, Flint. He's been watching Up All Night with Veranda every Friday night since you've been on. He's taken a real liking to you. In fact, he insisted that I bring him here just to meet you." I look at Bethany. I guess we better get back. Bethany's disappointed, but I give her a look telling her we'll have some alone time later. We both return to our tables. I autograph some movies the mom buys for Flint. I'm standing in front of him now for a photo op. He has his hands on my shoulders as we pose to let... Did she say he was her son? She looks like she could be his younger sister. Still, I let her take some pics. First time I've ever had pics taken on an old school Polaroid. "Flint, love, veranda," the man utters. He looks at his mom. "Flint, love, veranda." I really don't know what to say. I just smile. Veranda loves you too, big man." Flint's mom is to convince him to leave me alone. It takes some gentle persuasion on her part, but he reluctantly walks away. Bethany really looks worried. Once those two are gone, I return to business as usual and greet other fans. Saturday afternoon comes. It's time for the slasher panel. We're sitting on stage and talking to the packed house. It's the Corgan twins, Bethany, me, and the new cast appearing in the sequel, some of which we started filming last night. We also did some filming this morning. It's not long before there's some ruckus. That giant Flint guy just came in with his mom. His eyes are locked right on me now. The security people are ready to move in case he tries anything. He doesn't, though. We continue the panel where Jenny Corgan makes the announcement that we're currently filming Slasher 2 Valentine's Day here at this hotel. Lots of applause. We answer some fan questions before the panel ends. We go back to the main room, and I gotta say, I'm feeling a rush knowing Slasher will continue. In fact, the VIP pass holders get a very special treat. A few hours later, we're shooting our first kill scene. The VIP guests are in attendance. I'm dressed as the Scream Queen, and I'm about to kill Nellie Trist, one of the new girls. "Action!" Jesse calls behind the camera. Bethany holds up the boom mic, and Jenny is at the ready to work the rig for the blood. Nellie goes through her lines with Ben Devers. My cue is when he says the Scream Queen won't just kill people here when the convention's busy. I suddenly step out of the shadows as the Scream Queen, wearing my blank white mask and tight, form-fitting white dress. Nellie looks at me in horror before I grab her t-shirt and rip it down the middle to expose her ample tits. Then I start stabbing her with Jenny's special knife. Blood just squirts everywhere. Nellie screams her blood-curdling screams before she drops to her knees. Then I grab her green hair and slice her throat. She already had the practical makeup applied for that effect. The VIPs who get to be extras in the movie are screaming and panicking just like they're supposed to do. Now I turn to Ben, who's sitting there, petrified at seeing me kill Nellie. In truth, he's kneeling behind the fake body his head is resting on. I produce a machete and gut him. Then I'm pulling his insides out and throwing them everywhere. I even make a female VIP scream as she catches some guts in her hands. As is custom to being the Scream Queen, I'm getting splattered and soaked with blood. Man, Jenny's gotten so much better at making these practical effects. "Cut!" Jesse cries. "We got it! We don't have to do another take." Jenny quickly gives Nellie a towel to cover her nudity. I pull off my mask. Since we're finished with the scene, Jesse tells us to go ahead and get cleaned up. I've just finished taking a shower. I had to wash my hair 3 times to get all the fake blood out. Jenny's blood is so realistic. I mean, she outdoes herself more and more on her effects. Bethany watches me finish getting dressed when we hear a knocking at our door. Then we both shriek when someone bursts right through it, like Jason Voorhees in the Friday the 13th movies. It's that big Flint guy. He's looking dead on at me now. "Want veranda. Want wife." Flint's mom appears next to him. "Just come along quietly, my dear, and no one gets hurt." "Leave us alone!" Bethany yells. Flint snatches my new girlfriend to him and looks ready to hurt her. "No, stop!" I quickly scream. "Stop! I'll go with you! Just don't hurt her, please!" "Flint," his mom tells him. "No, let her go." Flint obeys and then snatches me up, literally holding me under his arm like a big doll. The mom leads Flint through the hotel and out one of the side entrances. Flint puts me in back of a pickup and gets in back with me. The woman gets in the cab and starts the truck. We leave the convention and seem to be heading back to Strickfield. Only we don't go right back to the village itself. We end up going into the backwoods. I've heard stories going around about this area outside of Strickfield. It's been said that all kinds of things go on back here. I feel my heart pounding now. I mean, I'm scared as fuck. Then I feel a pain I've never felt before. And no, it's for Bethany. I'm wishing I told her I loved her when she had told me that she loved me earlier. I'm really scared I'll never see her again. The truck turns onto a dirt road. We make a few more turns before we stop at this... a mansion? The woman gets out of the truck and comes around back. "Let's go in, Flint. Bring your new wife with you." I gasp. "Wife?" Flint's still holding on to me and brings me inside through the double doors. We go into the living room. The woman sits down in a recliner like she's sitting on a throne. Flint sits on the couch and makes me sit on his lap. The woman looks at me now. "You've become quite a name, Vicky Valentine. We have similar names indeed. Mine is Victoria. My son Flint must be kept calm and controlled. One such way is by letting him watch television. He started seeing your Friday night program on Channel 61, and I believe he's fallen madly in love with you." "So what? You're gonna keep me here against my will?" I demand. "You may feel that way now," Victoria says. "You'll change your mind once you become one of us. We can do that one of two ways. The first, you can reenact one of your scenes from your adult movie years. Oh yes, I know all about that. You might as well get used to having that kind of sexual contact with Flint. Once he turns you, you'll be most loyal to him. If you won't give yourself to him willingly, then I'll employ the second method. That being, I'll inject you with my own blood, which can turn you in just a matter of minutes, even seconds in some cases. Hearing what Victoria's telling me, I know what stories come to mind. These backwoods people they're ghouls. The face of Bethany Mirren flashes in my mind. No fucking way. Flint squeezes me to him. Want. Wife. Want. Veranda. Stay with Flint. Victoria sighs. Flint won't just take you unless you offer yourself to him. It's quite simple, really. Either you take him up to his room and make love with him, or he can hold you here while I inject you with my blood. One way or another, you belong here with our family now. I feel myself shaking with both fear and anger. Why is this happening to me when I've fallen in love for the first time in my life and on Valentine's Day? What can I do? I don't want to be a ghoul. Yeah, I'll want Bethany still, but it'll be to fill my stomach. Ghouls eat people. Victoria's getting up. Fine. Have it your way. No! I shriek. No, I'll go up with Flint. Please! Victoria's not convinced. Show me, mortal. I've got to go back into my porn years to pull this off. I relax and lay back. I kind of look like Flint's lover now, and he holds me to him. I look up into his red eyes as I unbutton my top and reveal my big naturals. Kiss me, I whisper to Flint. Then I take one of his big hands and let him feel me up. I let Flint kiss and fondle me. I act like I'm really into it. I even slip him some tongue. I'm showing these ghouls why I've won many AVN awards back in the day. I really put myself into those scenes. I just acted like I wasn't in front of the cameras, like it was just me and my co-star, and no one else. After several minutes, Flint and I stop kissing. He looks into my face. Love. Veranda. Love you, baby. I caress the side of his face. Want to go upstairs? I shriek when I feel Victoria grab my hair. I'm still not convinced, Ms. Valentine. I shove her away. Get off of me! I groan and move away from Flint to stand on my feet. I kick my shoes off and quickly shove my yoga pants down. I step out of them and let my top drop to the floor. I'm completely naked in front of these two ghouls now. There! You happy? I snap at Victoria. I'll take Flint upstairs and fuck his goddamn brains out. You want to watch, you sick bitch? Victoria considers me. Then she looks at Flint. She's yours, honey. Flint surprises me by suddenly lifting me into his strong arms. Want. Wife. Let's go up to your room, husband, I whisper. Let's make love. Flint turns to the stairway and takes me up. For a big giant, he sure can move fast. He takes me into his room and kicks the door shut. Then he lays me down on his king bed gently. I gotta think fast, or I'm gonna be wanting to share Bethany and the Corgan twins with Flint, and I don't mean in a kinky, reverse gangbang kind of way. I can only see a few select things by the moonlight coming into the room. Then I have another idea. Instead of being in a porno, it's time to treat this like a horror movie. I had a scene similar to this in Veranda, Queen of the Night. I was naked like I am now. In the movie, I end up making love with a gargoyle who ends up becoming my man. Perhaps if I apply some of that here. Take me, my love, I tell Flint. Become my king. We can rule the realm of night together. I scoot over and lay on my back, looking into his eyes. Flint keeps looking at me. And then I realize he doesn't really know what to do with me. He's never been intimate with anyone before. Okay, maybe he's not altogether upstairs, but you'd think he'd have gotten laid at least once in his, well, I can't say life since he's not technically alive, right? Just the same, I can't help feeling sorry for him. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The lights come on. Victoria's standing there, glaring at me. Yeah, it's really clear she doesn't trust me, not with her son. Then I see the syringe with her blood in it, in her hand. I quickly get off the bed. Oh, fuck no. Come here, Victoria orders me. Right now. This won't hurt a bit. I only have one option available now. That shit can't turn me if I'm dead, right? I ask her. Victoria immediately realizes what I'm planning. No, don't! I quickly haul my sexy ass as Victoria leaps onto the bed. She's wearing stiletto heels, but she moves like a fucking cat. I make it to the open window and scream as I dive right through it and fall to the ground below. Ugh! I utter when I land in the tall grass. I didn't get a cut or break any bones, thankfully. If I would have, it would have served me right for diving naked through a second-story window. Suddenly, Victoria lands right beside me, on her heels. I groan and make myself get up. I growl in pain as I'm forcing myself to run. Victoria only has to take long strides to keep up with me, much like Jason Voorhees. I make it around to the front of the house and try getting to the dirt path. When Victoria grabs me and tries to inject me, headlights suddenly make everything bright. This distraction lets me get away. Victoria doesn't react in time as the car slams into her and sends her flying back. Then 3 people get out of the car. Nice, Jenny Corgan purrs as she nods her head slowly. You know, I'd fuck you, Vicky. Like hell you will, Bethany snaps. Suddenly she's in my arms, so we can share a long kiss. I love you, she tells me, for the second time. I love you back, I say, knowing what I truly feel for her now. Jessie Corgan approaches me. This is all we got for you to wear, Vicky. I take my second Scream Queen costume and put the dress and heels on, and then we look to see Victoria's back. Only now she's got 2 other ghouls with her. No Flint. Do whatever you want with the others, boys, Victoria tells them. She points to me. I want that girl alive. The 4 of us turn and run. When we can hide and catch a break, I fill the others in on what exactly we're dealing with here. When they give me odd looks, I give them 2 middle fingers. I swear, I haven't been smoking any of Jessie's shit. There really are ghouls here. Hey, I get the best shit, Jessie pouts, sounding insulted. It's great for the creative juices. We take off and run again until we make it to some tall weeds. We manage to lose those fuckers and double back. We reach the mansion and hide in the garage. Flesh-eating ghouls, huh? Jenny mutters. Well, what the fuck are we? Ghoul food? Bethany replies. Oh, fuck you, Jenny groans. No, we don't make ghoul movies, we make slasher movies. So let's show these fucking ghouls how things work in slasher movies. Jessie gasps. That's genius, sis. We can actually put this in slasher too. We sneak back out and get to the car. Yeah, we could have just escaped, but you know damn well those ghouls will come back to the con. We're going to show these bastards what it means to be on the wrong side of slasher movies. I put the Scream Queen mask on and arm myself. It's time to film some more scenes for Slasher 2, Valentine's Day. After Jessie explains her plan, she tells us, "Places, everyone." One of Victoria's sons came around the front of the house. Then he sees Bethany with the camera, Jenny holding up the mic, and Jessie looking on as director. "You fucking serious?" the ghoul demands. They keep filming. In fact, the ghoul doesn't even see me until it's too late. When he finally realizes I'm right behind him, he turns around to see the Scream Queen. I tilt my head the same way Michael Myers did after he killed Bob in the original Halloween. Spoiler alert. Before the ghoul realizes it, I show him my machete, and I run it right through his gut. Unfortunately, being that he's a ghoul, it won't kill him. Great for the movie, though. And it'll look like one of Jenny's practical effects. I pull the machete out and watch the ghoul fall to his knees. Then I swing with both hands around the handle and lop his head clean off for another Valentine's Day kill. The body falls over and never moves again. "Got it," Bethany says with delight. "Okay, next scene," Jessie says and explains it. When she's finished, she says, "Places." We quickly move back into the garage. It's not long before the other son comes in the side door. He turns on the light and sees Bethany and the Corgan twins doing their thing again. Now it's time to do mine. When he hears the door slam, he turns to see me as the Scream Queen with a chainsaw in my hands. He has the most dumbfounded look on his face. I grab the cord and just rip that fucking chainsaw to life. One try. That's a first. The ghoul screams like a fucking girl when I run the speeding chain right up his crotch and keep going until I've buzzed him into 2 equal shares. An homage to the original slasher. And again, I've got blood all over me. Real blood, not Jenny's special mix. Ugh. "Cut!" Jessie says. After I kill the chainsaw, she smiles a little. No pun intended. "One more scene," Bethany squeals with delight, and this time my babe has an idea. "Yeah," Jenny agrees. "Let's do it." "Places," Jessie tells us. Mommy Dearest herself has no idea what she's in for when she comes looking in the living room. Like her boys, Victoria sees Bethany and the Corgan twins running the camera and the boom mic. She just stands there and looks at them. Yeah, she's annoyed as fuck. "And just what the hell do you people think you're doing? Making a fucking movie," Bethany returns. "And you get to be in it," Jessie adds. Victoria keeps looking at them like they've lost their fucking minds. Suddenly, I burst out of a nearby closet. Victoria, as fast as she wasn't prepared for the Scream Queen. She screams when I fire up the circular saw in my hand and feel it sink into her tummy. I press her up against the wall. Her blood splatters all over me. Victoria tries pushing me away, but I lean into her with all of my weight. I keep laying into her until she finally falls over and doesn't move. I get that gut feeling that says, I don't think she's gonna stay dead. "Cut!" Jessie calls out. "That's a wrap, people!" The others come over to me now. Bethany points down at Victoria's body sharply. "Yeah, fuck you, you zombie bitch!" "Go inside and take a shower, Vicky," Jenny tells me. "We'll wait for you." Suddenly, Flint's right there, making us shriek. He looks ready to attack us. But then, he sees me. A very bloody Scream Queen. The two of us are at a standoff now. Then he sees what's left of Victoria and moves to her. He lifts his mother into his arms and takes her upstairs. Like I said, I don't think Victoria is going to stay dead or undead, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The 4 of us use the opportunity to get the fuck out of there and head back to Ridgeway Heights. Of course, I had to lose the Scream Queen costume before getting in the car, it being bloody and all. Good thing being naked's never bothered me, huh? Fortunately for me, The Corgan twins had a blanket in the back. The four of us make it back to the hotel. I hurry up and get to the room and get cleaned up. When I'm finished showering, I come out into the room and find Bethany, waiting for me. I gasp when I see that she has a bouquet of roses in one hand. In the other is a heart-shaped box of chocolates. "Happy Valentine's Day, baby," Bethany chokes out with emotions. I feel myself blushing and move to her to share a passionate kiss. Since we're all done with the con for the day, Bethany and I go out and celebrate Valentine's Day together. Definitely a very magical night between the two of us. Sunday, the final day of the St. Valentine's Day Massacre Horror Con, went off without a hitch. None of us would have been surprised if any of those ghouls came back. We never saw a single one, though. We ended up finishing the con and the filming of Slasher 2. The weekend was pretty fun and exciting, aside from the whole being kidnapped thing. As for Slasher 2, it came out in time for Valentine's Day weekend a year later. It even screened at the St. Valentine's Day Massacre Horror Con. Bethany and I were at the con in person to celebrate the movie with the Corgan twins and some of the actors. As for the ghouls in the movie, the Corgan twins were able to again make movie magic to incorporate them to flow flawlessly with the rest of the movie. Bethany and I were also at the con to celebrate our first Valentine's Day anniversary together. I used to be a real hater of Valentine's Day. Now I anticipate it knowing I've still got Bethany very much in my life. Oh, and as for Slasher 3, Valentine Screams, well, you're going to have to be patient on that one and come to St. Valentine's Day Massacre Horror Con next year to see it. And yes, we're filming that sequel here too. So, until the third installment, this sequel's a wrap. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Slasher, Valentine Screams by Rob Fields. Perspective, Vicky Valentine. I'm sitting on my throne on my set at Channel 61 in North Ridgeway. Who'd have thought I'd go from being the queen of porn to being both a high-profile scream queen and the queen of the night? Seriously, if you'd have told me years ago that I'd be a premier horror movie star, I'd have asked you what you were smoking and where I could get some. Of course, we all know I'd have eaten those words, huh? Anyway, I'm sitting here in my black ball gown and blood-colored hair, dyed, that makes me look like an evil version of Jessica Rabbit. If you don't know, Google her. I first started playing my Friday night character in the original Veranda Queen of the Night, which was made by the Erie City Players from their university. That movie became such a hit that Channel 61 out of North Ridgeway sat down with the Players and worked out an agreement to get the rights to Veranda for a weekly horror host program. Next, Channel 61 contacted me and asked if I'd consider reprising Veranda every Friday night to feature a horror movie. At our in-person meeting, they presented me with a very generous contract, and the rest was history. I'm currently filming the segments for the Valentine's episode where I'm presenting Lover's Lane. Yeah, that movie that had Anna Faris before anybody knew who she was from her Scary Movie franchise fame. My contract was originally for 1 year, but Channel 61 has since signed me to an extension to continue hosting Up All Night with Veranda. In fact, my show's gotten so popular that I'm doing 2 movies every Friday night now. I already did my segments for the first movie, which was Valentine. After I finish my final segment, my director's happy with my performance, as always. This time, my girlfriend, Bethany Mirren, accompanied me. You see, after I finish taking a shower and putting on street clothes, my honey and I will be driving to Ridgeway Heights to attend the St. Valentine's Day Massacre Horror Convention,
where the world premiere of Slasher Valentine Screams will be screening. When we filmed the original Slasher, it was just a college project that the Corgan twins, Jesse and Jenny, put together. The movie was a movie within a movie. Last year, we filmed scenes at the convention for Slasher 2, Valentine's Day. Along the way, Bethany and me encountered people from the backwoods of Strickfield in the form of ghouls. No shit, ghouls are very real. Victoria, the matriarch of her family, had this giant of a son named Flint. Apparently, he fell in love with me while watching me on Channel 61, believing me to really be Veranda. Long story short, I was kidnapped and taken to their mansion in the backwoods of Strickfield, where Victoria damn near turned me into a ghoul myself. Fortunately, Bethany and the Corgan twins came to my rescue. Afterwards, we showed those ghouls that you never mess with people who make slasher movies for a living. Now, the third movie in the slasher series will have its world premiere at the St. Valentine's Day Massacre Horror Con. It's already got a theatrical run lined up with regular showtimes. Come on, you just knew there would be another slasher, right? As long as the movies keep making money. Like I said, Bethany and me are going to be heading to Ridgeway Heights to spend the weekend at the con to be guests and sign autographs and sit through the new slasher screening. I'll even be wearing my black ball gown to be Veranda. As soon as Bethany and me arrive at the Hilton, we're already checked in thanks to our smartphone apps, and our phones also double as our room keys. As we're about to turn and head to our room, "Vicky! Bethany!" a familiar voice calls out. We both turn to see the Corgan twins coming toward us. We put our bags down and exchange hugs. Now, normally Bethany and me like to just have some alone time on Thursday night since we both have very busy schedules. I'm going around and making more and more horror movies, and Bethany's been busy in my old profession as a porn star. Looks like tonight we're going to make an exception. After Bethany and me put our bags in our room, we meet up with everybody in the hotel bar to hang out. Thursday nights are the calm before the storm, if you will. Yeah, there are horror fans who come on Thursday night to party and meet up with people they know. Dealers come to set up in the big room, which is where many of us will be sitting and doing our meet and greets and photos. The Corgan twins tell everybody that drinks are on them tonight. Anyway, this is the present. What I'm sure all of you want to know is what happened during the filming of Slasher Valentine Screams. I'm sure we're all going to be hanging out in the hotel bar for quite a while, so let's go back in time, shall we? Last year, I'm finishing a scene from my latest movie, Spoiled Brat, another slasher from the Corgan twins. In this one, I play this bored housewife who's just so unhappy with my husband, forget that he gives me whatever I want. So I go out and have a few affairs. Next thing I know, bodies are piling up because of them. Now I'm in the final scene where the killer... You know what? No, I'm not going to say how this ends. That wouldn't be fair to all of you planning on seeing it, especially after both Fangoria and Rue Morgue magazine did big write-ups on it. After we wrap, I'm taking a shower and washing off all the fake blood and makeup. When I finish, I get dressed and come out to find my girlfriend, Bethany Mirren, waiting for me as she's talking with the Corgan twins. And then, things are about to get a little odd because now I'm seeing Enrique Coutos here, too. In case you've never heard of this guy, he's an independent filmmaker from Dayton, Ohio. What's he done? Ever hear of Babysitter Massacre? How about Scare Waves? Or The Haunted House on Sorority Row? Maybe his found footage series. He also directed Boggy Creek the series. Okay, there's a good chance some of you have at least heard about Babysitter Massacre. I know Bethany and me both have. In fact, the two of us have a little bit of a history with Mr. Couto. It was around the time when Slasher 2 opened in theaters that Bethany and me were filming Babysitter Massacre: Daddy's Little Killer together. Yeah, Enrique Couto took the first book in the series written by David O'Hanlon and turned it into a full-length feature film. I played Larkin Combs and Bethany played Aaron Mercer. Let's just say Enrique got his money's worth out of both of us, not to mention significant screen time in our sexy birthday suits. Bethany sees me and gives me that look that says I'm probably not gonna like what's coming. "What's going on?" I ask the twins. "We're still gonna shoot Slasher 3, right?" "Oh, definitely," Jesse Corgan assures us. "In fact, after our little powwow here, we're all going to be taking off and heading to Ridgeway Heights." "Okay, cool," I tell her. Then I point to Enrique. "But what's he doing here?" Jenny Corgan smiles. "Well, that's what this powwow's about. There's going to be a little change. We're not going to be directing Slasher 3 like we originally planned after all." Oh, does that ever get Bethany's head in a whirl? "Excuse me? What?" Jenny and Jesse both look regretful. A little. "Yeah, it turns out the special effects we're planning for this movie are going to be some of my best work yet, and with the new creature suit we're using for the movie, I'm gonna need Jesse's help to get everything off smoothly." Bethany and me look at each other. When we did our Babysitter Massacre film with Enrique Couto, the Corgan twins did the special effects. Actually, Jenny did them and Jesse assisted. I mean, Enrique really wanted some great effects for his movie. He'd seen what Jenny could do for many of the Corgans' movies and had a meeting with them. The Hen Man got his money's worth, no two ways about it. Getting back to now, Jesse says, "Since it'll take the both of us to do Jenny's special effects for the new slasher, we hired Enrique to direct it." "You both okay with that?" Jenny finishes. Bethany and me look at each other again. Yeah, we're both gonna be in a world of shit. Perspective, Bethany Mirren. Vicky and I are still looking at each other. Then we turn back to look at Enrique. "Hell no," we both say together. Enrique's jaw drops. "Aw, come on! Don't tell me you're both still sore about all those rewrites for Daddy's Little Killer." I point right at him. "For your information, Vicky and I both read David O'Hanlon's original book. Nowhere is it written that Larkin or Aaron are both naked in any way. Okay, I get that I was supposed to make like I was giving my hubby movie theater head, which was in the book, but the book never had anything about Aaron having a full-on sex scene with Britt, let alone a few of them, or Larkin having a few fuck-arounds with a few of the other guys in the story," Vicky adds. "Although, kudos on making one of them Larkin's new boyfriend, I did like that." Enrique raises his finger. "Correct me if I'm wrong, but I never once heard either of you tell me no." He lowers his finger. "Besides, how many times have you two been naked in front of a camera before doing my movie?" He laughs a little. "Vicky Valentine, you're an ex-adult film star. Bethany Mirren, also known as Belinda Barnett, you're a current one. And you two are in a relationship, so being naked should feel natural to the both of you." Vicky points sharply at him. "Then why don't you get naked on camera?" "'Cause I damn sure ain't as sexy as you two fine ladies," he answers without hesitation. Also, you should know by now that movies don't always emulate their books one for one. To describe Enrique Couto, he's one of the most unusual people you'll ever meet. He always wears a Hawaiian shirt open with a black horror t-shirt underneath, usually something with Joe Bob Briggs, weird pants that I think his mom must have made for him, and Crocs. He's got long hair, wears circular lensed glasses with bright green frames, has a swashbuckler's mustache, and his beard hair's braided to make it point straight out. Oh, but I ain't letting Enrique off so fast. Okay, you're directing Slasher 3, but I wouldn't put it past you to rewrite the Corgan twins script to make sure we show even more skin. He laughs. My contract specifically states I can't change the scenes that the Corgans have already written. Vicky glares at him now. But you're up to something, I just know it. Enrique sighs. Look, you've both been paid. I've been paid. Now we just need to make the movie, and we're gonna do that at the con. He quickly raises his finger. Oh, I almost forgot. The Corgans told me we actually have an Academy Award winner working with us on this movie. Oh, bullshit, I groan. No, it's true, Jesse says. Remember Lizzie Jones from the original slasher? I believe she goes by Elizabeth Jones now. Jenny corrects her. Enrique takes over. Well, I think we all know she's won 2 Oscars for Best Actress. Then what the fuck's she doing shooting Slasher 3 with us? I ask. She didn't want anything to do with us again once Hollywood signed her. My agent told me she didn't want to be involved with Slasher 2 since a porn star was involved. And I wasn't even acting in the goddamn movie. Hello, Bethany's acting in this next movie now, Vicky reminds everybody. Then she raises her finger. I got it from a few reliable sources. Lizzie turned out to be another Hollywood diva who thought she could write her own paychecks since she won her Oscars. Except she ain't been in Hollywood long enough and didn't have enough movies under her belt, so... Jesse nods. Sounds about right. As for what Lizzie's doing in our movie, her agent negotiated with us to get her a part in it. Lizzie even signed her contract. Jenny adds, supposedly if Lizzie does Slasher 3, that can put her back on the map for some bigger movies, because she'd be starring with you, Vicky. Let's face it, you're actually a bigger name than Lizzie Jones right now. I thought Vicky always was, I say. Hell, Vicky here had top billing in the original movie. I point to Enrique. I still say he plans on hijacking your script. Again, Enrique cannot rewrite our movie in any way, Jesse reminds us. Hey, come on, ladies, Enrique says in a suave tone. How bad do you think I really am? Vicky and I both look at each other again. Yeah, we're totally fucked. After the meeting's over, we leave the house where Spoiled Brat just wrapped and get in our cars to leave Strickfield. I already packed mine and Vicky's bags so we wouldn't have to stop by our apartment at Strickfield Cove. After a drive, we're in Ridgeway Heights and pulling in at the Hilton where the St. Valentine's Day Massacre Horror Con is going to be taking place this Valentine's weekend. Valentine's Day itself is Sunday. On the way, Vicky and I checked into the hotel on our apps. We're ready to hit our room and skip the front desk completely. As soon as Vicky and I reach our room, we go in and put our bags down. Vicky falls back on our bed and stretches herself. I really want to get drunk tonight, especially after finding out Kuto's directing our new slasher. I get on the bed with the love of my life and look deep into her eyes. We're easing our arms around each other before I savor those sweet, delicious lips of hers. This coming Valentine's Day will be 1 year that Vicky and I have been together as a full-on couple. Ironic, huh? Vicky and I practically hated each other when we first did Slasher. How the fuck did the two of us ever lower the walls and even become friends? How did we even become roommates? Like I said, we're still living in our apartment together at Strickfield Cove. Fuck, it really hurts in the pit of my tummy whenever Vicky's near me. I can't believe how much I've fallen for her. I wanted her so bad I tried convincing her to come back into porn with me. Then she showed me that wasn't necessary. You okay? I ask her when we stop kissing. She gazes at me. I am now. You always know how to keep me away from the hotel bar. Well, if you really want to get drunk, I'm sure we can go, I start to say. Our eyes meet again. Then Vicky and I kiss with more passion and hunger. Before long, our clothes are coming off. At least the sex my honey and I have is completely honest, as in, no cameras, no scripts, and pure emotions. I know I'm Vicky's first real relationship, and I'm always trying to do right with her. I don't want her to ever regret being with me. She told me she trusts me completely and doesn't care in the slightest that getting laid is my day job. I'm the one you always come home to at the end of the day, she said. And she's 1,000% right. After Vicky and I fuck a couple of times, we're under the covers and holding each other. I still say Enrique Kuto's got something up his sleeve for Slasher 3, Vicky says. I laugh a little. I don't doubt it. The question is, what exactly will he do? He probably already knows how he's getting more nudity out of us, I'm sure.
Then we both hear chimes on our smartphones. Vicky reaches over and picks up hers. It's Kuto already. He wants to start filming some scenes tonight. Fucking hell, I groan. I was hoping to have a nice, quiet night with you before the storm this weekend. We'll be okay, baby, Vicky assures me. I groan as we both get out of bed and put our clothes back on. Before we leave, I ease Vicky to me so we can share one more kiss before heading out. Perspective, Elizabeth Jones. I'm here in one of the conference rooms reserved for the slasher people and arguing with Enrique Kuto about the script. My agent, Doug Benz, is standing here with me. I don't care what this motherfucking script says, Kuto, I yell. I will absolutely not be doing any nude scenes whatsoever. I already showed my bouncing boobies in the original slasher. You want me fully naked? Then get a fucking body double. Yes, Kuto still wants to fuck with me. One more time. Read your contract. According to the Corgans, everybody who signed a contract for this movie agreed to do nudity. I'm pretty sure I don't have any body doubles that resemble you, Katherine Heigl. I put my finger right in his face. Oh, you watch who you're talking to, buddy. I'll have you cleaning shithouses for a living instead of directing movies. Then I see Vicky Valentine and Bethany Mirren. How about you get one of those bitches right there to do my nudity? Because again, I ain't taking my motherfucking clothes off and you can't make me. Kuto sighs. Look, Lizzie. Elizabeth! You will call me Elizabeth Jones, I yell. And last time, I ain't doing any fucking nudity. He turns away from me to address those two porn sluts. Are you even listening to me? As Kuto starts talking to Vicky and Bethany, I lash out and shove him. You will not turn your back on me when I'm talking to you. I'm Elizabeth Jones, you hear me? Elizabeth Jones! Kuto suddenly turns his attention back to me. I don't care if you're Angelina Jolie. He points right at me now. Everybody here signed contracts for this movie. Every actor here is doing nudity in the new slasher. I'm gonna lay this out for you in simple terms. You don't fulfill the terms of your contract, then I'm sure the Corgan twins will be seeing you in court. It's called breach of contract. Kuto points to Doug. Your agent here should be telling you what I'm telling you. Speaking of talking, you realize everything you said to me was a waste of time, right? Or weren't you listening when I mentioned the Corgan twins? They wrote the new slasher and had the contracts drawn up. Again, everybody signed them, including you, before I was even involved. The Corgan twins come and stand with Enrique. That's right, Jenny says. We watched you sign yours together. Maybe you should have read your contract first. Couldn't have said it better myself, Jessie agrees. Then she turns to Kuto. Sorry we're late. We had to make sure we were good for the scene you said you wanted to shoot first. We're ready when you are, director. Kuto nods. Then I turn to Doug. Is that all you're gonna do is just stand there? What the fuck am I even paying you for? I growl and walk away from everybody and slip into the dealer room. Doug follows behind me, trying to talk to me. What a fucking weasel. Perspective, Enrique Kuto. Lizzie Jones ain't the first prima donna I've had to work with, and she won't be the last. At least now I know what I'll be covering on my next episode of the Working Filmmaker podcast. Now I'm just waiting for everybody to get into their costumes. Soon Vicky and Bethany show up in theirs. For the record, Vicky Valentine's not playing the Scream Queen killer. In fact, she's not in this movie this time. However, her skin-tight white dress is an homage to her being the Scream Queen in the second movie, and it's much shorter. Before, the dress went down to her knees. Now it's short enough to where all she has to do is bend over enough and you can see her underwear, if she's even wearing any. Not only that, that dress literally clings to her body. She has matching stiletto heels on. She's playing a character named Candy Graham. Bethany's playing a character named Roxy Willis. After reading the Corgan script, it turns out the new slasher is going to be a creature feature and not an actual slasher movie.
Guess that's why many of the actors who died off in the first 2 movies are back for this one. Oh, and the 3 is being dropped from the title entirely. Is everything okay? Bethany asks. I shrug. Hey, I told Lizzie what I needed to tell her. Bethany's wearing a pair of tight-fitting jeans, sandals, and a tight top. I can tell you the Corgans are promising more blood, more gore, more gruesome kills, and more skin. Seeing many of their movies, the Corgans have no filter when it comes to exploitation. In fact, the late great Russ Meyer is their role model and inspiration. Enrique wants to shoot one of the kills, Jenny says. You said you got it all set up, I ask the twins. See for yourself, Jesse replies. We all head to one of the conference rooms the Corgans reserved for us to shoot the movie. We go in and I am loving what I'm seeing. Nice. It's also here where we find a few of the other actors waiting, and then the look on Bethany's face when she sees him. Cody? She says like her stomach just dropped. Long time no see, Belinda Barnett, Cody King sneers. He's from the original movie, too. He's still sneering when he nods. But I can see you whenever I want since I'm one of your biggest fans. Loved your work in Things That Come in Threes. You do all your own stunts? Vicky's about to come to her defense, but Bethany stops her and steps up to Cody. Fuck you, asshole. You had your chance with me, but you decided I wasn't good enough for you. And what I do with my life is just that. My life. I'm a porn star now and fucking proud of it. Then she sneers herself. Did you bring your little slut bitch with you? Or did she catch you getting head from another girl the way I caught you and dumped your ass? Jenny points right at Cody. We talked about this. If you can't be professional around Bethany or Vicky, then you can take a walk and forfeit your paycheck. Enrique can play your part if necessary. Cody's still sneering, but he raises his hand. Nah, we're good. It's all water under the bridge. Like I said, I'm a big fan of these 2 chicks now. I get everybody's attention. Okay, people. Then I explain the scene and what I expect from my actors. After that, I let the Corgans explain what they're doing to make the effects for the first scene work. I nod approvingly. Love it. Okay, places, everyone. Cody's still going to be in other parts of the movie, but I'm really itching to see what the Corgans do with these next-level practical effects Jenny came up with, especially that new lizard suit she's been working on for the past year. When I'm sure everybody's where they need to be, I call out, Action! Bethany and Vicky both have a little blood spattered on them after running into the lizard monster. They're acting all scared after narrowly escaping in an earlier scene we have to shoot yet. Probably tomorrow after the Slasher 2 screening. Anyway, the girls know nobody here at the St. Valentine's Day Massacre Horror Con can help them. The lizard monster can easily be right out in the open, since a lot of people like to cosplay at these cons. You should see Cinema Wasteland over in Cleveland twice a year. Wow, that sweat Jenny made up and sprayed the girls with is amazing. Getting the Corgan twins to do the effects for Babysitter Massacre Daddy's Little Killer sure made that movie a hit. Then Bethany and Vicky see the lizard monster that got into the convention after escaping from a government convoy. I already shot those scenes with the Corgans before we went to pick up Vicky and Bethany. The creature's got realistic-looking blood on the teeth and claws, especially on the chest. Man, just seeing Vicky Valentine running in those heels, it's like she's running in tennis shoes. God damn you, get away! Bethany screams at the monster. Get fucked, Vicky adds. Leave us alone! The girls just stand there and look really scared when the monster roars. Just seeing them makes me want to shiver. The girls turn and run again. Soon Cody snatches their arms and pulls them into a room. Not the kill one yet. I've been looking all over this fucking hotel for you two, Cody rumbles. Sam's dead, Bethany gasps. Cody looking stupid now. Huh? That fucking lizard monster thing got her, Vicky tries telling him. Bullshit, there ain't no fucking giant lizard walking around here, Cody fires back. Don't think I didn't see you bitches getting high outside the main doors earlier. Bethany and Vicky soon turn him around. Then Bethany points and demands, "Then what the fuck is that?" When one of the hotel staff approaches the lizard creature, it quickly slashes 4 big marks down his chest. After screaming, blood and organs drop fast. The staff person groans and falls over dead. Jenny's practical effects are spot on so far. Cody and the girls run where they're supposed to. They think they've lost the lizard creature. Soon they all run into the indicated room. As Cody tries to slam the doors, the creature practically runs him over coming in. Cody screams when the lizard quickly slashes him with its claws. Then it slashes at him a few more times. Cody acts really hurt and falls onto the table in what's supposed to be a conference room. The girls scream and try to help Cody, but Vicky gets knocked on her ass. After Bethany helps Vicky up, the girls have to step away from Cody to save themselves. Cody keeps backing up on the table, blood running out of his wounds and collecting on the floor first, then the table. I gotta call a quick cut for the Corgans to switch to practical effects. When everything's ready, I call action again. The lizard monster jumps up on the table, landing on its hind feet. Then it grabs Cody's arms and pulls him up to where it can look him right in the eyes. Suddenly, the monster opens its mouth and brings its whole jaws right down over Cody's head. The big chomp will be added in post-production. The creature shakes the fake body to make it look like Cody's struggling before it draws back to rip the head clean off and drop the body. Blood squirts out of the neck until the body lands on its back. From there, more fake blood starts pouring out of the neck. The creature swallows Cody's entire head in one easy gulp. The sound will also be added in post. "Jesus Christ, that thing fucking ate Cody's head!" Vicky whimpers. Bethany screams, and her pants are now getting wet in a hurry. Both of the girls scream when they realize Cody's blood just got on them. To end the scene, the girls scream like they've never screamed and run past the creature to escape the room. Then the creature licks its entire mouth clean before jumping off the table and back into the hallway to pursue the girls again. "And cut!" I yell excitedly. Jenny Corgan comes out from under the table. Jesse had to be inside the lizard suit to make those effects work. Cody himself came out from under the table, head still intact. "We need to do another take?" Bethany asks when her and Vicky come back in. "Nope, we got it," I say. Now I'm staring right at Vicky. "What?" she stammers. Honey," Bethany tries to tell her. "Love seeing your big, beautiful tits in the flesh, Vicky," Cody sneers approvingly. "Like I've said before, I definitely fuck you," Jenny purrs, then laughs. Bethany points right at her. "You keep dreaming." Vicky looks down and sees the top of her dress came down just enough to fully expose her breasts. Then I notice the 2 camera guys I brought with me are still filming. Well, I sure ain't gonna say nothing. After Vicky repacks her breasts, we leave to let everybody clean up and get ready for the next scene. Perspective, Elizabeth Jones. I'm walking around the dealer room. Doug keeps trying to tell me I can possibly be sued if I don't agree to fulfill my obligations and take my clothes off for my scenes. "I told you I wanted to negotiate a no nudity clause in my contract," I snap. "What part about that did you have a hard time understanding, you fucking weasel?" I'm listening to him and his pathetic excuses, and then one of the dealers is unpacking some... "Are these real gold and jewelry?" I ask the man. The man of probably 50 turns and looks at me. Yes, they are." I pick up the piece that looks like some kind of a lizard man. Looks similar to that shit creature being used in the movie. I can't believe they're making the new slasher a creature feature instead of the traditional slasher movies those stupid horror fans love so much. Anyway, this lizard's really shiny gold with emerald green eyes and ruby red teeth and claws. I don't know what it is about this thing, but I really want it. "What are you asking for this?" I ask. The man looks at me. Are you Elizabeth Jones? I try smiling for him. Why, yes, I am. I saw you in that movie, My Summer of Love, the man tells me. I never knew you spoke such fluent French. Very well done. You deserve to win that Oscar for your performance. Thanks, I managed to say. You don't seem too proud. Is something wrong? He asks. I sigh. I just don't consider that movie to be my crowning achievement. I guess the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences thought different. I never got nominated for a single other award. So why would I get nominated for Best Actress at the Oscars, right? So I go. I didn't even have an acceptance speech prepared, because I knew I didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning that statue. Brad Pitt actually had to smack my arm to get me to snap out of it and go on stage to get my award. I'm glad you liked the movie and everything, sir. But I could have won both my Oscars for better movies than the two I won for. Sorry. When I put the golden lizard back on the table, the man picks it back up and hands it to me. No charge. I shake my head quickly. No, I can't take this from you, sir. At least tell me how much you want for it. I promise you I can afford it. No charge, the man repeats again. I insist. It's not every day I meet a celebrity such as yourself, Ms. Jones. Please. I nod once and accept the golden lizard. Thank you so much. He smiles. Isley Tinker, at your service. Turns out I had some wares that I felt would potentially sell at this convention, so I bought a few tables to set up here, and I have the privilege of having Elizabeth Jones as my first customer here, even though the convention hasn't officially opened yet. I give him a little smile. At least let me give you an autograph. Mr. Tinker brightens up. In that case, I would consider that a fair trade. He gives me a convention flyer to sign. I even let him get a few pictures with me. We talk for a little bit longer before I let him get back to work. I tell him I'll be at the convention all weekend long. As I'm dropping the golden lizard into my purse, I feel a sharp prick on my finger and see that one of the sharp ruby teeth cut me. Mr. Tinker asks if I'm okay. Seeing it's not a serious injury, I tell him I'm fine and leave. Doug starts talking to me again. Seriously, why do you hate the fact that you won your Oscars? I groan hard. Because My Summer of Love and Sophie were both films I had to get fully naked and do lots of sex scenes for. I swear to fucking Christ, the only jobs you ever get for me anymore are ones where I have to be in all my naked glory for the whole world. Doug's silent for a little bit. Then he says, but look at all the millions of dollars you made. If it wasn't for those movies and all the others I got for you, you wouldn't be living large right now. I groan again and storm out of the dealer room. As Enrique Couto is calling out for me, I raise my middle finger to him without even acknowledging him and march straight to my room. You better be talking to her agent, man, I hear one of those Corgan bitches yelling. I keep right on going as Doug is back to telling me the Corgan twins will take me to court over my not doing the nude scenes in their movie. I tell him to fuck off and go spend the night somewhere else tonight. As soon as I open my door to my room, Doug shoves me inside and comes in with me. After slamming the door, he points right at me. You are the most ungrateful bitch I have ever had the misfortune to represent, he yells. You asked me to get you a movie where no one would know you all that well. The best I could get you was this Midwestern horror movie. And I told you I wasn't taking my fucking clothes off, I remind him. But you never thought to negotiate that no nudity clause, did you? I'm really frustrated now. Again, what in the actual fuck am I paying you for if you're not going to do what I say? I drop my purse on the bed. You didn't even read that motherfucking script, did you? It's not just me shaking my bouncing globes for one scene like in the original slasher. No, I have to be full tits, ass, and cooch. I raise my finger. And I'm also supposed to be naked with a guy for 2 scenes. 2 scenes! I roar and shove Doug back now. Just fuck you! Get out of my room, now! Suddenly, Doug shoves me again.
Then he comes at me and forces me down on the bed. The next thing I know, he's right on top of me. Before I can react, he rips my blouse and bra open together to expose my huge breasts. Then he takes hold of my miniskirt and yanks both it and my panties away. "You bastard!" I shriek. He quickly gets on top of me and inside me. I hate this fucking weasel so much, yet I married him. I'm reminded of that when he fucks me the way he knows I need to be fucked, reminding me of why I'll probably never be able to divorce him. But Doug fucked up big time with this movie, so I quickly turn him over and sit on him. I'm going to vent my aggression and fuck his goddamn brains out. "Okay, you fucking weasel," I glare down at him. "I'll do that slasher movie. But oh, you're gonna owe me real big for this one." He tries to get me on my back again, but I stay right where I am. "No way, Doug. I'm gonna fuck you within an inch of your life. I fucking hate you so goddamn much." No, I ain't lying about hating Doug, but he's so fucking good in bed. Perspective, Bethany Mirren. Enrique asks us to shoot one more scene tonight. At first, I thought it was the end for me since I was supposed to die horribly on the convention floor. Two things prevented that. One, the convention's not officially open until tomorrow, and two, the Corgans forgot to give me a copy of the updated script. I had to hear from Enrique that I've now been elevated from being the rich, big-titted bimbo to being the lead and the final girl. So the Corgans suggested Enrique shoot the scene where Cody and I are supposed to fuck. This way we can finish his big scenes tonight. Before we shoot it, the Corgans ask me if I'm going to be okay doing the nudity with him. Even Vicky asks me. I quickly turn to her and take her hand. "It's not what you think, baby. I don't love him. Not anymore. Not after what he did. I love you, Vicky. Only you." Every time I tell Vicky I love her, or how much I love her, it makes her cry a little. It's very hard for her to say she loves me back, but the tears are her way. Personally, I'm quite okay with that. "I positively will not do the scene if you're not okay with it," I tell her. Vicky leans in and kisses me. Then she says, "You think I don't trust you by now, Bethany? We'll be together for 1 full year this Sunday." She cries a little again. Then I hug her to me. "I love you." She squeezes me back before we let go of each other. I tell the Corgans I'll shoot the scene. According to the script, we're supposed to fuck after getting really drunk, before that mutant lizard shows up to kill us. We go to one of the hotel rooms where we're shooting the scene. Cody and I act like we've been doing some heavy partying and got really smashed. I can tell Cody's really looking forward to getting naked with me again after all this time. Sure, I could get Cody to fuck me for real to really sell the scene. I mean, making adult movies is my day job, right? But I refuse to give Cody the satisfaction. If he truly didn't know what he had when he was with me, then that's his big loss. Cody and I drink another fake cocktail before we start kissing, hot and heavy. Before long, we have each other naked. When I feel Cody's trying to go into me, I quickly switch positions. I manage to last long enough for the mutant lizard to show up and come at us. It cuts me on the arm before Cody and I escape and run in different directions. No clothes. Once Enrique calls cut, we both come back into the room and get our clothes back on. Cody sneers at me again as I'm getting dressed. Oh, he's definitely pissed at me since he didn't get what he wanted. Fuck him. I take Vicky and leave when Enrique says it's a wrap for tonight. Vicky and I enter our room, and I lock the door. I need my girl so badly right now that I grab her to me and kiss her passionately. Vicky's really shaking in my arms, telling me she's crying again. When we stop, she sniffles and lowers herself to unclasp and remove her heels. She's still crying softly when she stands up and waits for me to come to her. The top of her skin-tight white dress is already down again, exposing her beautiful breasts. Vicky and I kiss with even more fire and passion as we work to undress each other. Go figure. I'm fucking lots of guys and girls alike when I'm on porn sets, but that's all they are. Just very fat paychecks and complimentary copies of the finished movies. But I never, ever feel the fire and electricity I get when I'm intimate with Vicky. Soon we both get on the bed, where we have all the time in the world now. Well, at least until 8 in the morning when we have to show up and shoot some more scenes. Perspective, Elizabeth Jones. I'm waking up when I feel I'm stiff as a board. I'm trying to turn myself so I can drop my feet on the floor and head to the bathroom and pee. I can hear Doug on my side and feel his arm draped over me. Yeah, he'll be dead tired until morning. Hey, he really pissed me off, so I made him pay by giving him more of me than he could handle. I wouldn't get off until I was completely satisfied. What the fuck? Why do I feel like I'm being held back? Doug ain't strong enough to keep me all to himself. He's a fucking wimp. I finally force myself to turn over and plop right onto the floor. I want to start yelling again, but I'm finding I can't say a damn thing. I'm trying to turn on to my ripe ass and sit up, but why do I feel so goddamn stiff? Just then I hear some groaning and see Doug trying to sit up. He groans again and manages to get up. He turns on the lamp and yawns. He's just wearing his boxers as he turns to look at me, expecting me to be sleeping. Then Doug utters an ultra-high-pitched scream. I mean, I'm supposed to be the one who does that. It's part of my job when it's in the script, right? But Doug's literally screaming like a high school girl in some stupid horror movie. I put my hands on the bed to pull myself up. Holy Jesus Christ, what the fuck? I got these big-ass hands. If they're even hands at all, they look more like claws, maybe. I feel like I'm heavy as fuck. Hey, I usually eat good since I only eat one huge meal a day. Even then, I still have my girlish figure. When I pull myself to my feet, Doug screams like a little bitch again and goes to the door. He throws it open and makes more whiny bitch screams when he runs out into the hallway. Now I'm able to better move myself, so Are those my feet? And what the fuck is that wagging I feel at my ass? Then there's the fact that I'm all scaly, and my head's hitting the ceiling. The next thing I know, I'm squeezing myself out into the hallway. Now I'm hearing more people crying out and screaming when they see me. I'm trying to speak again. All that keeps coming out is this hissing noise. Seriously, what in the actual fuck is going on here? Then I see one of the side doors to the hotel and turn to it. I have to pass by one of the elevators to reach it. Wouldn't you know it? The fucking elevator door opens up and these people come out. One of them almost walks right into me. Now I'm looking down at them as they look up at me. Then the people laugh? All I have to do is see the cans and bottles of beer and know these are convention people getting their drunk on Thursday night. One of them turns to his group. Hey, this is a horror convention, right? Is this place even pet friendly? A chick asks. Yeah, Jenny's got her little chihuahua in her room, another guy answers. Then one of the fucktards points a shaky finger at me. Oh, nice costume. You're in that movie being filmed here, ain't ya? I open my mouth and hiss loudly at them. Then I start moving my now huge ass and head to the door. Now one of them laughs and tries grabbing me from behind. I quickly make my new tail swing to give that idiot the message. When he backs off, I finally reach the door and find it's locked. This might be a good sign, though. I don't want to run away from the hotel. No, I need to find somebody who can help me. But do I want to try looking for Doug? Did he really scream like a girl? What a fucking weasel. Just the same, I better find the fucker. I make myself turn around in the hallway. When I do, those drunks are still looking right at me. When I hiss loudly at them again, they step aside and let me walk. I'm going to have to walk this hotel until I can find Doug or somebody else who might be able to help me. I just know I can't go on like this. Still, I'm thinking I should be okay since people think it's someone in a lizard suit for the new slasher movie. Better use that to my advantage like I do with my sexuality. Perspective, Vicky Valentine. I'm waking up more as Bethany and me are showering together. I just know I need some coffee. Bethany and me share plenty of kisses as we wash each other. I remember doing scenes like this back in my porn days. It feels so much different with Bethany, though. To be honest, I never really thought Bethany and me would make it to 1 year in our relationship. I remember my friends back in high school telling me shit like, "Oh, you never want to marry your first relationship." Even my mom told me her first relationship didn't last 1 year. But Bethany and me are coming up on 1 year on Valentine's Day, this Sunday. When Bethany and I stop kissing, she says to my lips, "I love you so much." Then she wipes my fresh tears away. Very few times have I ever been able to verbally tell Bethany that I love her back. "It's okay, baby," Bethany whispers and kisses me again. We get out of the shower and get dressed. It's going on 20 minutes to 8. One thing I can tell you about Enrique Couto right now is that you never show up late to set unless you've got a goddamn good reason for it. To him, you showing up late to set is disrespect. I saw him go off on some guy who was late for 3 days straight in Babysitter Massacre Daddy's Little Killer. Hen had had enough and let them know about it on no uncertain terms. Let's just say the guy was never late again after that. In fact, it's 10 minutes to 8 when Bethany and me make it to the room where we shot Cody's death scene. And the shit is gonna hit the fan. Enrique points right at Doug. "Where the hell is Lizzie?" He marches right over to him. "You're supposed to be her agent, and you can't get her to both honor her contract or show up on time to set?" I'm closing my eyes and bowing my head. I really don't need to hear this shit first thing in the morning, especially not without my coffee. I'd even consider going out to the gas station and buying some smokes, but Bethany convinced me to quit smoking. No, I can't do that to her. As if God himself heard my pleas, help has arrived. I feel Bethany take firm hold of my wrist and ease a large hot cup of coffee into my hand. I open my eyes fully and see the Corgan twins smiling as they're passing out Starbucks to everybody. I take those first couple of sips of that wonderful caffeine juice and know things are going to be good already. Then I mouth my gratitude to the Corgans. Jenny gives me one of her flirting winks again. Truthfully, I know she's flirting with me just to give Bethany shit, because my girlfriend's pointing sharply at her. "What the hell are you talking about, a giant lizard thing in your room?" Enrique yells. "There's a lizard creature in our movie. Didn't you read the goddamn script?" Then he gets really frustrated and goes to the script for a minute. Then he tells us we're going to shoot the later scenes Lizzie's not in. I walk into another one of the small conference rooms with Bethany so we can enjoy our coffees before the Corgans have to apply our makeup. The Corgans also gave me a new dress to change into, one that doesn't have the fake blood on it. It sure was tough trying to keep my big naturals packed inside my dress last night. I know what to expect in Corgan Twins movies by now, and that means lots of TNA. Sex sells, right? Just as I finish packing my tits in the new dress, I feel something behind me. And it damn sure ain't Bethany, especially since I can hear her right in front of me. Then I see my honey's scared face. Holy fucking shit, Vicky. I turn around and see Bethany and me both see that fucking giant lizard in here with us. "Real nice, Jenny," I mutter. "Decide to sneak in here so you can see me naked again. Tell you what, how about I let Bethany snap some titty pics of me so she can send them to your phone?" Honey? The Corgan twins were the ones handing out the coffees in the other room, Bethany reminds me. So how could Jenny be in here with us right now? When I realize she's right, I quickly pick up my coffee and take another drink. I gotta fucking wake up. We both turn to the lizard now. Okay, asshole, I snap. Who the fuck are you? Bethany points right at the lizard. Cody, that better not be you inside that suit, you shitheel. I mean it. I will kick your fucking ass all over this convention. But the lizard suddenly picks Bethany up, real easy, and hisses loudly right in her face. Oh, God, your breath reeks, Bethany groans. It doesn't take long before Bethany and me know. This person ain't wearing no costume. It really is a lizard monster. Bethany and me scream and I drop the rest of my coffee. Then I kick the monster's shin to make it let go of Bethany, forgetting I'm barefoot. Oh, God damn it! When that thing drops her, we turn and run like hell. It ain't long before we're both turning the corner and running Enrique down. We quickly stop and turn around to watch him get up fast. I've heard of falling for sexy girls, but this ain't what I had in mind, he tells us. Then he points to me. And why don't you got your heels on, Vicky? We're getting ready to shoot the next kill scene with you. Bethany points behind him and gulps. There's a giant lizard in that room where Bethany and me were changing. I finish for her. A real one, not Jesse wearing that suit Jenny rigged up. Enrique shakes his head slowly. I told you girls it wasn't a good idea to be drinking when we finished last night. We didn't, I protest. We didn't even get high. Enrique throws up his arms. Okay, fine. Let's go look at this giant lizard then. We follow Enrique back to the room. When we're right outside the double doors, we tell him to be careful. Enrique throws all caution to the wind and throws open the doors. He goes inside and walks all the way around the table and chairs. Yeah, there's a really big lizard monster in here, he mocks. Guess we better get the hotel manager involved and have him call the exterminator. While we're at it, why don't we call the police and have him send over a sketch artist so you can give him a description? I mean, this'll be a matter of national security here. Then he loses his shit. Are you fucking kidding me here? Then I lose my shit. Look, you reject from the funny farm. Bethany and me both know what we saw. We weren't drinking and we weren't taking any hits. We really did see a fucking giant lizard man in this room. Again, not Jesse Corgan wearing that costume. Enrique just looks at us. Then he takes a deep breath. Okay then, he points to my bare legs and feet. Would you please just put your heels on so we can do the next scene? Then he points further up at me. And definitely repack those before you come back out. I look down and see my boobs are looking right at Enrique. God damn it! Enrique walks right past us. Place is in 5 minutes, people. As soon as he leaves, I tighten my fists and growl. It's too early for this shit, and I lost my fucking coffee. If it's any consolation, baby, I believe you, Bethany says. I saw it too. Hurry up and repack those, then we'll get you another coffee in the lobby. Something told me we'd be seeing that lizard again before too long. Perspective, Bethany Mirren. It's now Saturday morning. Shooting continues with Vicky and me in the next scene. This time Nellie Trist and Ben Devers from Slasher 2 are with us. They were also with us in Enrique's latest Babysitter Massacre. Nellie played Mercedes and Ben played Hunter. I know for Ben, playing a piece of shit like Hunter was a challenge since he's normally typecasted to play nice guys. He just has that kind of a face. In fact, he and Nellie are playing a couple attending the con, even though they are a real couple. The two of them run into Vicky and me. There are plenty of people in the dealer room. Note that they're all people who paid to get the VIP passes, which gets them the privilege of being extras in the movie, just like in Slasher 2, which will be screening here just this afternoon. We're all talking for a little bit. Note that this scene takes place after Cody was killed. I know Vicky and I are supposed to think we're safe in the dealer room itself. After several minutes of going through our lines, we hear some of the VIPs screaming. Vicky and I both look like we're ready to pee ourselves when we see the lizard creature coming into the dealer room. It slashes people who are unfortunate enough to be in its way. Run! I yell. But the creature sees us and is on us. Then it grabs hold of Vicky's hair and pulls her back. No! I scream, knowing people are about to see why Vicky was spending some quality time much earlier this morning with the Corgan twins. We were supposed to shoot Vicky's death scene yesterday, but some technical difficulties came up. But she's in full makeup and ready this morning and now. Vicky's screaming and begging and pleading for us to help her, but the creature is already making her bleed from her head fast. Everybody's seeing this and screaming and gasping when the creature starts peeling the very flesh from Vicky's head. I'm just glancing over at Enrique and seeing he's loving every bit of these special effects. Jesse in the lizard costume is working the skin applications off Vicky. Then Vicky lets off one loud and long and final blood-curdling scream as she tries running from the creature. The problem here is that when she runs, she loses the rest of her skin and clothes in the process. Now Vicky's truly naked, since she's nothing but blood and muscles. When the Corgan twins said they were going all out for this movie, they really meant it. Vicky's really hysterical now and runs smack into the wall. Then she falls flat on her back and doesn't know where the fuck she's at. The creature swings an arm and makes us get back. Then it goes even further still and opens Vicky up to remove her intestines. Vicky acts like she's in so much pain and agony, the creature bites the intestines in its hand until they snap. Now Vicky's character's officially dead and gone. From there, the creature lowers itself and begins to snack on her further. Enrique calls cut. I think we're all impressed at how far Jenny's come with her elevated special effects. Hen's really excited at how well the scene went off, but that excitement doesn't last long when Lizzie still ain't nowhere to be found. The Corgan twins are aware of this too, but they've got to take care of getting all the makeup and appliances off Vicky, which Enrique understands. I just want to shoot the scenes that don't require effects, Enrique groans. But Lizzie is supposed to be in those scenes, he turns to us. She better have some Oscar-winning performances when the Corgan twins take her to court. That's all I gotta say on that. I raise my hands in front of me. Listen, Enrique, how about me, Nellie, and Ben go and look for her? Ben and I both know what room she's staying in, Nellie says. Yeah, her room's only a few doors down from us, Ben adds. Enrique nods quickly. If you don't mind, we can't get much else done at the moment. He looks at his clipboard. I definitely can't get any more scenes shot without Lizzie. He looks up at us. Just find her, please. He quickly raises his finger. And don't forget about the Slasher 2 screening. We know, we're part of the panel for that, Ben tells him. Then the three of us turn and look around the dealer room a couple of times. Of course, Lizzie's not going to be in here, but we had to make sure. When Ben suggests going to Lizzie's room, we leave the dealer room and head into the first floor hallway. We walk past several rooms before we come to Lizzie's room. Nellie knocks on the door. It ain't long before it opens up. Imagine our disappointment when we see it's Doug, her agent. Lizzie's not here, he quickly tells us. You know where she is? Ben asks. He shakes his head quickly. Lizzie's not here. I take a pretty big risk and push right past this wuss and go into the room. Hey, you can't come in here, Doug protests. Fuck off, I quickly tell him. Then I go to the bathroom and push the door open. Okay, she's not in here either. Again, had to be sure. I turn to look at Doug and point at him. Why do I get the feeling you know something about Lizzie? Doug puts his hands up in front of him and shakes his head. I don't know anything. I go right to him. And you're a lying wuss. Then I catch him looking at my naked cleavage. I grin and almost laugh. Either you start spilling it or I'll suffocate you with my 30 J's. He doesn't think I'll do it. One thing people soon find out is that you never want to test me. I may be a very proud porn star with some surgically enhanced, ample bounty, but at the end of the day, I'm still very much a Mirren. And we Mirrens always get what we want. Doug cries out when I grab hold of him and shove his face right into my cleavage. I hold him there and shake myself, making some sexy noises to really rattle him up. Nellie and Ben are holding their hands over their mouths to keep from laughing. Doug quickly taps my shoulder. Like I said, he's a wuss. Also, he definitely can't breathe. When I let him go, he's all scared of me now. Talk, I snap. or I'll stuff you right back in and keep you there, and I won't let go when you tap out again. He telegraphs he's going to make a run for it. I quickly go at him and take him down to the bed. Then I get on top of him. Enjoy motorboating me again, you pissant. No, stop, Doug yells. Get off me, I'll talk. Nellie and Ben were losing their shit the entire time. Well, you can't really blame them for laughing it up, I suppose. Then again, I think I made a lot of people laugh during Daddy's Little Killer with how spontaneous and unpredictable I can be. I smile to myself when I know Vicky appreciates that about me. Doug points past me. Look on the table. Nellie's still laughing when she moves around the bed and picks up a golden lizard figure off the table. She starts getting serious when she examines it. Then she looks at Doug. Okay, what about it? Doug tells us how Lizzie was given this figure from some old man in the dealer room on Thursday night after her blow-up with Enrique. He explains how one of the ruby teeth pricked her finger. The next morning, yesterday morning, she was this giant lizard thing. I really don't know how else to explain it, Doug mutters. Since Vicky and I both saw the creature ourselves and felt and smelled its awful breath and spit on us, you know what? Vicky, me, and the Corgan twins had that run-in with some actual ghouls during the filming of Slasher 2, and that was just last year. We all know ghouls are 1,000% fucking real, right? So why not that lizard creature that totally wasn't Jesse Corgan? I sigh and tell Doug. I believe you. Now, do you know where Lizzie might be? Maybe we can help her. I raise my finger. Oh, you don't want to talk? All I gotta do is start caressing my inner boob to make him start spilling his guts. I really love my babies. Perspective, Vicky Valentine. It didn't take the Corgan twins nearly as long to get the special effects makeup off as it took for them to apply it. I really think it's going to be a matter of time before Jenny gets snatched up by Hollywood. Maybe Jessie, too. Jessie's a creative genius with her scripts, and Jenny's got the gift for makeup and other practical effects. I think that may be another reason why I keep doing any and all movies the Corgans want to cast me for. I really love working with those twins. Between them, Bethany, and me, we're a family. I'm on my way back to my room to shower up and go sit at my table in the dealer room for a little while before the Slasher 2 screening and panel. Then I get a text from Bethany. She wants me to meet her, Nellie, and Ben at Lizzie's room, and includes the number. When I get to the room, I knock and am let in by Bethany. What's going on? I ask, seeing Doug, Lizzie's agent, is there too. We finally found Lizzie, Bethany tells me. But we can't bring her back to Enrique. Come with us and you'll understand. I've seen that look on Bethany's face plenty of times in our relationship to know what she's going to show me ain't going to be good. We leave the room and have to be real sneaky when we slip into the door leading down into the hotel basement. I gasp when I see the hulking form of the lizard creature, the real one, standing there. When I point a shaky finger at it, Bethany nods slowly. This is Lizzie, she assures me. Bethany tells me how she became the giant lizard and shows me the little golden lizard figurine with some jewels on it. At first, I'm skeptical. Then Ben hands me a notebook and tells me Lizzie wrote the words I'm seeing. The writing looks a little shaky, but he assures me it's hers. I'm Lizzie. Help me, please. At first, I ain't sure whether to believe it, but Bethany would never lie to me. Also, I remember the ghouls from when we filmed Slasher 2. I also remember how Bethany and me were both scared shitless when Lizzie first came to us like this yesterday. Okay, what do we do? I ask. How do we help Lizzie? Then Lizzie points to Doug. He turns the page in the notebook and hands it to her. She snatches it and writes something with her pen, holding it between her pointy finger and her thumb. Sort of. When she finished, she hands the notebook to Bethany. Old man in dealer room. Tinker. Then I say to Lizzie, problem there is Bethany and me have seen enough older men in the dealer room, you'd have to point him out to us. As Lizzie motions for Doug to flip another page in the notebook, I have an idea. Why don't you just show us yourself? People will think you're in the Corgan's lizard costume. Nobody'll know the difference. Lizzie shakes her head. Bethany backs me up. Lizzie, if we have to go up and search for him ourselves, we may not find the right guy. You heard Vicky. We've seen plenty of vendors who fit your description of the man. Just come with us. We'll all go with you. The sooner we find your man, the sooner we may be able to get you back to normal. Lizzie reluctantly agrees. From there, we sneak back out of the basement. That's when a member of the hotel staff catches us and tells us he's going to get the manager on us. When he sees Lizzie behind us, he remembers we're the people making the next slasher movie and steps aside. As we're walking the hallways, I glance over my shoulder. See, Lizzie? Nobody knows the difference. They really do think you're somebody in the Corgan's lizard suit. When we come back out into the lobby, the convention and the dealer room are officially open for the day, and Enrique is right there. Let me guess. None of you found Lizzie, he snaps. Apparently, Lizzie's still pissed off at Enrique. She steps up to him and hisses right in his face. Then Nellie quickly gets in between them. No, she tells Lizzie. It's not time for another lizard scene. Then she glances at Enrique. Is it? Enrique's just giving all of us evil stares now. Let me put this to you kids in the simplest way I can spell it out for you. Then he gives us a wicked smile before he erupts. I want Lizzie Jones. I've finally had enough. Okay then, Enrique, fuck you. I gesture right to Lizzie, like I'm presenting her on a game show. Here she is. Lizzie again hisses loudly at Enrique. If I didn't know better, she looks ready to pick him up and stick him down her gullet. I remember seeing videos about various lizards just before I graduated from Strickfield University, after we filmed the first slasher. If anything, Lizzie looks like a crossbreed between a humanoid and a Komodo dragon, a member of the monitor lizard family. I know Komodo dragons are definitely the deadliest of the monitor lizard species. For the record, I wanted to leave porn and go into zoology. I've got my degree to at least get me started. It'll be something to fall back on if my acting career ever goes south. Based on all the horror movie and convention offers I keep getting, not to mention my weekly gig with Up All Night with Veronica, that ain't gonna happen, at least anytime soon. Nellie again has to calm Lizzie down. No, Lizzie. Enrique's not food. Anyway, he'd probably give you bad indigestion. Enrique tightens his fists and points right at Lizzie. Get out of that suit right now. In fact, you're going to do your scenes right here and now, in your birthday suit, like in your contract. I am not giving back my paycheck because you're too much of a... Suddenly, Lizzie grabs Enrique and lifts him right off the floor. Then she looks him right in the face. He leans in and gives her just as much of a mean look. Hey, we can keep doing this dance all day, he tells her, but you will be on full display for the cameras one way or another. I'm about ready to laugh. If only Enrique knew just how naked Lizzie really is right this second. Ben steps in to help Nellie. Lizzie, the dealer's room's right here. Remember what you wanted to show us? Lizzie slowly puts Enrique down. Then she turns and leads us into the dealer room. Now Enrique's hanging with us and giving Lizzie more shit. Get it straight. You are not going to be Lizzie the Lizard in this movie, he tells her. If I gotta stick to you like glue, if I gotta go across the whole country with you, if I gotta move in with you, if I gotta chain myself to you, you will be doing your scenes in that script. We finally get to the table Lizzie wants to show us. However, did the dealer just pack up and leave? Ben asks in a dumbfounded tone. It's true. All there is are 2 empty tables. Lizzie tightens her fists and hisses loudly up at the ceiling. The convention goers who see her are thinking it's the Corgan suit and are loving Lizzie's, performance. Then Lizzie puts her hands to her head. God, she must really be at her emotional lowest right now. I can't begin to imagine what she must be feeling. I can only think of what might have happened if Victoria, the matriarch of her ghoul family, had injected me with her blood and brought me into her family. Maybe that's why I cry whenever Bethany tells me she loves me. Because I was so close to losing her, forever that night. I just can't imagine my life without her in it now. Now Lizzie's looking at us, as if asking what she's gonna do. As Enrique keeps giving Lizzie a hard time, I remember I have the golden lizard figurine on me. Then I quickly turn to Enrique. Hey, I got a brilliant idea. You got your phone on you? Enrique glares at me now. Are you even serious right now, Vicky? Well, we all left our phones in our rooms, Bethany tells him. The Corgans said no phones on set. You being the director, I'm sure you got yours. I show Enrique the figurine. Please Google this thing and see if there's anything on it. I ain't got time for that, he fires back. We got these scenes to shoot. Do you understand time is money? Or did you never learn that from all the movies you made? I take a deep breath and look Enrique in the face. What will it take for you to do this one favor for me? Enrique, don't waste no time. Some alone time with you. And my camera. I want some good quality pics of you for my Patreon. I take another deep breath. Done. Then I raise my finger. If you can find info on this figurine. I lower my hand and smirk. No find, no time. Enrique's that determined to get those nudes of me for his Patreon. To be fair, I've seen the NSFW pics he's taken on his Patreon. He's a great photographer, I must say. He's been trying to get 100 Patreon backers for quite a while now. For the last few years, he's come close. Anyway, Hen pulls his smartphone out and starts doing some digging on the web. Perspective, Enrique Couto. Seriously, I'll never understand why I put up with actors and their weird requests. I have to ask for a little help and text Rachel back in Dayton. I even send her a pic of the golden lizard statue Vicky's holding on to. It would be so much easier if Rachel was here with me, but she couldn't come since she had family commitments she couldn't get out of. It takes a little time, but eventually Rachel finally sends me a link. I tap on it and see a pic that looks exactly like the little lizard statue. I read the text on it to myself. I think I'm going to have to talk about this on Monthly Spooky in a few weeks with Michelle Antisocial. I turn my phone around to show the others. Vicky takes my phone and compares the pic to the little gold statue. I think this is it, Vicky tells the others. I watch Vicky move her mouth as she's reading it. Next thing, she looks like someone just punched her in the gut. What? I ask. She looks at me first. Then she looks at the others. Not here. I motion for us to leave the dealer room. They follow me into our meeting room. We go in and see the Corgans working on their lizard suit. Then if that's the actual lizard suit, the Corgans are just as shocked as me when they see the big lizard come in with us. What's going on here? Jesse asks all of us. Did you order up another lizard suit and didn't tell us, Hen? Jenny asks just me. Bethany closes the doors behind us. Then she says to the Corgans, remember how we found out ghouls were real last year? Well, this is actually Lizzie. Vicky holds up the little statue. Bethany points to it. This thing turned Vicky into what you're seeing right now. The Corgans just look at Lizzie in amazement now. For the record, she can understand you, Nellie says. She just can't speak the way we speak. Fortunately, she can still write. Kind of. I point to Vicky. Okay, you read something on that site I gave you. What is it? Vicky sighs. If this article is correct, and I don't know why it wouldn't be, the webpage is on National Geographic. Apparently, this little golden lizard is supposed to be cursed. You become afflicted with it if you're very selfish and conceited. Lizzie the lizard makes this weird noise like she's gasping or something. Vicky adds, the only way to break the curse is for someone else to get pricked by this thing who's willing and ain't selfish and conceited. She looks at everybody. I think that means one of us gets pricked with the teeth to free Lizzie that's willing to put their ass on the line. Vicky shakes her head and starts crying. It ain't me. I'm much too selfish when it comes to Bethany. I can't bear to be without her, and I won't leave her alone in this fucked up world. Bethany sighs and says Vicky's right. Also, for the same reason Bethany says it can't be her. Nellie and Ben reveal they're married and feel the same way as Vicky and Bethany. Even the Corgans admit the same thing, which I guess I can understand since they're identical twin sisters. I'll do it, I finally say. I ain't too sure I believe in all this. Then I look at Lizzie. But I guess I really am seeing a giant lizard right here in front of me. I sigh and shake my head. Boy, Rachel and Dave are never going to believe this when I get home to Dayton. Now everybody's looking at me. Are you really sure? Nellie asks. What if after Lizzie turns back, you turn into a lizard? I look at Vicky. Does the article say anything about that? Vicky shakes her head. I read the article to myself 4 times. I'm thinking you become a lizard if you're truly conceited and selfish. Then I'll just do it. Ow! My finger bleeds a little after I poke it on one of the golden lizard's teeth. Everybody else is looking worried now. We sit in the meeting room and wait. And wait. And wait. Lizzie didn't turn right away after she was pricked herself, Doug pipes up. Damn, I forgot he was even with us. Must have been hiding behind Lizzie the whole time. One of the Corgans points right past me. Look! We all turn to see Lizzie shrinking down, changing. Soon Lizzie's herself again. Naked, but she's Lizzie Jones again. One of the twins picks up a drop cloth and brings it to cover Lizzie. Am I really back? Lizzie says in her own voice. Looks like you're still you, Hen, Ben tells me. I have to admit, I'm a little worried now. Guess we'll see in the morning. Lizzie starts crying now. I've been such a bitch. I made everything about me ever since I made it big in Hollywood. I've never been happy, even then. She looks my way now and drops the cloth. Enrique, let's get this over with and shoot those scenes. I think the Corgans are relieved they won't have to take Lizzie to court after all. You sure you're up for it? I ask. She sighs. I don't really want to, but I signed my contract and got paid. I get my phone back from Vicky and text everyone else who isn't here that shooting's going to continue after the Slasher 2 movie and panel. Right now, everybody involved with that movie has to go there. This is turning out to be one hell of a weekend here at Ridgeway Heights. Like I said, Rachel and Dave are never going to believe my story when I get back home to Dayton. Epilogue, present day, perspective, Vicky Valentine. The screening of slasher Valentine Screams went over pretty well. It ended up being standing room only. Some of the convention goers there complained that the Scream Queen wasn't in it. When we did the Q&A afterwards, that was the first question asked. Jessie said when she wrote the script, she intended for this movie to kind of be an homage to Halloween 3 in the fact that Michael Myers wasn't actually in it. That and the Corgans really wanted a reason to use the lizard suit Jenny worked so hard on between Slasher 2 and this movie. And get this, some of the people who really did enjoy Slasher Valentine Screams are calling the lizard monster simply Slash, a name that just went viral. Enrique also answered questions and talked about directing the movie. For the record, not one of us so much as brought up Lizzie the Lizard. I'm still surprised that Lizzie and Doug actually came to the screening, or that Lizzie agreed to be part of the panel. Last Bethany and me checked, Lizzie had just won another Oscar prior to coming to this year's convention. Again, it was for a drama where she did a lot of nudity and sex. I also read Lizzie starring in some other dramas coming out later in the year, so she's definitely back in the Hollywood spotlight again. When the panel's over, we all go back into the dealer room and finish out the weekend. At the end of the convention, Bethany and me stay in Ridgeway Heights on Sunday night so we can start celebrating Valentine's Day, which would actually be Monday. Bethany surprises me by having a bouquet of mixed red and black roses together on the bed. We go out to a special dinner at a fancy restaurant to celebrate. Bethany and me have been together for 2 years now, but we've known each other for 3. When we get back to our room, Bethany has one more surprise for me that completely catches me off guard. First, she tells me she knows we've known each other for 3 years. She also says she knows I'm the one. I kind of feel where this is going, but it's still great shock value to me when Bethany gets on one knee and asks me to marry her. She even presents me with a ruby engagement ring. Bethany always hurts me deep when she says she loves me, but she truly made me come apart. I'm a fucking scream queen, and only this beautiful, amazing woman can keep bringing me to tears. I don't even have to answer Bethany. That's how much she really knows me. I let her put the ring on my finger. Like I said, people have told me never marry your first relationship, but I honestly don't give a fuck about that now. Yes, Bethany Mirren's both my first love and my first real relationship, but I honestly can't see myself with anybody else. If by chance Bethany and me fall apart later in life, then we fall apart. I just know I can't know for sure since I can't predict the future. Bethany and me have always been there for each other since we became friends. Fuck it. I'm going for it. We immediately set our wedding date for next Valentine's Day. She even gives me one more surprise when she shows me the Corgan twins' next script for the continuation of the original timeline in the slasher series, following the first two movies. You're definitely going to be back as the Scream Queen, Bethany tells me. I look at the script and see the title. Slasher, Valentine Hell. I really don't care how many slasher movies Bethany and me do together. I just know I want to spend the rest of my life with Bethany. I want to grow old and die with her. Again, you just never know unless you go for it. Speaking of never knowing, you want to know what's been bugging me since last year's con? That golden lizard statue just disappeared right after we restored Lizzie back to her human form. I told Bethany about it. It's just as much a mystery to her, too, because she don't know what happened to it either. Well, I guess there's really no point in worrying about it, huh? Enrique Couto's still human and doing okay. I mean, he made it to this weekend's con, right? Also, I suppose as long as none of us are walking around as a giant Komodo dragon, that's all that matters, right? Speaking of Enrique Couto, Bethany and me actually got scripts for a sequel to Babysitter Massacre: Daddy's Little Killer. We can't believe he really wrote a sequel. Sounds like the fans are demanding the return of Larkin Combs, so that means Aaron Mercer's also returning. Looks like we're doing Babysitter Massacre: This Little Piggy very soon. But for tonight and tomorrow, those movies can wait. All that matters to me right now is Bethany Mirren, and I focus all of my attention and energy on her as we undress and consummate both our anniversary and our engagement. I guess you'll have to wait until the next sequel to see what happens from here. Happy Valentine's Day. Aftermath. Perspective, Elizabeth Jones. Doug and I stay for one more night after the convention's over. It's Monday and Valentine's Day. We went out and had dinner and then to a theater to see my latest Oscar-winning movie. There was quite the attendance in our screening of Island Paradise. After the screening, we return to the Hilton and go back to our room. Once we're inside, I close and lock the door. I turn my attention to my husband and go to him. I let him touch me and kiss me as much as he wants. I suppose I owe him something after I won yet another Oscar. I let Doug undress me and have his heart's desire this Valentine's Day. Doug looks ready to be done with our fuck marathon, but I move and put him on his back and sit on him, taking him inside me again. Now I look down at him. You know, Doug, I do understand that we've been married for 3 years now, I tell him as I caress my gorgeous breasts. I keep wondering when you'd finally ever realize that I've never once told you I loved you, no matter how many times you've told me. Doug looks at me funny now. Is everything okay, Elizabeth? I shake my head a little. I suppose I appreciate you getting me back on top in the Hollywood scene again. You got me another Oscar-winning movie for my growing resume. But the only jobs I'm still getting are ones where I'm still having to take all my clothes off. All I'm ever going to be known for is my naked body. I push up on my overripe breasts. I know now that I'll never be taken seriously as an actress, even after winning 3 Best Actress Oscars. I reach under the pillow next to him and pull up the golden lizard statue. I'm just going to give it to you straight. I fucking hate you with all my heart, Doug. I say with nothing but the utmost contempt and scorn in my voice. I'm afraid your last night being both my agent and my husband will be tonight in this bed. He screeches like a whiny little bitch when he sees my eyes glowing as green as the ones on the little statue. In other words, Doug, you're fired until death do us part is right fucking now, I tell him with finality. I don't morph back into a full lizard like I did before, but my hatred fuels me enough to ease my claws into Doug's skin like knives through butter. From there, I finally claim his life. Yes, I do wholeheartedly admit I am very selfish and conceited. That's why I'll be keeping this little golden lizard with me. I will own my curse. Starting tomorrow, I'll find myself a new agent or manager who can hopefully guide my career to where I want to be. If my next agent fails, then I'll keep claiming their souls until I find one who can truly satisfy me. After I take a shower and wash all of Doug's blood off me, I get dressed and grab my bags. From there, I leave what's left of my former husband and agent lying in a mess on the bed. Goodbye, Doug, and fuck you, I say before I close the door on him and this chapter of my life for the last time. Slasher Valentine Scorn by Rob Fields. 1 year ago, Lester Mills watched his beautiful girlfriend, Shore Abrams, dance in front of him as he rested on the bed attentively. He had been enamored by the senator's daughter ever since he had first encountered her. From that point, he wanted to take her out, and perhaps go all the way. Shore obviously felt the same way, because she surprised him by being in his car one day after school. Since then, Lester and Shore became an item. Now, Lester had a grin on his face in the hallways of Strickfield High School that pretty much summed it all up. I got the Holy Grail, and the rest of you suck. The two of them would have lots of study dates, complete with plenty of making out and getting to the point where they would almost have sex. However, Shore always put on the brakes, in spite of them getting fully naked as of late. When Lester pleaded with Shore to know why she wouldn't go all the way with him, she told him in simple terms. It has to be on Valentine's Day. She took his hands in hers. Come on, Lester, it'll be special. You and me, alone somewhere. I promise it'll be worth it. Lester wasn't sure how much longer he could wait for Shore, especially since a few other hot girls had recently expressed their interest in him. No, he wouldn't cheat on Shore, who was easily an 11 compared to those other girls that wanted to be with him. Okay, no, Shore was a 12. He would be patient and wait until Valentine's Day. When the day for lovers finally came, Lester went all out for Shore to make it as special as he could. He took her out for a nice dinner by candlelight. Then he took her to get coffee, since he knew she loved her lattes. From there, it was a movie the two of them had talked about seeing. Yes, it was a Vicky Valentine horror movie directed by Enrique Couto. Shore hadn't really been into horror movies, but when Lester introduced her to the wonderful B-movie world of the Babysitter Massacre films, Shore wasn't sure why she liked them. But something about them really clicked with her. Now she and Lester were watching the latest movie in the series called Daddy's Little Killer, based on the novel by David O'Hanlon. As the two lovebirds were watching Vicky Valentine, playing Larkin Combs, in all her naked glory, riding her male co-star in a bedroom scene, Shore surprised Lester by sitting on his lap and facing him as she slid her tongue into his mouth. The two of them were making out, hot and heavy, with Shore letting him feel her up as they kissed. Soon the two of them could wait no longer. They left the Strickfield Centennial Theater and drove to Strickfield Inn, where they had one of the townhouse suite rooms reserved. And now, here they were. Lester was on the king bed in his boxers, looking at Shore as she danced to some sexy music playing off his smartphone. Shore had been dancing in her bra and panties and was finally peeling them off. At last naked, Shore slithered onto the king-sized bed and relieved Lester of his boxers. Seeing how much he truly desired her, she moved and joined him in their first sexual pairing. Lester knew that Shore was imitating the Vicky Valentine bedroom scene she had seen in the movie. He had imagined this very moment of now many times, but the real thing definitely did not do his daydreams justice. Lester remained on his back as Shore rocked his world. Neither of them were aware of the figure that slowly materialized out of a dark corner of the room. The figure was obviously feminine. Her costume consisted of a skin-tight white dress that barely contained her large breasts. On her face, she wore a white drama mask that always frowned. On her feet, she wore red platform stiletto heels. It wasn't likely that anyone would know what the Scream Queen killer was feeling, since one couldn't really see into her eyes through the mask. But all one had to do was look at the deadly weapon she had clutched in her hands. The lovers continued their sinful sexual passion. It was when Shore reached her climax that the Scream Queen fired up the deadly chainsaw with one quick pull of the cord. The revving of the saw would be the last thing Shore Abrams would ever hear before the blade easily cut into her back, continuing through her bones and vital organs, and coming out in between her breasts. All Shore could do was shake violently, with the blade rubbing up against her spinal cord, and bleed profusely all over Lester, who screamed again and again. Shore finally died when the Scream Queen eased the chainsaw back. Her body fell onto Lester fast. Blood was just everywhere. The Scream Queen's once white outfit was now splattered with wet crimson. Lester kept screaming as he pushed up on Shore to finally get her body off him. He sprang up off the bed, still screaming, and raced to the door to try and open it. Unfortunately, Shore had double-locked it. Lester would never get both locks undone before the Scream Queen would ease the chainsaw in between his legs and rev it up. Lester screamed even louder as the cold-blooded killer ran the chainsaw right up through his crotch. Now Lester shook as the Scream Queen easily sliced him right up the middle. When the blade finished at the top of his head, both halves of Lester Mills fell and landed with sickening plops on the floor. The walls, the door, and more of the Scream Queen were soaked in blood. She finished her gruesome work of art by sawing through the door and walking out into the cool night. She wasn't finished with just this unlucky couple, however. Her heels clacked as she walked to the next suite and sawed through the door to find another young, naked couple underneath the covers. The guy was on top of the girl, too scared to move. The girl frantically tried to move him off her to escape. It was all in vain as the Scream Queen approached them, raised the chainsaw, and ran the long blade right through them both at the same time. Again, blood splattered everywhere in a geyser. The Scream Queen herself, now dripping wet by the time she was finished. Perspective, Mary Lee Mirren. as I saw the vicious carnage of Lester and his lost lover Shore's undoing playing out in disgusting clarity on my movie screen. I almost felt a sense of orgasmic delight and breathed as such when I put my hand to my busty chest. My husband, Frost, was obviously grossed out by this latest, fourth installment of the slasher franchise, in which the Scream Queen made her triumphant return in Valentine Hell. The tagline on the poster read, "She's back. There's gonna be hell to pay." Frost couldn't take it anymore. He groaned before he got up and made his way out of the auditorium. I got up and followed him out. Frost was quick to shake me off when I put my hands on his shoulders. Then he pointed right at me. "Look, Mary Lee, when I said I'd meet you halfway and watch a few horror movies with you every now and then, I never thought you'd be going for the bloodiest, most disgusting movies you could find." He pointed to the double doors of the auditorium. "How can you even watch that shit all the time?" I gave him a warm smile. "You knew I was a die-hard horror fan when you first met me." I raised my finger. "You do remember where it was you met me, right?" Frost's look said he couldn't deny me there. When he first met me, he was getting gas at the newly erected Sheetz station in Strongsville, Ohio, which was just south of the Cleveland area. When he finished filling his gas tank, he went inside to order food. While waiting for his order, 3 of us girls walked in from the west side doors. That was when Frost learned the Cinema Wasteland Movie and Memorabilia Expo was going on at the Best Western Plus next door. I reckon Frost's eyes obviously fell to me first, since I was nicely endowed. My eyes soon met his. I gave him a warm smile, flattered that he was checking me out. From there, he approached me and struck up a conversation. Frost was so interested in me, he agreed to tag along as I went back to the convention. Frost quickly admitted he hated horror movies, winning my respect for his honesty, but I felt he was willing to brave the genre just to be with me. A few years later, we got married on Valentine's Day, his idea. Now it was our first anniversary. Frost gave me plenty of leeway when it came to decorating our newly built house just outside Strickfield. It wasn't like I spent tons of money on horror stuff. I already owned much of what I had. Lately, though, the more Frost saw from my decorations to my t-shirts to even my collection of movies and soundtrack records, the more he hated horror. Getting back to now, "Don't you ever watch anything else?" Frost demanded. "That's all you ever watch. I've never once seen you watch anything else." He raised his finger. "Okay, scratch that. You watched some science fiction movies with me, but it was always horror with you. Seriously, Mary Lee, were you abused as a child or something?" I sighed softly. "You learned my entire family is into horror, so it was only natural that I came to love horror," I smirked. "Besides, I never see you complaining about my horror t-shirts and tops when you can plainly see I never wear bras." No, Frost could never deny me that. Believe me, I loved that Frost found me sexy. Fortunately, my appearance never seemed to bother him. I wore makeup to look vampire pale with either blood red or black lipstick. I always wore horror earrings and polished my nails the same as my lips. "I know I said I'd take you to see the new Babysitter Massacre movie for Valentine's Day today, our anniversary," Frost said. "But I'm sorry, Mary Lee, I just can't take all this horror crap anymore. Especially your obsession with Vicky Valentine. She is, without a doubt, one of the worst actresses I have ever seen. She should have just stayed in porn. Her and Belinda Barnett both. And don't even get me started on that hack filmmaker Enrique Couto." Now he made me mad. I pointed right at him. "You said those things just to spite me. Frost turned away from me and made his way to the exit. I hurried after him. "The movie's not even half over yet," I protested. "Then go back in and finish watching it," he snapped. "I'm done. I'm not sitting through another minute of that shit." He stopped to face me. "Seriously, Mary Lee, I'm done with horror. I'm done." I tightened my mouth and folded my arms in front of my chest. "Again, you knew this Cleveland girl was a diehard horror fan when you met me. When we first had sex in the hotel elevator that same night, when we had sex again and again since I moved here to Strickfield to be with you, when you married me. I'll never change, Frost, never." He groaned and turned away from me. Again, I went after him. We walked out of the theater and headed to the parking lot, still arguing. As soon as we got in the car, he looked at me with disgust, then got back out. He leaned in the driver's side window and told me I could take the car home. I got back out myself and asked Frost what his problem was. He turned his back on me and stormed away. Again, I pursued him. We argued some more as we walked through downtown Village. It wasn't long before we ran into Desmond Weller and her friends. Frost would tell me he had gone to Strickfield Academy with Desmond for years. During one of our recent fights, he made it a point to tell me how Desmond was always one of the more popular girls there, because she was normal. It was those recent fights that got me doing some thinking. Desmond smiled sweetly at Frost and said hi as she passed us with her clique. Even though high school was over, Desmond still had an entourage. I said I had been thinking because Frost had been wanting to have sex with me less and less as of late. Oh, believe me, I noticed. Now I would be the first to admit that I loved morning sex. Before, Frost would be all over me when he woke up. But on Valentine's Day morning, our 1-year wedding anniversary, when I went to initiate with him, he quickly turned away from me and got out of bed. Before that came the late nights at his corporate position at Mirren Automotive, where he worked. He used to respond to my texts right away, but now he either responded much later or entirely ghosted me. Seeing the way Frost was checking out Desmond, I was beginning to understand everything now. What I didn't get was, why her? I was much more of a sexpot than that twig. Besides, didn't Mirren men love big-breasted women? Then it just suddenly happened. Desmond and Frost came together and started kissing, hungrily, right there in front of me. They didn't seem to care in the slightest that I was standing right there, gawking at them. "You son of a bitch," I choked out in barely a whisper at seeing the confirmation of his betrayal. Suddenly I was jumped from behind by Desmond's entourage. Those 3 skanks easily overpowered me when it came to the numbers game. After Frost and Desmond came apart, Desmond's crowd pulled me to my feet and held me as their leader approached. When I suddenly surprised Desmond's bitches and was breaking free, she herself placed a stun gun against my side and shocked me for good. I went limp faster than someone who'd taken a hard swing in the gut from Freddy Krueger's finger knives. I was still conscious enough to feel those bitches picking me up and hauling me on their shoulders to Desmond's car. Soon, I was being packed away in the trunk. "You coming with us, baby?" Desmond purred at her lover. "Oh, yeah," Frost replied enthusiastically. "The guys are waiting for us, as planned." What the hell was going on? As I started to move, Desmond zapped me with the stun gun again. After that, everything went black. I didn't know how long I was out, but I started to come to when lights flooded the trunk after it was opened. Then strong arms grabbed hold of me and pulled me out. When I shook my head fast and got my bearings back, I could see with the headlights from the other cars that those bitches brought me to some woods somewhere. When I saw Frost and Desmond, they were lip-locking, like they wanted to make sure I saw them. But what really got my attention was what I saw when I looked past them. I could see a kind of eerie red glow that seemed to come off the river nearby. Then my stomach dropped as I hoped and prayed we weren't where I thought we were. The backwoods of Strickfield. My eyes went back to my cheating husband and his mistress. They stopped kissing and looked lovingly at each other. Oh, did I mention how flat-chested Desmond practically was? Really, he wanted to be with her over me. Over me! Desmond grinned. You ready to take care of our little problem, lover? I roared, still angry that I'd been betrayed, and ran at Frost. I tackled him and started pounding him with my fists. Before I knew it, Frost's douchebag friends from high school, also his fraternity buddies in college, grabbed hold of me and yanked me off him. God damn it. This was an ideal horror movie situation, and I was too pissed off to even think straight. I could have run away. I probably wouldn't have gotten far in heels, but at least I might have given myself a chance. Now my horror movie-addled mind was telling me those bitches didn't bring me out here, so Frost's caveman friends could gang rape me. Those fuckers were going to kill me. You really couldn't have just asked me for a divorce, you son of a bitch? I yelled at my spouse. Frost gave me an evil sneer. And let you take half of everything I worked hard for? Forget it. This way you not only won't get a single penny of my money, you won't live to tell about it. He gestured to the river. Since you're such a big fan of horror movies, here you go, Mary Lee. My final wedding gift to you. You get to star in your very own horror movie. He leaned in to look me in the face. Only problem here is, you ain't going to make it through this one. He raised his finger. Oh, and you can scream as much as you want. According to the stories going around Strickfield about this place, no one will ever hear you. Fuck you! I roared. Then Desmond approached me. You know, Mary Lee, I've always hated you. Frost belonged to me. I was all set to take him for myself when you had to steal him away. With your big fun bags. She actually had the balls to grab and squeeze my breasts. I knew I'd really have to come up with a way to remove you from the Frost equation. Okay, maybe I don't have your incredibly awesome rack, but I do have killer instincts. In fact, the bastards holding me quickly let go and back away as Desmond suddenly splashed something hard right in my face. I screamed when I immediately felt the liquid burning incredibly hot all over my skin, then right in my eyes that were closed. Now I understood what that bitch splashed me with. Acid. I barely felt Frost's buddies grab hold of me again. I could feel them dragging me somewhere now. I was in way too much pain to even comprehend what would happen next. Suddenly I was forced on my knees. Then one of those bastards took a fistful of my long, black hair and slammed my full head into the water. As I was being held under the water of the river, I bucked and thrashed as I tried to fight for all I was worth, but I was severely outnumbered and outmuscled, and still in a lot of pain. Then the bastards pulled my head out. They still held me in between them when I heard Desmond order, "Strip her naked." Huh? I heard Frost utter. Why? Desmond answered, if there's an investigation and your soon-to-be-dead wife's body is found, You want the police finding her wearing this costly new dress you bought for her? Frost didn't hesitate. Okay, guys, you heard her. Do it. Those cavemen quickly stripped me naked, tearing my dress and underwear away. They even took my shoes. Soon after, I felt smaller female hands taking hold of me. I was shoved forward again. Before I could get to my knees, my face was being shoved back into the river water. One of those fuckers got on my back to weigh me down as I struggled. Eventually, I would have no fight left. Since I was blind and only saw black, that would be the last thing I would ever see before I finally died. Little did that cheating bastard realize this incident would absolutely not be the last time he would ever see me. I was for sure coming back for my man. It was just a question of when, not if. 1 year later. It was Valentine's Day again. Frost was on top of his new wife as they engaged in some heated, newlywed sex. Desmond Mirren growled in delight as Frost pounded her the way she liked as she fondled her newly abundant breasts. He had purchased her as a wedding gift a few weeks prior. As soon as the couple climaxed together, Frost climbed off. Desmond turned into him and let him hold her close. Just an hour before, they had a small, private ceremony. You never cease to amaze me, lover, Desmond purred softly. Yeah, well, you know me, Frost replied. What are we doing later? She asked. It's both Valentine's Day and our wedding day. I'm all ears for the next 2 weeks, honey. He pecked her lips. Now that I'm the vice president of the Strickfield branch of Mirren Automotive, that means I'm allowed to take time from work to spend with my new wife. She slithered on top of him and gazed into his eyes. Do we really have to go out again? We could just stay right here in bed and indulge each other the rest of the day. But then I couldn't take you to our favorite place for dinner, Frost revealed. Desmond pecked his lips. When you put it that way. But first, your new wife is still very hungry for you. She raised herself and was soon satiating her appetite for him again. Frost looked up at his vicious vixen and knew Desmond was exactly the kind of woman he wanted. Not only was she vicious, she had the killer instinct to both take what she wanted and eliminate those who got in her way. Desmond herself certainly didn't seem to have any regrets over killing Mary Lee a year ago this day. Frost embraced Desmond as she rode him to their next climax together. As soon as they had achieved it, she lowered herself to rest on top of him again. From there, they would discuss their plans for the remainder of their special day. Eventually, Desmond's heavy petting and kisses became too much. Frost gave in to his wife and engaged in some more heated sex before they finally took a shower together and got ready for more of their wedding day. When they stepped outside, Frost wished he would have just spent the rest of the day in bed with Desmond like she wanted. The sky made the afternoon look quite nasty. Desmond gasped when she saw the forks of lightning. It was also very windy. Still want to go along with our plans, babe? Frost asked. Desmond contemplated it. We're already dressed, lover. Besides, we both want to play. From there, they got into Frost's Ferrari and sped to the main road. Frost turned and drove away from Strickfield, taking them in the direction of Ridgeway Heights to their favorite restaurant for their special celebration dinner. But no planning could have prepared them for what was to come. Resurrection. It was here in the backwoods of Strickfield where I was murdered, and it would be here where I would be reborn. I emerged from this hellish river and made my way to land. It was there where I saw a man gawking at me. Maybe he was admiring my beautiful body. Maybe he was scared as hell, seeing how I came out of the water. At least I can see again. The winds blew harder and harder. The lightning was just dangerous, the way it seemed to flash nonstop. I looked down at the water, which was now to my knees, and saw it shimmer with this blue energy. I even felt like I had been zapped. The lightning must have struck the water and charged whatever pollution. Maybe it was a river, straight from hell. Anyway, I felt I had movement and went to leave my watery grave. The blowing winds reminded me that I was very much naked. I looked down at my form and saw I still looked whole. Soon I was finally out of the river. I loved that I was back on land again. I had no idea how long I was underwater. When I reached the man, he had a hunting rifle in his hands. Suddenly, the lightning flashed and briefly lit up everything. That was when the man gasped, dropped his gun, and screamed as he turned and ran like hell. I went after him. I didn't have to run since the man was kind of old and seemed to be jogging. I kept following him until he led me to his cabin. He got inside and slammed the big, heavy door. When I reached the door, I smashed the bottoms of my fists against it. Oh, Lordy, I heard him whimpering inside. Please, please let me alone. I ain't ready to die. I kept pounding on the door until I sent it falling forward into the cabin, making it hit the hard floor. The lightning flashed and revealed me to him in his doorway, making him scream. I came into the cabin and saw he had some heart-shaped decorations around his living room. They weren't the nice decorations you could buy in stores. He probably made do with what he had on hand. When the lightning flashed again, the man saw me fully once more. He was looking at my face as he screamed in fright again. The next thing I knew, he was coming at me with a knife. I raised my hand to block it, but he stabbed me right through my palm. I knocked the old man down and removed the knife from my hand. I gasped when my hand healed up, like it had never happened. I still had the old man's knife and went at him. No! The man groaned, slipping and falling on his back. Then he screamed as I raised the knife and slammed the blade right into his gut. I stabbed him repeatedly, making him bleed red. Red. Nice. Beautiful. Pretty. Red. Red. Like Valentine's Day. I dropped the knife and stood up. I got some of that old man's blood all over my body. No matter, seeing as it was raining buckets outside. Seeing the nearby calendar, one where you'd rip the days off when they were done, I saw it was February 14th. But it was 1 year later. Then I remembered what had happened to me as my memories came flooding back. I remembered my husband's betrayal. I even remembered how I came to be naked. But how was I even able to see? I shouldn't have been able to do that. No matter. What does matter is getting back to Strickfield and finding my man. I couldn't believe Frost decided to end our marriage by killing me. Oh, was he going to be surprised when he'd learn I'd be coming back into his life. I turned and left the cabin. The rain washed over me fast. The old man's blood was off me in no time. I eventually found my way to the main road and knew exactly where I was. From there, I turned and started walking home, back to Strickfield. I walked the main highway tirelessly. The lightning kept flashing, the thunder explosive, and the rain just saturating. I had walked for several minutes before something got my attention. It was headlights, meaning a car was approaching. Who was stupid enough to be out tonight? I would get my answer when the car pulled up right beside me. Then I heard this woman call out, "Miss, are you... When I squatted a little and looked in through the woman's window, both her and her man screamed. "Oh my God!" the woman cried. Then she turned to her man. "Go! Go!" I quickly reached inside the open window and grabbed the woman. I easily pulled her out into the storm with me. She slipped out of my hands and fell on her tushy. Looking down at her, she was wearing a tight-fitting white dress. She was also nicely endowed, though not quite like me. But that dress, yes! I lifted the woman to her feet. Then I grabbed hold of her long blonde hair from behind and slammed her face into a nearby tree. From there, I turned the ditz around and saw I had crushed her face good. I let go of her and watched her drop. I hadn't been paying attention to the car, but the lights suddenly illuminated me. I turned around to see the woman's guy coming at me with his car. Seeing his face, he looked like he was screaming. He'd seen me kill his girlfriend or wife, who knows. I moved out of the way and let him slam head-on into a huge redwood tree. The car exploded soon after. Since I really didn't need to concern myself with him anymore, I turned my attention back to the woman. Seeing her clothes made me remember that the rain was washing down my naked body. Since this woman no longer had any need for her clothes, I worked on undressing her. The dress was a bit snug on my body, but it felt nice. We both must have had the same size feet, because the red platform heels fit perfectly. As I was ready to leave, something else caught my eye. I lowered myself and picked up what appeared to be a mask. As I stood up straight again, I wondered why this woman was wearing a costume. Then I remembered her man was also wearing one. He kind of looked like Cupid. Ah, they were going to a costume party of some kind on Valentine's Day, which meant this woman was dressed up as the Scream Queen from those Vicky Valentine slasher movies. I had seen deluxe costumes available online for the Scream Queen, which came with a high-quality dress and a sad drama mask, plus the red platform stiletto heels. Of course, you had to give your exact sizes for everything when you ordered the complete costume. Then I remembered Frost and me had our big blow-up while we were watching a Vicky Valentine movie at the Strickfield Centennial Theater. I remember how we always hated Vicky Valentine, especially when she portrayed the Scream Queen. Everything that was happening right then were omens. First, I came back to life exactly 1 year from the day I was murdered, on Valentine's Day. Then I came across the woman wearing a Scream Queen costume. Now, it was mine. I turned the mask around so I could put it on over my face. Again, perfect fit. Now that I knew how to get revenge on Desmond Weller and everybody else close to her, I continued my way to Strickfield. Frost said I was starring in my very own horror movie a year ago. Well, I guess tonight is the sequel to my movie. Now we were heading into the parts where what those pieces of shit did to me would come back to bite each and every one of them in the ass. And then some. Revenge would be mine. And as for Frost, he would be mine once more. Later, Frost and Desmond Mirren ultimately decided against leaving Strickfield when they saw the storm was getting much worse. Instead, they changed course and drove to a ranch about 2 miles down the road from Denoyer's Grill. They pulled in, drove up the long driveway, and parked next to the car near a metal barn. The couple got out of the vehicle and went into the building. There, horror filmmakers Jesse and Jenny Corgan were directing a scene for a new movie they were close to wrapping up. Frost had been a producer of the Corgan twins' films for some time, despite the fact that he hated horror. The truth was, he had known the twins since meeting them outside Strickfield Academy. Even then, the twins were perfecting their talents at directing movies and making special effects. Now he was watching them direct Sheila Darling and Miles Huntington in some scenes needed for Spoiled Brat, a new slasher film starring Vicki Valentine and Belinda Barnett. Frost never admitted it to the Corgan twins, but he still never thought highly of their two biggest stars. Still, as long as their movies continued making money, Frost and Desmond watched as the Corgan twins' latest discoveries were selling what would be a nasty breakup between this husband and wife. Sheila Darling played the wife to Miles Huntington and had just learned his character had been cheating on her with that little slut whom Vicki Valentine played. Vicki and Belinda, Frost's cousin Bethany Mirren in real life, had shot all of their scenes before they left to go on their honeymoon after getting married earlier in the day at the courthouse. In fact, Frost and Desmond had gotten married right after their wedding. When the scene was over, the Corgan twins told their actors to take a break and went to address their friends. The four of them talked for a little bit. When the actors were finished with their breaks, the Corgans went back to work shooting the remaining scenes in this first of their 2 soundstages. It was then that Frost's phone rang. "Yeah?" he answered, when he saw his friend Ron Marbles on the caller ID. "Oh, holy Jesus, you gotta help me, Frost!" Ron shrieked. "She's gonna kill my ass!" "What the hell's going on over there?" Frost demanded. "You and Paris getting another fight? I told you you were on your own if she found out you were fucking around on her again." "It ain't my wife, Frost," Ron returned. "It's some crazy big-titted bitch wearing a costume from that horror movie. I don't remember the name, but she's dressed all in white and has a mask on." A quick gulp. "Oh, Jesus, she just stabbed me! I'm bleeding out! I ain't gonna make it to a hospital!" Frost rolled his eyes. "You know, if what you're saying is true, your dumb ass could have called 911 instead of wasting time calling me. You know what, Ron? Fuck off." As Ron started cursing at Frost, he ended the call and explained the situation to Desmond, who just rolled her own eyes in response. Loose ends. So funny. That idiot Ron Marbles just told Frost I was a big-titted bitch. In a way, I supposed I was fulfilling one of his weird sexual fantasies. I remembered that pervert and how he was always looking at porno mags with women sporting big fake breasts. Anyway, I caught that asshole completely off guard when I surprised him and relieved him of his hunting knife. Then I stepped into him and gave a couple good thrusts. When he turned and ran, all I had to do was take my time. and stalk him. I was having such a rush being a horror movie killer and stalking my victims. Now I found Ron in the barn, bleeding out fast. I easily heard Ron talking on his phone, telling me right where he was hiding. Oh, the look on his face when I surprised him behind that big firewood pile. He screamed like a little bitch when I stabbed him a few more times. Ron groaned as he held where I stabbed him and stumbled about. I followed him nice and easy. Then he suddenly turned and tried backhanding me. Instead, he fell onto his side and turned onto his back. I lowered myself and put a knee on him so he wouldn't surprise me again. Now, he was looking right at my tits. You're Mary Lee, Ron groaned in pain. You gotta be, but I don't know how. We killed you. He had very little life left, and he tried reaching up to grope me. I knocked his hand away and kept stabbing him until he was finally finished off. Some of Ron's beautiful red blood splattered on my costume. But wasn't that usually what happened to the Scream Queen when she was dispatching her victims? I never believed she ever once made a kill without getting her costume bloody from it. Then I looked out of the barn and saw a light on in an upstairs window. Ah, so Ron did have someone in his life. He did mention a wife to Frost, and it sounded like he was cheating on her. I decided to go inside and see who the unlucky bitch was. I left the barn and was about to go up onto the back porch when I saw a tooth saw lying beside some more firewood. Then I had an awful idea. Well, awful for the bitch who was about to be on the wrong end of it. I swapped the hunting knife for the saw and climbed the steps. As soon as I walked into the house, I heard some fast clacking sounds and stopped when this little schnauzer appeared. It looked up at me with its bearded little face, but didn't do anything else. I was ready to kill the dog, but it was much too cute. I left the dog alone and walked to the stairway. Before I climbed the stairs, I saw how beautiful the living room looked. There were all kinds of Valentine's decorations, ranging from lots of red, white, and pink hearts. On the coffee table, there was a huge box of chocolates and this big bouquet of blood-red roses. Ron was a pervert and a cheating bastard, but he clearly still had a soft spot for whomever was his life partner. Then it occurred to me that Ron was planning on taking her out on a date tonight. I finally climbed the stairs. When I reached the top, I saw a faint light nearby and walked in that direction until I came to the open bathroom door. Really? Ron Marbles actually scored Paris Chiffon? I remembered her being one of the snarkiest bitches I knew in Desmond Weller's clique. Now she was soaking in a bubbly bathtub. I remembered how Paris was the first to strike me that night. I'd heard from people how cold this bitch could be. They said Paris killed animals without thinking twice about it. I was surprised she and Ron actually had that little doggy downstairs. I walked into the bathroom and stood over her. Paris looked so nice and comfy, soaking in her bubbly tub like she was. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and shrieked when she saw the Scream Queen, with a tooth saw in her hand and some of her honey's blood on her dress. "Get out of here, you pervert!" she snapped. "Don't make me get out of Ah! I grabbed Paris's hair and held her in place. Oh, did she ever scream when I brought the tooth saw to her throat and proceeded to cut. Paris struggled and gurgled with each nice and easy stroke. Such beautiful Valentine red. Soon Paris went limp, forever, when I began cutting through her neck bone. I continued until I could easily hold Paris's head up by her hair. The body squirted more beautiful red out of the open neck before it finally sank below the suds. Soon, the water took on Valentine red and pink. So pretty. I looked at Paris's head with its eyes and mouth wide open. Then I caught sight of myself in the full-length mirror and went to it. Just as I thought, my skin looked perfectly intact. Did that foul river in the backwoods of Strickfield keep me preserved somehow? I knew it wasn't just plain water the night I was murdered. I removed my mask and now felt deep sadness. Soon, that sadness turned to rage. Then I tightened my free fist as I looked up at the ceiling and screamed. After I saw my face again, I put my mask back on. I looked at myself in the mirror again. It was all clear to me now. Mary Lee Mirren was dead. I was now the Scream Queen. For real. And one way or another, I was going to get every last one of those motherfuckers who took part in killing me a year ago, tonight. First, I would kill every last piece of shit who followed Frost and Desmond. Then I would finally make Desmond herself suffer. And then Frost would be all mine once more. For all those involved, I was going to make Valentine's Day a holiday to be remembered. It was time for me to continue on my way. As I left the bathroom, I dropped Paris's head into the open toilet. I looked around upstairs, but didn't find anybody else. Oh, but I did find something very important in the master bedroom. Next to the landline phone was a little black book. I picked it up and opened it to find many important names. It didn't take me long to find everybody else who was involved in my murder. Knowing where the rest of them lived now, I left the bathroom and went back downstairs. Again, the little schnauzer waited and was watching me. As I was about to open the back door again, the little doggy finally started barking at me. If it weren't for the fact it was so goddamn cute, I'd have put it out of its misery. Aw, who was I kidding? I wasn't going to kill no dogs or cats unless they were vicious. When I stepped outside, I saw Ron's big pickup truck and went to it. I hopped inside the huge compartment and saw the keys were already in the ignition. Even dead, I could still drive. Looking around the compartment, I could tell Ron took very good care of his truck, much like he made sure to take good care of Paris. I fired up the engine and felt how nice she rumbled. Eager, I put the truck in gear and took a nice long joyride to my next kills. Across Strickfield, Frost and Desmond invited the Corgan twins back to their house for drinks. By this time, the storm had finally stopped. At first, Jesse and Jenny refused, saying that the couple should celebrate their wedding night themselves. When Frost and Desmond both insisted, the Corgans gave in and followed them back to their house. Once they were all inside, the twins saw the massive amount of decorations for the Day of Lovers. Hearts were seemingly everywhere, from the living room to even Christmas-like tinsel lining the stairway's railings. Candy dishes were in each room and filled with anything from Hershey's Kisses to candy hearts with little Valentine's Day messages on them. In the corner of the living room was a Valentine's Day tree decorated with tinsel, ornaments, red and pink lights, and even a flashing heart at the very top. But what suddenly got everybody's attention were the large heart-shaped boxes of chocolates on the dining room table. Desmond turned to her new husband. "Babe, I know you asked me to put plenty of candy out, but I know for a fact I did not put out these boxes of chocolates." Frost eased his new wife into his arms. "Oh, I had a little delivery made while we were out. Nothing but the best for you." After the couple shared a brief, passionate kiss, Frost let her go and watched as she opened one of the boxes to reveal the imported chocolates he knew she enjoyed. Then he felt a little angry at how he had tried to give Mary Lee those same chocolates in the past, but she was never very big into candy. She only seemed to enjoy Valentine's Day since it was their wedding anniversary, but she gave off vibes and impressions that she was never fully into this holiday. Seeing Desmond enjoying a few of the chocolates made him happy that Mary Lee was likely still rotting away somewhere in that river in the backwoods of Strickfield. At the same time, his heart felt heavy. Desmond offered the Corgan twins some of her chocolates to go with the expensive red wine Frost had poured and passed around. After clinking their glasses in a toast to friendship, the wedding, and Valentine's Day, they went into the living room to spend more time together. At first, the talk would mostly be about the movie the Corgan twins were currently working on, Spoiled Brat. Eventually, conversations began reaching the point to where the four of them were influenced by the wine and were opening up more, which was when Desmond began talking about things sexual in nature. After she finished another glass of wine, she inquired as to whether or not the twins had ever been sexual with each other, as close as the two sisters seemed to be. All the Corgan twins did was giggle a little, which made Frost wonder. He himself wasn't going to pursue the matter, but he loved that Desmond had no filter, especially when alcohol was involved. Soon, Frost got yet another phone call from yet another one of his friends. He got off the couch and went into the kitchen to take the call. Louis Vance was also complaining that someone was trying to kill him. "What the hell's going on?" he mouthed. "This is the third call like this I got tonight." As he listened to Louis describe his pursuer, he was sensing a pattern. He couldn't place who the person was, but he knew it had something to do with everybody involved in Mary Lee's murder a year ago. First, Ron Marbles had called. Next was Chuck Odo. Now was Louis. Suddenly, Frost heard Louis scream on the other end. A few moments later, the call ended. Not even a minute later, Frost got a return call from Louis on FaceTime. Frost moved into the basement stairway and took the call. He saw Louis secured to one of his dining room chairs. Clearly, the killer had his smartphone and was positioning the device for Frost's benefit. Now the face of the Scream Queen filled the screen. She never spoke a single word, nor could Frost see into the eye holes of the sad drama mask that concealed her true identity. When the Scream Queen stepped back a little, Frost gasped. He knew Mary Lee's bodily dimensions better than anybody else. There was no mistaking those curves that the blood-spattered white dress barely contained. The wavy ebony hair was the same length and style that Mary Lee kept it. Frost didn't want to believe that this woman was Mary Lee, but the Scream Queen's body looked pretty spot on. Also, how many times had he seen and made love to that very body in all its naked glory? "What do you want?" Frost demanded. "Are you really Mary Lee? There's no way you could be alive. No way!" The Scream Queen stared at him for a little bit longer before she turned away from the phone and moved to Lewis. When Lewis struggled and groaned to imply that she let him go, she slapped him hard, then raised her finger. His eyes immediately went to it. She stepped back and turned on a nearby light to reveal lots and lots of Valentine's decorations. Many of them were lights that looked familiar, similar to ones for Christmas, only they were Valentine's colors. But what really got Lewis's attention was seeing his wife Carney, who was also involved in Mary Lee's murder. On one side of the phone, Lewis gasped. On the other side, Frost gasped too. Carney had what appeared to be a vacuum cleaner hose shoved into her mouth and taped securely. Her wrists were tied behind her back, and her ankles were bound together. The Scream Queen picked up Lewis's smartphone and brought the camera closer to emphasize Carney's situation. She whimpered and was crying. The phone now followed the vacuum hose from her to out the side door and into the garage. The other end of the vacuum hose was secured to the exhaust pipe of the big pickup truck that once belonged to Ron Marbles. Frost knew what the Scream Queen intended to do. "Go ahead, you crazy bitch, kill her. You think I care?" he told her cruelly. While the Scream Queen couldn't make her mask talk, she could still give him that vibe, as if she was telling him, "You will." Frost watched the Scream Queen start Ron Marble's truck. The souped-up custom engine roared. From there, the Scream Queen returned the phone to where she could position it to see Carney Vance struggling. Then the Scream Queen disappeared, no doubt returning to the truck. Frost still didn't care that the Scream Queen was likely going to kill Carney using the truck's exhaust. Then he heard the loud roaring and knew the Scream Queen was revving up the motor. He could barely hear Carney screaming, but he could see her slender belly starting to get fat as it inflated. Then the motor went into a continuous rev until Carney's belly exploded. A great deal of blood and viscera went everywhere. Clearly, Lewis loved his wife because he wept at having seen her gruesome death up close. Soon the Scream Queen was back in the picture. Again she looked at Frost. Again her inanimate drama mask spoke volumes, as if asking him if she fully had his attention now. The next thing both Frost and Lewis knew, the Scream Queen revealed a huge Valentine's cake, shaped as a heart. Frost remembered that Lewis had this cake custom made for Carney. The Scream Queen set the cake down, which was beautifully decorated, with red and pink swirled frosting, and had candy hearts randomly placed on the outside. Frost could easily see the modifications the Scream Queen herself had added. The Scream Queen produced a candle lighter and effortlessly lit the long wicks atop the big red candles on the cake. With each she lit, the wicks sparkled angrily and seemed to slowly move downward. Frost understood exactly what kind of candles they were. Upon lighting the last wick, the Scream Queen dropped the lighter and looked into the phone one last time. Again, her unmoving mask spoke volumes to him. "I'm coming for you, and Desmond." From there, the Scream Queen exited the screen. Lewis screamed into his gag and tried to break free. He soon fell onto his side near his recently murdered wife. The candles exploded, one after the other. Soon the phone was damaged enough to where the call was terminated. Frost knew he had to get the Corgan twins out of the house and get Desmond to safety. He slid his phone back into his pocket and went back upstairs. When he entered the living room, he found Jenny Corgan sitting on Desmond's lap, facing her. The two women were locked in heated kissing as Jesse watched them. Frost always knew that Desmond would be unpredictable, especially in their sex life. Under normal circumstances, he would have entertained whatever crazy sexual fantasy his wife had in her diabolical mind. However, knowing that Mary Lee was on her way, he had no choice but to break things up. When Frost eased Desmond and Jenny apart, his wife glared at him and slurred, "And you stopped us because? Could I talk to you for a second? Alone?" he asked her. Desmond sharpened her glare and pointed a shaky finger at him as she gave a drunk smile. "Anything you gotta say to me, you can say in front of these delicious twin babes here. Especially since you're gonna be involved in what I got planned for tonight." Frost groaned, not because he knew what Desmond was looking to set up for them, but that there wouldn't be time. He knew he would have to persuade his wife without drawing any suspicion from the twins. Even though the two redheads were also drunk, he knew they had a natural hell of a constitution. In the past, he had seen them drink nearly a case of beer each before they even started feeling buzzed. Frost had to think. Then he took a gamble and went to Jessie Corgan. He took her hand and yanked her to her feet, making her giggle. Then he took Jenny's hand and brought her to him. Now that he had both Corgan twins in his arms, he proceeded to kiss Jessie. Then he kissed Jenny. Suddenly, Desmond sprang to her feet. Frost could tell she was drunk enough to where she was tipsy. She nearly fell back onto the couch. Still, she stabilized herself and came right into her husband in the center. Then she locked eyes with him. "Hey!" Desmond jabbed her finger into his chest. With each drunken word, she said, "I saw them first." Frost knew he would have to provoke Desmond some more to get her to do what he needed. "Oh yeah? Well, I'm taking them out back to the hot tub." He gave her a spiteful smirk. "Then you can watch me fuck both of them at the same time on our wedding night, instead of you." The Corgan twins both looked at each other. "Ooh." Then they started laughing again. As Desmond growled, Frost turned each Corgan twin in the direction of the back door and playfully smacked them both on their rears. "Outside, you lusty vixens, both of you." Jessie giggled. "But we don't have swimsuits." Jenny really laughed as she playfully smacked her clones behind. "That's never stopped us before." She raised her finger. "And what are you talking about, Jessie? We have two perfectly good birthday suits that are perfect for any party." Jessie giggled again. "I love you." Jenny giggled back. "I love you." From there, the Corgan twins held hands as they made their way to the back door. Before Desmond could pursue them, Frost snatched her to him. Desmond glared into his eyes. "Those twins are mine." She hiccuped once. Again, she tapped a long fingernail on his chest with each word. "I am having them both." Frost shook her. We're going to be the ones getting majorly screwed if we don't get out of here, Desmond. Mary Lee's on her way here. I don't know how, but she's back from the dead. She killed all our friends and is on her way. She'll be here any minute." He shook her again. "Snap out of it, God damn it!" Desmond seemed as though she was trying to be serious. Then she lost herself and laughed. "Oh, listen to you!" She pointed at him and nearly fell over. "You believe Mary Lee, your ex-wife, is still alive. You really expect me to believe you, you poor dope!" Frost groaned and was about to try reasoning with her again when he had a very bad feeling and turned to see bright lights and the roaring of a motor coming right at the nearby window. Ground Zero. Those two adulterers barely got out of the way as Ron Marble's truck crashed right through the big window and went into the house. Desmond was losing her goddamn mind at having the home wrecked. Why would she even care? She never put her heart and soul into that house. I was there when it was built. Frost and I moved into it together, and we're supposed to live the rest of our natural lives there. Desmond only moved in after she plotted to remove me and take Frost for herself. And Frost went along with her. All because I was a diehard horror fan? Oh, was I ever going to give my husband and that home-wrecking whore a lesson in being a horror fan, and what I learned from those movies. Frost moved to the truck that was stuck in the kitchen as the engine was still roaring and spinning its back tires. He easily got the door open and saw the hunting knife that was holding down the gas pedal. His favorite movie was Roadhouse, so a little homage just for him. "What the?" Frost demanded. "Where the hell is she?" Suddenly, they heard two screams outside. I came upon those two redheads sitting naked in the hot tub. I was so ready to make beautiful, red Valentine's Day punch out of their blood. Then I realized I was now looking at two of my heroes in the Corgan twins, and they were looking at me, dressed up as one of their greatest creations, the Scream Queen. The Corgan twins screamed again and quickly bailed from the hot tub. I had engaged in threesomes with my husband during our marriage in the past to spice up our sex life. Believe me, I wouldn't have said no to some quality time in the bedroom with those two. Who was I kidding? There was no way I could kill either of them. Not the Corgan twins. I would have been robbing horror fans big time, and I damn sure wasn't taking part in that. The Corgan twins grabbed their clothes and moved to go inside the house. Guess I was going to have to get Frost and Desmond while the Corgan twins watched. Maybe I'd give them new material for a future film. Hey, now that was I really undead? Then I remembered earlier in Ron Marble's bathroom and knew the answer to that one. Just then I saw one of our resident prick neighbors. August Ruiz was always giving Frost and me a hard time whenever we were getting really frisky in the hot tub. Now he was seeing me as the Scream Queen and started with his trash talking. Had it even occurred to him that I was carrying something deadly in my hands? A pole chainsaw. Frost used to have a hell of a time trying to make it run. One simple pull was all it took for me to fire it up. Ruiz was still trash-talking me as I was revving up my latest toy. Okay, fine. I moved to him. He really thought I wouldn't do it. His mistake. I nicked him on the leg to both make him bleed out fast and bring him to his knees. I gasped when I saw more. Pretty. Red. Then I stepped back a little and watched him beg me to stop. If I was the merciful final girl in my movie, perhaps I'd have spared him. But I was playing the role of the killer. So that meant August Ruiz screamed as I turned him into coleslaw. As with all my other victims, his beautiful, perfect, red juices splattered all over me. I knew I wasn't Vicky Valentine, but I could really get used to being her alter ego. After I finished off that shitheel, I turned my attention back to the house, still carrying my pole chainsaw. I revved it as I made my way to the big-ass entrance I had created with the truck. Once inside, I didn't see anybody. Since I'd seen enough slasher movies, it was time to think like the slasher herself. The other doors weren't open. The windows were still closed. That meant my victims were still inside the house, somewhere. I tensed up at how much fun I was having as the killer in my very own horror movie. I knew exactly where they were likely to be hiding. Upstairs. They wouldn't be stupid enough to hide in the basement, especially when they had the Corgan twins guiding them. I mean, those two redheads made me. Well, the Scream Queen anyway. No, Desmond was the one who made me. I still had my intuition as I walked my sexy ass upstairs. When I reached the top, I knew there were plenty of places to hide. But I was mostly sure I knew where to look. I made my way to the master bedroom and went in. Nobody in sight. I could check the walk-in closet, but I didn't believe the Corgan twins would get themselves in that situation. I turned my attention to the other door, just a short walk from the bed. I revved up my toy and sliced right through the door. Jackpot. The screams confirmed they were hiding out on the balcony, overlooking the swimming pool. As soon as I was through, Frost was the last one to jump. Good move. They all had the heated water below to break their falls. Now they were all moving to get out of the pool. I stepped onto the balcony railing and dropped to the deck below, landing precisely on my platform stiletto heels. "Oh shit!" a Corgan twin shrieked when she saw how dangerously close I was to her, and quickly turned to help her sister out of the water. The Corgans looked my way. "Is that you, Vicky?" one of them asked. "What the hell are you doing here?" the other one demanded. "You're supposed to be on your honeymoon." Then I heard a slight chiming and saw one of them pulling her smartphone out. You had to love modern phones being waterproof these days. "Vicky and Bethany are currently blowing up my phone with date pics," one twin told her sister and showed her. "Yours too, probably." "Screw this, I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police," the Corgan with the phone groaned. But as she started dialing, Frost deliberately bumped into her to send the phone back into the pool. Yeah, he wouldn't want to have to explain to the police about last year, right? "You idiot!" the twin fired at him. "Come on, let's get out of here," Frost yelled. Funny thing, when they looked right at me, it was as if, I don't know, like he missed me. Knowing I was definitely not Vicky Valentine, the Corgan twins screamed. Then one of them slapped Frost. From there, the three of them scurried away. I started after them, just as they reached Desmond. I grabbed hold of Desmond and shoved her onto her back. Holding her down with my heel, I revved my baby again, intent on decapitating her. Desmond screamed, which made my undead heart pound with excitement. As I lowered the saw to claim her head, I heard another scream and was tackled. The weapon fell out of my hands and went dead
on hitting the pool deck. "Leave my wife alone, Mary Lee!" Frost roared and started punching my mask. Suddenly, I clutched his throat. I easily got Frost off me and slowly stood up. I moaned softly to myself when my husband became transfixed by my abundant breasts. He never could stop looking at them. I laughed inside. Death by titties. I grabbed Frost and yanked his face in between his obsessions. I held him there as he screamed inside my cleavage. I was killed by drowning in water, so he would drown himself in a most deliciously ironic way. Okay, slightly different methods, but same results. Out of desperation, he suddenly grabbed 2 handfuls of my tushy and lifted me off my feet. Then he pushed me hard, sending me into the pool. I went underneath the water. It wasn't long before I emerged, slowly, walking from the deep end to the shallow. The Corgan twins screamed and grabbed Desmond and Frost. Once I was back on the deck, I retrieved my pole chainsaw and went after them again. In the lighting, I saw much of the blood came off my dress, making it shiny and white again. Well, I would soon splatter it crimson again, and wouldn't you know it, they were trying to escape in Frost's favorite sports car, except it would prove to be another horror movie moment. It wouldn't start. The car kept revving and revving, but no ignition. For the record, I never touched the car. Anyway, I pulled on the cord to bring my saw back to life and gave it a rev of my own. "Come on!" I heard Frost screaming. The car never did start. I revved the weapon again and cut through the driver's side glass. Frost screamed again as Desmond got out on the passenger side. The Corgan twins were right behind her. Frost managed to get to the other side and get out. Frost looked right at me now. "Leave us alone!" Then he approached me. "Take me if that's what you want, but leave Desmond and the twins alone." And again, he looked at me, as if Did he really miss me? Did Frost still love me? I shook my head fast. No, Frost and Desmond both had to die for killing me. I revved the saw again. I had Frost dead to rights, but I just knocked him on his ass and went after Desmond. The women all stumbled over their own feet as they ran off. But they were still quite drunk. Also, Desmond was wearing heels. The Corgan twins were barefoot. Guess the twins didn't have time to get completely dressed when I crashed their little Valentine's Day get-together. Again, I wouldn't hurt the Corgans. At least, I hoped I wouldn't have to. But then Desmond suddenly tightened her fists and marched right at me, showing me she still had her killer instinct. "You're not getting my husband," she roared when she reached me. When I swung the saw, the bitch ducked from getting her head sliced off. When she came back up, she grabbed the bar and started trying to fight me for the weapon. I pushed her away and dropped it. Like the last time, it died on hitting the ground. I reached out and throttled Desmond's neck with one hand. She gasped and gagged and struggled to break free. Then Frost appeared and ripped my mask away from me. He dropped it and gagged. Good Lord! Desmond gagged herself on seeing my face now. Even the Corgan twins were holding their mouths when they saw my face was only the bare skull. The bare skull Desmond made when she threw that highly corrosive acid in my face 1 year ago tonight. No muscle fibers or eyeballs, just completely bare, bone and teeth. "Do you really miss me, lover?" I asked my husband, speaking for the first time since coming back from the dead. The Reckoning. Desmond dropped to her knees and threw up heavy. Wow, she really drank a lot of wine. No wonder she was so tipsy. No wonder Frost had to help her. I hated admitting it, but Frost and Desmond genuinely cared for one another, as evidenced by their repeated attempts to save each other. But I was the wife who was a die-hard horror fan, and Desmond was supposedly normal, right? I pointed at Frost. You yourself watched enough horror movies with me to know that when you try and bury a secret like what happened last Valentine's Day, it never stays buried. The Corgans heard me. One of them called out, "What the fuck did you two do?" I looked right at them. It still surprised me that I could fully see, even without eyes. Anyway, I revealed everything. I think I creeped everyone out when my jawbone moved to my words. Let's just say the Corgan twins would never look at their former friends the same way ever again. Finding out you murdered the ex, tried to cover it up in the backwoods of Strickfield, then learning your secret didn't stay buried wouldn't exactly leave a good taste in anyone's mouth. But Desmond wasn't giving up so fast. Her bitterness combined with her drunkenness didn't make for a good combination. "Okay, so what, Mary Lee? You're back from your watery grave. You really think you're taking Frost back? I won't let you. I'll keep fighting you for him." She pointed right at me. "I'm much more of a woman for him than you ever were." I looked up at the dark sky and laughed. My jaw moved to every syllable of my laughter, creeping the Corgan twins and Frost out. When I finished laughing, Desmond went and grabbed Frost's baseball bat out of the garage. She roared and ran at me with it. I stopped her just before she could connect. Now the two of us were fighting for the bat. I could see Frost trying to get the Corgan twins out of harm's way, but they both shoved him on his ass and ran. Soon they were in their car. The Corgans backed up and were moving to the road. Their car was wobbling a little, but they soon kept going. No doubt those redheads were still a bit drunk when they turned onto the main road, but I figured they'd be okay. Now it was just me, Frost, and his home-wrecking bitch. Desmond screamed like a woman possessed and wrenched the bat away from me. Then she swung fast and connected with my head. She hit hard, but my head still remained attached to my body. I wobbled a little. Then she got me again. When she drew back for another hit, Frost actually grabbed hold of the bat. "Stop!" Desmond growled. "Let go!" She thrust the bat forward to crack Frost in between the eyes and knock him out. Then she turned her attention back to me. "Just die, Mary Lee!" Desmond screamed. "I can't believe Frost still loves you. He is my husband now." She cracked me again. "Mine! You're never getting him back. I'll kill you as many times as I have to keep him." I suddenly stopped her bat when she went for broke. Now I looked Desmond in the eyes. "Guess that means Frost has 2 wives now, huh? Well, I can fix that." Desmond shrieked when I yanked the bat from her and took possession of it. She didn't have time to react when I drew back and caught her underneath her enhanced bounty. I was sure I heard some ribs cracking as Desmond cried out in pain and fell to her knees. Still, my rival wouldn't stay down.
She groaned as she forced herself back to her feet. "Frost is mine," she declared. "I love him. You'll have to kill me first." I sure wished I still had my face so she could see how I'd have looked at her. But I think my silent response did just as well. I swung the bat on her again. I heard more than ribs cracking this time. Having supernaturally, maybe chemically enhanced strength sure made those blows hurt. One more blow with the bat made her drop to her side. She coughed and spat up. Pretty. Red. "I won't die here," Desmond continued declaring. "You can't have my man." I threw the bat into the pool and lifted Desmond up and off her feet so she could look directly into my face, or lack thereof. But she was still determined to fight for Frost, in spite of how badly I'd broken her. She suddenly grabbed hold of my hair and screamed. I tried to throw her away, but she held on fast. Even though she was in serious pain, she managed to maneuver her way onto my back and tug hard on my hair. Suddenly, my entire head of hair and my scalp came off in her hands. The flesh tore off at the back of my neck to send Desmond falling flat on her back. She had all my long hair and my scalp clutched in her hands. I was looking down at her now with my entire bald and bare skull revealed. Now I knew how Christopher Walken in Sleepy Hollow must have felt. Desmond had more of that pretty Valentine blood covering her mouth as she glared at me with a demented, determined expression. "You can't have my man," she challenged me again before coughing up more. Beautiful. Red. I shook my skull slowly. "And Frost certainly can't have both of us." I raised my finger. "You know, maybe, just maybe, I could have been open to having a threesome with you if you'd just asked. But you convinced Frost to murder me. That's right. Don't think for a second I don't know you 1,000% planned everything. I know my man, and I know you. It's simple, really. One of us has to die." I gasped with laughter. "Since I'm already dead, I guess that only leaves you." I lowered myself to grab Desmond and yank her back to her feet. Then Desmond laughed her maniacal laughter again. "I'll see you in hell, Mary Lee." Then that crazy bitch grabbed hold of my skull and kissed me full on the mouth, or, teeth. I could taste her blood as it seeped through my incisors and got on my tongue. When she finished, she tried turning my skull hard and fast to try and break it away from the rest of my body. I simply grabbed hold of her and lifted her up high before slamming her fast onto the concrete pool deck. And again, I heard bones breaking. One more time, Desmond coughed up. Pretty. Blood. This was truly it. Like I said moments ago, Frost could not have us both. The final act. Frost Mirren woke up and looked around. He remembered both his current wife and his undead one were fighting each other. When he finally saw the outcome, he stood up and moved to stand next to Desmond. He gasped when he saw what was left of Mary Lee, lying on her back in the Scream Queen costume, without the mask and only a bare skull for a head. "You really beat her," Frost said in admiration of his living wife. Desmond smirked. "You bet your ass I did." Then she let him come into her and hold her. She squeezed him lovingly. "She can't have you. You're mine." Frost lost himself in Desmond as he kissed her passionately. When they came apart, they looked down at Mary Lee. "What do we do with her?" Frost asked. Desmond looked at the bonfire she had just created. "Help me. We need to burn her body. Your former wife can't come after us again if there's nothing left of her." Frost quickly joined Desmond in lifting the Scream Queen's body off the ground and moving it to the bonfire. Fortunately, they lived just outside village limits, making their bonfire completely legal and common. When they reached the fire, they placed the Scream Queen in the flames. It didn't take long for the body to burn, just like logs fueling the fire. Frost and Desmond watched on as the body continued to burn. Desmond kept the fire from going out by splashing gasoline on it. However, the fire never reached the temperature necessary to burn the skeleton away completely. From there, Desmond went to the garage and brought back an axe, which she used to chop, break, and splinter the bones. When the skull was severed from the rest of the body, Desmond destroyed it with a single blow. It was only when Frost and Desmond were absolutely sure that their one demon would never return to haunt them ever again that they finally stopped. They took the remains and buried them where only they knew the location. Once they returned to the house, Frost knew he would have to get that oversized pickup truck out of his living room and get all the damage repaired. For the time being, Frost and Desmond would have to leave and go stay somewhere else. But was this Valentine's Day from hell truly over? After all, history has revealed time and time again that secrets didn't often stay buried. 1 year later, Frost woke up on Valentine's Day morning and felt Desmond mounting him for their usual morning sex. Today, Desmond seemed to be a real wife in heat as the two of them were alone in their house. She didn't seem to want to stop with the raw passion the two of them were making. Frost was quite willing to oblige her. As he satisfied Desmond again and again and caressed her soft flesh, he somehow felt deep down that something was quite different about his wild wife. Even fondling and squeezing her ample breasts felt somehow different. If he didn't know better, she seemed different after the previous Valentine's Day. But why would Frost have been worried? He was rid of his dead bride once and for all, right? He and Desmond both watched her burn until there was nothing left. During the night, he had had a nightmare again about how Mary Lee had returned as a charred skeleton to finish her revenge. Then he woke up and found his naked Desmond resting peacefully beside him. As for the Corgan twins, they couldn't really report the sinful couple to the police since there was no real proof. It would simply have been the Corgans' word against theirs. The Corgans returned the funding they had received from Frost for their movie and told both of them on no uncertain terms to never come anywhere near them ever again. Frost asked Desmond shortly after last Valentine's Day if he should track down the Corgan twins himself and kill them. After some careful thinking, Desmond suggested they should just keep their distance, at least for the time being. "They won't talk," his wife reassured him. "You can't really do anything without proof, and we destroyed what proof there was of your former wife, correct?" Frost kissed her in response. "I love you." Desmond kissed him back. "I love you." Getting back to now, Desmond dismounted Frost and sexily got out of bed. She turned to face him, making sure he saw her ample assets. When his eyes were clearly fixated on them, she giggled. "I'm going to go lather these up if you want to join me," she smirked. "Or you can lather them up for me. Maybe all of me." Frost quickly got out of bed and followed her. Soon the two of them were continuing their wedding anniversary romp under the steaming spray of the shower. Desmond smiled as Frost made her feel loved again and again. Frost knew his wife was both dangerous and quite wicked, but he still loved her desperately. It was when he was pleasuring her from behind that he poured shower gel onto her scalp and worked it into a lather. As Desmond moaned, Frost heard a sickening plop and opened his eyes. He looked down to see a single eyeball. "Oh no." Frost quickly turned me around to see I was without one of my eyes now. "What the?" Frost choked out. I squatted down and retrieved the eye. My husband watched as I easily stuck it back in. Soon I was whole again, finally understood everything. "Mary Lee? But, he pointed in a general direction. "But you," I laughed triumphantly. "Wrong," I raised my finger. "Dead wrong." Frost started sputtering again. Before long he was quiet when he took in my naked body. Frost listened as I explained everything. When Desmond was down, I peeled off her face and hair and was going to apply them to my bare skull, killing her in the process. In the darkness, Frost wouldn't be able to tell. However, once I applied Desmond's face and hair, my own skin came to life by taking the new skin as its own and healing me up to make me nearly whole again. All I had to do to finish was take her eyes and pop them in. I no longer had my own face and couldn't go by my own name, but at least I had a real face and was beautiful once again. From there, I swapped our clothes. Frost never suspected a thing when he woke up. Remember, he was unconscious. "That's right, lover," I purred. "You helped me throw Desmond's body into the fire." He gasped when I came into him and locked eyes. Then he found his balls. "Fine, go ahead. Get your revenge, Mary Lee. Kill me. That's what you came back for, right?" But our eyes were still locked together. Suddenly, Frost grabbed me and held me tight to him. I held him back as we shared a long, hungry kiss. I could even feel our hearts pounding together. He still held me to him. I stated the obvious. "You never truly stopped loving me, did you?" I looked up into his eyes. "You really missed me after you killed me." Knowing this made me cry. Frost couldn't hide his true feelings any longer. He began crying himself. I really messed up." When I put my hand on Frost's chest and felt his heart still pounding, I knew I had truly won him back. Especially when he held me to him tightly and kissed me again. Did lightning striking that foul lake in the backwoods of Strickfield truly bring me back to life? Was my burning love for my man too powerful for even death to overcome? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. How could you know about, well, Frost tried asking me. Because, baby, I'm a horror fan, I cheered. You've always known that about me. Then we gazed into each other's eyes again. I have to keep being Desmond, so I guess you do get to keep us both after all, huh? If it makes you feel better, I won't be able to have all my horror stuff everywhere like I did before, I sighed. I suppose you got rid of it all. He sighed himself. I tried, Mary Lee. Something deep down just wouldn't let me. Boy, did that ever piss Desmond off. Still, I was resolute on keeping every bit of it. She was mad as hell in the beginning, but she finally left it alone. Your horror stuff is all in the storage unit out back. One last test. I looked him right in the face. Now that you know the truth, I'm willing to give you one free opportunity to walk away from me. No strings attached. You can tell me to leave right here and now, without retribution. If you can look me right in the eyes and tell me, I promise with all my love for you that I'll leave you alone and never come back. Frost didn't hesitate. He grabbed me to him again and kissed me with all his love that he'd never lost for me. From there, he lifted me into his arms and took me back to bed, where we had lots and lots of reconciliation sex. He could never apologize enough or stop saying how much he missed me and loved me. I knew I never stopped loving him, in spite of what he and Desmond did to me 2 years ago today. He later admitted that I had more of the killer instinct in me than Desmond ever did. Well, I had returned from my watery grave in the backwoods of Strickfield to reclaim my man, didn't I? Then he asked me about the Corgan twins again. I already told you, they won't talk, I reminded him. Even now that things have changed, what can they do? Only you and I know the real truth now, and we'll take that secret to our graves. I caressed myself for him. Stop worrying about the Corgans, lover. Just be with me. Frost seemed to feel better about the situation now that his loving and loyal wife was back to assure him everything would be okay. As for all the people I killed, those deaths were never traced back to us. The police did come and ask us questions, but we were never suspects. Going forward, I think I expected Frost to try and kill me again. He had his hands around my neck a few times while we were showering together. Perhaps he might have been looking to snap my neck, but he eventually moved his hands to kiss and nibble on me there. Frost truly loved me too much to throw me away a second time. In fact, he would teach me everything he knew about Desmond. He only called me Mary Lee when it was just us together, but out and about, I was Desmond Mirren. I was able to fool her parents and everybody else who knew her that I hadn't killed a year ago. When it came to the Corgan twins, we'd come to learn that they truly hadn't forgotten about us. Those two redheads made a new horror movie based on our Valentine's night. Vicky Valentine reprised being the Scream Queen, and Belinda Barnett played an equivalent to Desmond, who was named Deidre. Also, somebody played Frost, but his name was changed to Snow. The title was Slasher, Valentine Scorn. and the movie would open. Today. Frost and I knew what we would be doing later. I could tell Frost was a little worried when we saw the movie, but I again assured him everything would be okay. When we left the Strickfield Centennial Theater, Frost took me home. We sat in the beautifully decorated and remodeled living room. My man insisted on Valentine's decorations, even promising me I could hang some horror ones. If anyone asked, Frost would say the decorations were his. He eased me to him so he could undress me. After we had some steamy wedding anniversary sex on the couch, we cuddled up together. As he caressed and squeezed me lovingly, he actually asked me if I wanted to watch another horror movie with him. Our eyes met. "Are you serious?" He kissed me to show he was. When we stopped, I smiled a little bit. "But you hate horror." He gave me a look to say maybe he still did, but I know, I can't have you and not have horror. You're my life, Mary Lee. I love you. I won't let you go ever again. I can learn to like horror, especially after we just watched a movie made about us. So that was that. Frost and I watched the original My Bloody Valentine. Never once did he look upset. He didn't even fall asleep on me. And afterwards, we had more sex. Then we watched another horror movie together. I know what you're thinking. The story I just shared with you seems totally fucked up, doesn't it? But that's the beauty of love, isn't it? It always works in such mysterious ways. Happy Valentine's Day. Well, my spookies, if you started this marathon with a warm, fuzzy feeling in your chest, we've successfully replaced it with cold dread and suspicious side-eye, as nature intended. Because tonight we learned that a name can be spelled Deb, Debbie, Deborah, repeating until it sticks to your thoughts like chewing gum under the seat of a haunted theater. We learned that Be Mine isn't always an invitation. Sometimes it's a claim. We took that drive out to Lover's Lane where the fog wraps around your car like a jealous arm, and the darkness leans in real close to listen. And then the slasher stories. Oh, those were Valentine's cards written in pure menace. A sequel night where the rules don't matter. A spotlight where screams are part of the show, and a final dose of scorn that proves the opposite of love isn't hate. It's whatever's waiting when the petals fall and someone decides you're not allowed to leave. So whether you're spending Valentine's Day with a sweetheart, are in a situationship, or just enjoying a big bowl of snacks and absolute independence, remember, love is beautiful. But in horror, love is also the thing that opens the door. So happy Valentine's Day, my spookies. Sleep with one eye open. And if you hear someone outside your window whispering, "Be mine," just smile politely and let them know you're already booked for the evening.